Rah! Let's get it on. Yeah. How are we doing today? Is everybody doing well? Hopefully. Hopefully, y'all doing good. Y'all feeling great. What's up, good people? How are we doing today? Am I coming through clear? Can you hear me? Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out to everybody in the chat early on. What you talking about, SG? What's up, Taylor Bell? Good day to you. Black Beauty, Grand Rising. Hey, that's a good song. Census Free Speech. Good day to you. Shout out to Dr. Quantum. I appreciate y'all, man. You know how we like this is the Wildest Wakers show. And every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric. And today will be no different. God damn it. Absolutely not. We want to make sure that information that you hear, now you're not just regurgitating, you actually thought about it, you can substantiate it, and we challenge each other's thoughts. We don't want no echo chamber. Absolutely not. No echo chambers. We want disagreements as long as you can substantiate, as long as you're not just saying things just to say them. What's up, very sexy red? Have y'all seen him? Man, it's been going crazy. This world is moving, it's shaking, it's changing, goddamn. And I just want to thank every last one of y'all for keeping me motivated, keeping me moving. The new channel is moving in the proper direction. So shout out to all of y'all. I really appreciate it. What up, Knight? Good day. Good to see you. What up, Black? Dub King, good to see you here. And so, we're building a new channel. It's moving in the right direction as we keep on building. And we ain't going to let no situation start. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shout out to Black, built like a conquered king. He says he's turning 41 today. Salute to you. Happy birthday. Hopefully you have a great day. And you have many more. So salute to you. Happy birthday, my brother. Even though you always be cursing me out and trying to make me feel bad about myself. Happy birthday.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
So shout out to you. Hey, what up, SG? Playboy. Good day to you. Have y'all seen or have y'all been paying attention to Canadian politics? 51st state, Quebec. I don't think so. I don't think Canada is going for this whole 51st state situation. What's up, Eric? Good day, sir. How you feeling? You welcome, Black. Appreciate you for always being here. Make sure you hit the damn like button or the dislike button, whichever one you like. It is all good. What's up, Given Entertainment? I appreciate it. He said, I'm Canadian. You don't want this kind of crazy? The other channel is open, Let's see. Let me see. Make sure. Yes, the other channel is open. Thank y'all. We're gonna you know how we're gonna do. We start over here. So because we are building this is the bigger channel, and we're gonna translate over into the new channel. Happening. Hopefully ain't nothing crazy going on. Yeah. Maybe that's it. No, they can hear me. They can hear me.
No, that's mute for the
other sounds. No, okay. It's fine for now.
Can you hear?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me just see. Hold on. Let me just do this real quick. Let's see.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All right. It's okay. What the hell be happening?
I can fix it.
Okay. So yeah, so I want to start with this whole craziness that is going on because I don't know why people, I don't know why we act like we didn't see the writing on the wall from the beginning. You know, politics is like a reality show that nobody asks for, but everybody's watching. And Canada just dropped a season finale that is juicier than any Netflix could dream up, in my opinion. I don't know why people don't like the politics. It'd be great. It'd be so interesting, especially you follow all of the different weird stories that be going on. So we got Mark Carney. He wins the election over there in Canada. He gives a speech about America wanting Canada's land. And Pierre Poilievre, I believe I pronounced his name right, of the Conservative Party, right over there, he is losing, which is very strange for over there at this moment. And they are falling apart faster than any dollar store umbrella in a hurricane. I mean, like, whoosh, fast, quick, fast in a hurry, done. If you're a man, you shouldn't be walking around with a goddamn umbrella anyway. Just have a damn hat. We had a conversation about that. If you're a man, you shouldn't be walking around with a damn umbrella anyway. Oh, and Trump's approval rating, did y'all see it? It's so low, it's practically underground. So let's break this down, right? So Mark Carney is Canada's new prime minister, and his victory speech, he basically said, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. That's what he said. Do y'all believe it? You agree? You disagree? Huh? I think it's very important, and the position is weird. I think it's weird. Happy birthday to Black Beauty. All right. How was your Sunday? Hopefully you enjoyed yourself.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Hopefully you enjoyed yourself, beautiful. What Trump can kiss? What up, Jordan? Claude said he could kiss your what? Hey, don't be giving nobody your booty to kiss. So Mark Carney, he wins. He says all these things, right? And so now I don't know about you, but it sounds like it's like, for me, it sounds like it's like a plot to a bad action movie. Like, is Trump auditioning for the role of villain in Canada? Like the 51st state. It sounds like a good movie, don't it? The 51st state coming to you live. You know, he hear the music, you think things blowing up. Because I'm saying if Donald Trump was trying to be the new villain in the Canada, the 51st state, I'm telling you, hey, nobody better make a movie without me being a part of it. Because if he is nailing it, right? Because Carney's speech was very fiery. He said Trump is trying to break us. And honestly, you know, I kind of believe him. You know, Trump's been out here throwing tariffs around like he was Oprah Winfrey giving out cars. You get a tariff. You get a tariff. And you small land of ice and penguins, you get a tariff. You get tariffs. Ah. And now he's talking about annexing Canada. Come on, man. You could even annex goddamn TikTok. You need to sit your ass down somewhere. Damn it. As long as you enjoyed yourself. I'll play it too. I'm gonna play what that man said. I don't know how they're gonna do that, but we do not want no war with our neighbors. I think that's a very important thing. And I want to know on this side of the line, this imaginary line that Donald Trump loves to talk about when he's talking about Canada. A good day, Kills. Is that like, what is his plan now? Like, your plan didn't work. Your plan actually pushed forward the liberal winners over in Canada. This is what you did. Unless this was your genius plan to turn Canada liberal, this is a wild situation. I want to know if all of his people that's backing him over here, these MAGA supporters that blindly support him, they're not supporting him over no policies, they're not supporting him over no great movements that he's doing. Give and entertain. We are now Chinadia. Chinadia is hilarious. That is hilarious. Hold on. That is freaking hilarious. What up, Davy Dix? We are now Chinadia. So you should declare us as a threat to your security and come take it. Many of us will welcome that. It would be a war. It would be like taking candy from a baby. Interesting. Maybe. I ain't into I don't want to hurt nobody. God damn it. Shit. You tripping. How are we doing on the likes? We doing horrible on the likes. Let's get the likes up. I would appreciate it. We're doing better on the second channel. Good job. Good job. But I would just want to know, like, how are they looking at it now? Are the MAGA supporters still acting as if they don't see the writings on the wall, as if they don't understand what is going on between these borders that's going on? Because now we have our neighbor, Canada, bucking up in the public. This ain't behind the scenes. State 51, this is not behind the scenes. This is out in the open. I'm going to play what he has said. We should be able to find it. I'm pretty sure somebody. Yes, I have been to Canada. Paul, yes, I have. Beautiful place, very cold. I went there in the wintertime. Horrible decision. I'll let y'all keep wilding in the chat. But here's the thing. Carney speech wasn't just about Trump, right? It was about Canada standing up for itself. He said, we are all Canadian and my government will work for and with everyone. It's a nice sentiment, but let's be real. Canada's got its own problems. It does. It got an inflation problem. It has an immigration problem. And now Pierre, the Conservative Party, is falling apart like faster than a Jenga tower at a frat party. The whole thing's crashing down. And nobody would have assumed that was going to happen. So again, like all the people that's on this side, the MAGA, even though we see the town hall meetings, they're getting booed out. All these people that are running their own, the one just happened in New York, the 17th district. He went and had a town hall meeting, booed out of there. They don't want to hear that BS no more. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it anymore. Shout out to Miss Jalen. Thank you. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Yes. I still got to make a lot of phone calls to them because me and Cash App is having a issue. Shout out to the beautiful, my wife. She says, hey, Tess. Thank you, babe. Shout out to my wife. So, it's been rough. It's been rough. Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, he was supposed to be Canada's answer to Trump. He had the slogans. He had the populist rhetoric. He the Canada's first vibe, but guess what? Canadians was not buying it. His party lost the election, and now he's projected to lose his seat in the legislature. That's like being kicked off the team and banned from the stadium. That's what happened to Poilievre. Poilievre downfall is a lesson in what happens when you try to copy Trump's playbook without the Trump's charisma too. And Canadians was like, nah, we good. We'll take the guy who used to run the bank in England instead. And now the conservatives are on a loser streak. That's worse than the New York goddamn Jets. Let's go Jets. Jets, Jets. They should have picked up goddamn Shador, they dumbass. But for consecutive federal elections lost, at this point, they might as well change their slogan to "We tired, we tried." That's what they should change it to, goddammit. I don't know if y'all pay attention to Canada, politics today. You should, because they are our neighbors. We need to be paying attention to who's running things over there, goddammit. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that share button. It really helps the channel out. This is the only way we can have alternative media, have conversations. I will open up the panel for anybody that want to come up and have their conversation. Explain to me how this thing is affecting us, is not affecting us. You care, you don't care. Let's get it together. Because I think it's important that we pay attention to what's going on around the world, in my opinion. Thank you, A-Dub. I appreciate y'all. God damn it. We got to pay attention to these things. We got to support alternative media by hitting that like and that share, but we are not going to be silenced. I know there's been a lot of things happening, a lot of people getting silenced, demonetized, blocked, and all these other things, but we are going to keep on moving forward. Y'all told me to fight. Y'all told me to go harder. That's what I am going to do. I'm going to keep pushing forward. I'm going to keep pushing harder. Thank you so much for everybody that's giving me warm welcomes and just hitting the comment section, hitting that like button, hitting that share button. Shout out to all of y'all. This is the only way we're going to keep getting that alternative media and just get honest reactions out of each other so we can understand what's really happening out there. Because way too often, we just believe anything that we ever heard. And this is why, this whole situation with Donald Trump and his approval rating is very interesting, because he, all of a sudden, now everything is fake news for Donald Trump. Hey, yeah, my approval rating, that's fake. That's BS, right? Speaking of it, right? Speaking of Trump, let's talk about his approval rating, right? It's the lowest of any president in their first 100 days, twice. He did it 2 times. That's right, folks. Trump managed to set a record for being unpopular, and then he broke his own record. He broke his own record. That's like losing a race and then tripping over the finish line just to make sure you lose harder. Trump approval rate is so low, it's practically in the basement. You know what's down there, right? Old campaign promises, broken golf clubs that Saquon Barkley was using. Saquon Barkley, hey, I don't know, that was a good decision. Hey, and hopes and dreams of his supporters. But hey, at least he's consistent. He's consistently bad, but consistent nonetheless. I'm sorry, Bubba. He's consistently bad nonetheless. I am citing polls that got everything wrong for the past 10 years. ABC, blah, blah, blah. When will you stop falling for this? What do you mean? And why is it all these polls wrong? Is it because Donald Trump says wrong? Wrong class. Don't you dare. Don't you goddamn dare. Baby, can you make me another cup of coffee before you go back to this class, please? Thank you. I'll just pour some cup out. I'll put the sugar in there. Oh, you can pour a little sugar in there. Put a little brown sugar. Crazy. It's crazy that everybody else is telling it, like Trump is telling the truth, but not everybody else. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate you, man. I think it is so interesting that everybody else is lying but Donald Trump. He's the only truth teller. Whenever we hear the MAGA people, even though I ask them to come up, please substantiate. I don't care if it's 100 of y'all. All I want y'all to do is substantiate what are y'all talking about with Donald Trump, because his track record, his history is not proving what y'all are saying. Not even close. And not one time have I had a Donald Trump supporter, a MAGA supporter, come and say, hey, no, he did this, that, and the third. This is what I like about him. They just say, oh, it's just fake news. I don't believe anything that that person say, but you believe everything that he says. Even though he has no proof, no track record of what's going on. Even though the first term it showed that he had a horrible approval rating, and this time is even lower than the first time. This is wild to me. Man, that's wild to me. When the polls has Republican support, Trump 85%, and Democrat support 3%, then the poll is nonsense. There are many other polls that you are not reporting on. Well, send it to me. Bubba, send it to me. Because I don't know what you mean that the poll I'm saying had Kamala winning. I don't think it was any poll that had Kamala winning any goddamn thing. I don't think the poll had Kamala winning any goddamn thing. No poll, nobody believed that she was going to win any goddamn thing. So that's I don't know where that come from. But if you say so, shout out to my girl. Hey, her. She said, share, like, tip the damn house. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So you know, what's the bigger picture though, right? So what's the takeaway here, right? Canada is standing up to Trump. Pierre, conservatives are falling apart, just like all the conservatives over here in America that's MAGA's heavy. They getting booed out of their own goddamn press conferences and all these other things, right? And Trump's approval rating is in the gutter, regardless of what Bubba's saying. And it's a reminder that politics is messy, unpredictable, and sometimes I ain't gonna lie to you, it's downright hilarious, like Free Zone Lou just said. But it's also a reminder that leadership matters. Whether it's Mark Carney in Canada or whoever's next in the US, we need leaders who can rise above the drama and actually get stuff done. And at the end of the day, politics is just people trying to figure out how to share the sandbox without throwing sand in each other's eyes. That's what it's supposed to be about. And right now, Canada's saying, hey, America, keep your hands off our toys. And Trump is saying, I want the whole sandbox. And Pierre. He's just trying to find a corner to sit in right now. It's a wild ride. And we got to buckle up and enjoy the beauty of politics as well. I think it was absolutely awesome. Artifact says, who's fabricating? I would love to know. He probably snuck over to, but he probably snuck over to you know what you got to do? You got the wrench. He probably snuck over to the new channel. Because I ain't get to do everything on the new channel yet. Still working on giving the wrenches out there and, you know, doing what we're supposed to do. How we looking on these likes? You know what I want to do? But y'all saying I'm making stuff up. I am going to find let me go find what the Canada Prime Minister have said, because y'all are tripping right now. The likes is absolutely atrocious. I don't know what's going on with that, but please hit that like and that share button. It really helps the channel out tremendously. This is how we build up alternative media so we can have discussions in the open. That's how we do things, God damn it. That's how we do goddamn things. Let me go ahead and find what let me go ahead and find what the Prime Minister actually said. How about that? Since y'all saying I'm making this shit up, I promise you I ain't making it up. Right. That's right, Rasboy. Even Fox News has his numbers low. I don't know where Bubba. I don't know. Bubba's holding on for MAGA dear life. God damn it. It's crazy. So I think that is very wild. I think it's very interesting. Let me go find the actual video. How about that? Let me go do that for y'all. Because y'all think I'll be the one making this shit up. Let me go find what the Prime Minister of Canada said. God damn it. Let me see. What should I type up? Canada. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe speech. Let me see. Put speech maybe. Let me see. I don't want to see the 4-hour speech. That's ridiculous. They got live results. Hold on, let me find somewhere where it is reasonable, where we can actually just see what they said and keep it pushing. The full speech is 20 minutes. That's a little too long. God damn it. That's a little too goddamn long. Let me tell you, nobody broke the speech down a little bit shorter than that. God damn it. Ain't nobody got the goddamn quick, fast results. The highlights of the goddamn speech. That's crazy. Hold on. I got it. Cause that's crazy. We are not going to try to skim through 4 hours of the goddamn thing. That's for sure. That's for goddamn sure. That is not going to happen. Okay. I got y'all. I got y'all right now. This is what I'm going to type in. Okay. I see a 20-minute one. That's too long. That's too long. All right. I think I found one that's a little shorter because those other ones. Okay, yeah, I found one. Because that was insane. All of them was like 20, 40 minutes long. That's insane. Y'all crazy as hell. Nobody got time for that shit. All right, so as I find, hey, Miss J, hey, MJ, how you doing, beautiful? Good day. Good to see you. So let's see what he said himself, God damn it. Because y'all be trying to act like I'm telling y'all something wrong.
For months.
Can y'all hear
America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country.
Damn.
Never. But
this is what it sounds like over there. This is what they saying. They're like, hey, man, that ain't never happened. What's up, Sarah? Good day. Make me some tomato soup with that, goddammit. What's up, beautiful? How you doing? Hey, this is hey. This is what Trump's rhetoric pushed other countries to do. Hey. They's like, hold on. Listen, this man right here, he was losing so bad. He was losing hilariously bad. He was down in the dumps. He was underground at first. He was down in the ground at first. He was horrible on the polls. He was like at a 10% win rating. And then Donald Trump opened up his mouth and started saying, hey, we're gonna do this to Canada. Canada been taking advantage of us. Canada did this. We're gonna turn to the 51st state, and you know what happened? The rise of the liberal. That's wild. Is Bubba gonna hold Donald Trump accountable for this man winning? I wonder. And I wonder if you know how it feels. And I want to go ahead. Let me let the Prime Minister talk. Go ahead.
But these are not idle threats.
Oh, no.
President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That
What? What's going on? I wonder if the MAGAs was going to say, you know what, Trump, maybe you went at this wrong because you pushed up a new regime, a regime that had no chance of winning. But since you started opening your damn mouth and started passing out these goddamn tariffs like you was Oprah Winfrey giving out goddamn cards, you get a tariff. You get a tariff. China, because you know that's what they're going to be now. China. You all get tariffs. China, Canada, Mexico, China. That's what they call now. I wonder if any of the mass was just going to be honest. Like, yeah, maybe that was a misstep. And now what Canada seems like they are going to do, they are going to position themselves away from America, even though invisible borderline and all, they are going to start putting their line in that goddamn sand and say, hey, we're going to find ways to part. And people don't understand like how long America and Canada have been rocking together. They've been rocking together since like World War I or II. I don't know which one. Which one is it? America and Canada have been like lockstep for like, I don't know. When was goddamn World War II? I believe since World War II. Somebody please fact check me. No idea what I'm saying right now. I'm going off the top of the head. But I believe it was World War II. MBG, what are you confused about? I'm confused about how you confused. Am I for what do you mean? I'm confused. MJ, I'm sorry, but I get confused it. It was World War I? All right, so he said since World War I. So it was World War II. All right, that's what I thought. World War II is when we kind of been like, like I said, we've been grinding together, trying to get our economies to rock out with each other. Even though Canada does have its own problems with, like I said earlier, they have a problem with inflation. They have a problem with immigration. We do understand that as well. MBG, see, this is the problem. What you mean? You don't understand? I'm sorry, MJ. I get excited. I get this goddamn coffee in myself and I just start talking, goddamn it. I need to start writing this stuff down. Shit. But anywho, let me get back into what the Prime Minister say before I say something crazy.
That will never ever happen. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history.
Oh, shit.
Our old relationship with the United States.
Oh,
A
shit.
relationship based on steadily increasing integration is over.
And so that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, MBG. You know what I'm saying? So, like, this is what we're talking about. Like, people are trying to break free of America. When we have our neighbor talking about in the public at his speech, like him saying after he was downing it up, he was going to lose clearly about 3 months ago. And soon as Donald Trump started talking about this 51st state and how Canada's taking advantage and all these things, all of a sudden the rise of Mark Carney is what happened. So all I'm saying is that maybe MAGA needed to say, hey, Trump, you need to calm the F down with what you are saying because, hey, we do still need our neighbors. We need to be cool with our goddamn neighbors, even though they do have an inflation problem and they do have an immigration problem. However, we want to just make them our neighbors and stop trading with us and now go to China, and now they're going to turn into Chinadia. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you. Well, that's all I'm saying. We don't want that. MBG. That's what I'm saying. So if we are all about America, we're supposed to be making good moves, especially to our neighbors. We do not want our neighbors going elsewhere. That's a problem. MBG, if you say you for America the way how you say you are, I don't know. Free Zolu, you like that? Hey, hurry. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's see what else he's saying.
The system of open global trade anchored by the United States.
What?
System increasing integration is over.
Hold on, we got to go back a little
Is trying to break us so that
Damn.
America can own us. That will never ever happen. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history.
Huh?
Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration,
Yes.
is over.
Damn.
The system of open global trade,
Right.
anchored by the United States,
Yes.
a system that Canada has relied on since the Second
Absolutely.
World War,
Oh, Second
a
World War, yeah.
system that, while not perfect, has
Okay.
helped deliver prosperity
It
for a
has.
country for decades,
Okay.
is over.
What?
These are tragedies,
It is.
but it's also our new reality.
That's a problem. That's a problem. What's up, AR? This is a problem. We need to get it together. Shout out to the 140 people watching collectively. Make sure we getting that likes and that shares up. I believe we're dropping links for a new way that we could support the channel, because as you know, on demonetized, you can hit the Cash App, you can hit the Zelle, you can hit the PayPal, you can hit all those things. So I appreciate anybody that can show love and support to the show. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Let's keep it going. We going. There you go. Let me try to hold on, let me see. There we go. Let me pin this. Okay. So everything that you need to help out with the show, you can hit any one of those options. We got to do alternatively how we get shit done, things done. I got to watch my own. Let me not curse. Let me try my best not to. It'd be difficult sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. It'd be difficult. But this is crazy. This is wild. We do not, so because we do not want this to trickle down to the other nations as well. Because once they say, hey, your neighbor is bucking up on you, what kind of message that's sending globally? What kind of message is that? That's the thing that is we need to be paying attention to, in my opinion. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to all the new people that's in the chat today.
We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
Ooh.
We have to look out for ourselves.
Damn.
And above all, we have to take care of each other. Yeah. And
this man was going to lose badly 3 months ago. I don't think y'all understand the importance of how badly he was going to lose. But because of Trump and his 51st state, that changed everything going on in their politics. That's what made Mark push up into the fire and make the liberals lift up so strongly. And now the conservatives on that side of the imaginary line, they are falling quick, fast, and in a hurry. And I just want to know, where are all these MAGA supporters that saying that he is doing everything properly when we can see the signs? Shout out to Natasha. Oh, shout out to my girl. Love seeing her face in the chat. We got BMU. I know. I want to see what BMU has to say about this. This is crazy that you're saying they are not resourceful. This is the problem. You cannot believe everything Donald Trump is saying. Guys, see, Bubba said, yes, sure, Carney was losing while Poilievre was using Trump rhetoric. Absolutely. And then, no, he did not change to anti-Trump rhetoric and lost badly. No, he was trying to be exact. He was attempting, Poilievre, he was trying to mimic Donald Trump's whole rhetoric. And it fell apart, is what I'm trying to explain. So he was trying to be Canadians or Chinadia's version of Donald Trump. And it's crumbling down. He ain't the only one losing. Hey, all I'm saying, maybe we need to pay attention to say, hey, Trump, you are not doing things. Bubba, that might be right. Maybe I got it misconstrued. That's possible. That is possible. I will open up the panel shortly. So anybody that want to join, cam up if you can. I really appreciate everybody that can cam up. It makes for a better experience for the audience so we can see who is talking. And so y'all can come up and we can have a discussion. Y'all can tell me all of y'all information and we can see where it falls. But man, this is them bucking up at the bully as we know it.
My message to every Canadian is this.
What's that?
No matter where you live,
okay,
no matter what language you speak,
okay,
no matter how you voted,
okay,
I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home.
Breaking. Okay, I don't want to hear what this guy has to say about it, because I know he might be pushing out propaganda. So they played a little bit more. So we'll go back into what the actual prime minister is saying. I don't want to hear what we don't want to get caught up in the channel's politics. We're gonna just stick to what the actual person's saying and not get caught up in other. We're gonna make our own decisions. We are not gonna just regurgitate information that we hear from other networks. We are gonna sit here collectively. We're gonna have a conversation, say our parts, say our points of view, and deal with this facts at hand. Hey, this is what he said. This is what I feel about what he said, and we can keep it moving that way instead of dealing with channels version of day politics, right? Because we know CNN pushes it a certain way, Fox pushes it a certain way, so on and so forth. So we're gonna just skip it to where only the prime minister is talking.
First state.
America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country.
BMU, I thought you said it wasn't resourceful. BMU, that sound like resources. BMU, you said they were not resourceful. This sounds like resources to me. You better be able to substantiate what you're saying. Leslie Peters says, screw him. Leslie, should we screw him with a Phillips head, a flathead screwdriver, or impact drill? Okay, Bubba said he glad Poilievre lost. Okay, he's a globalist. All right, I feel you on that, Bubba. All right, Bubba said he didn't like that conservative dude. He said all of them. Somebody said Canada is not resourceful. That's what he said. Hopefully he'll hit the link and he'll be able to explain to us how Canada is not a benefit to America, because I don't understand where he's coming from, even though we've been partners since World War II. We've been together in this thing. We've been integrating this thing, trying to get things done. and keep control of this imaginary borderline and say, hey, we are working together, SG. I'm sorry. That's what's been happening since World War II. And now, what is being said is that, hey, they are trying to find ways to part ways. I think that sounds very dangerous, and it's going to send a clear message to everybody else in the world. Like, hey, they're going to be like, hey. If Canada could do it, and that's the neighbor, we definitely could do it since we got this water. Even though, hey, shout out to the U.S. military. Shout out to the U.S. military real quick. They did two crazy things. Thank you so much, Tyler. They did two wild things in the news today. 1 minute, they lost an airplane in the water. They hit with a wave, and a goddamn $80 million airplane falls off the goddamn boat. 80 million gone into the water. And then on the other hand, also, the Navy also put up and made up. They got some new guy. You know, what is that? Lockheed. What is it? Conversation with. What's the name of that company? Lockheed and I can't believe I'm having a brain fart. I can't think of the name. Lockheed and something. Can't think of it. What's up, Corinne? Lockheed and Martin. Thank you, Bubba. I appreciate you, Bubba. Lockheed and thank you, MJ. Lockheed and Martin. They just came up with this new Tony Stark technology that they are putting it on these goddamn. And man, it just upped the U.S. military by a lot. I mean, this thing is, Lockheed and Martin is what I was trying to say. This new weapon that they created that was able to integrate in all the original Navy is integrating with, it's just phenomenal. So it's really putting America's military another step ahead of everybody else with the Navy. Like, it is ridiculous, even though they just lost an $80 million plane to the ocean because it fell off the damn boat. That's crazy as well. But let's keep going to what he was saying. I think this is a very interesting. We need to be paying attention. I think all the MAGA supporters need to pay attention to how things is moving, how things is changing, because the world is reacting to Donald Trump. This is our neighbor trying to separate from us. That's not a good thing, in my opinion.
Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
Wow. Wow. Okay, let's see what Trump had to say. Maybe they got somewhere Trump said something too. Let's see.
And we can't let them take advantage of the U.S. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. Canada only works as a state. It doesn't. We don't need anything they have. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the U.S. If we make it in the United States, we don't need it to be made in Canada. We'll have the jobs. That's why Canada should be our 51st state. So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that, because we can't be expected to carry a country. I do like the "Oh Canada," right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state. I call him Governor Trudeau.
Right.
Yo. This is crazy. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, yo, that is wild. And this is the rhetoric that pushed the Liberal Party up the way how it did. This is what made the Liberal Party in Canada float up to the top. God damn it. Bubba's crazy as hell. Bubba, you crazy as hell. Thank you, Taylor, for being on the other channel. We're about to all join you on that side of the channel as well. Shout out to everybody that's here. Hey, look, man. this is the rhetoric that pushed the liberals into position because, man, he was losing badly before this happened. Before Donald Trump made all these different, and you mean to tell me y'all still believe that Trump did all the right moves? It's a reason why his approval rating twice, he broke his own record for being horrible. He broke his own record for being horrible. His first term, he had the lowest approval rating ever as a president. And then so United States voted him in again. And then guess what happened? He broke his own record for disapproval rating. This is crazy. And this is what he getting countries to band with other countries. So this is why I'm saying it's going to be China. Mao Zedong said so this is why I'm saying we cannot allow the BS remedial rhetoric of Donald Trump saying everything that happens is fake except for when he say it. It's crazy. That's insane. Let me see. Does he? Let me see. Let's see what these other people are saying. Okay.
Till our president kept mocking Canadians, our neighbors and close friends, he made Canadian liberals great again. Let's get right to CNN's Paula Newton in Ottawa.
That's crazy. That's insane. Let me see. Do the Prime Minister talk again? Let's see. It seems like he might. Let me see. No, she talking. I think that's it. Okay, he talks again. Let's see. Because I just wanted to see the highlights of what he's actually saying. Let's go.
It will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many other options in the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians.
And so that's the scary part right there, right? Is that they are starting to say, hey, we figuring out ways to break free. That's the scary part. That's the part that we need to be worried about. SG, I would love for it too. Let's just be honest. Let's call it what it is. All right, so what we're going to do now, we are going to open up the panel as we keep breaking this down. I want to hear y'all thoughts on this goddamn thing because, man, I think that's wild. In my opinion, I believe that is wild. So let me drop the link. Yeah, that's what he said, Bubba. Let me drop that link. This is a place where you can go hit a wild chat, where you can go and support the show. Alternative media. This is how we support each other. It's the only way we can keep moving. So please hit that link, support the show. Thank you so much. If you can. Where am I? That's interesting. That's one place you can support the show. All right, we're about to go over here. Let me do this as well. How we doing over here? We need more likes. We need to get that together. Let me get the StreamYard link together.
You need help? You got the song?
The who?
The song?
No. Yeah, everything's fine with that part. All right, so what we're going to do now, we are all going to join the other stream. Shout out to all of y'all that's here on this side of the show. We are now going to go to the other show. All you got to do is sit tight and you are going to be redirected over into the other stream as we build up that channel as well because there's way too many complications. So shout out to everybody that's here on the original channel. We'll move over so this way we can deal with all of the freedom of speech. God damn it, is what we need to do. So shout out to all of y'all. I will see y'all on the other side real quick. Let's go. Make sure y'all meet me over there. All right. There we go. Welcome to the new stream, everybody. God damn it. What's up, Danny? How you doing today? Hopefully everybody can conjugate over here as well. Okay. There we go. All right. What's good? There we go. Let's build it up. And now I need to, what is going on with that part? Let me stop sharing. Whew. Where is my StreamYard link? Why I don't see it? That's kind of crazy. When you so all right, I got it. I figured it out. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, there go the link. There go the link. Anybody that would like to join, make sure you have your camera on and we can have a conversation about this wild MAGA. I'm willing to have a discussion with any MAGA supporter, Canada supporter, America supporter, Democrat, whatever we want. We here. All right, let's get it together. I want to hear what is y'all thoughts and conversations about it. Welcome to the show. Hopefully I'm not on mute anymore. Let's get it together. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. I appreciate y'all. What's up, Silent? Good day, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
God damn it.
I'm just wild how like nobody in this cabinet is saying nothing. Nobody's saying nothing. They just let him fly off at the mouth.
How about now?
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I'm good.
Can you hear me? What the hell? Hello?
Hey, Salon, say something.
Hello? I'm here. I didn't know if y'all can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh.
I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. Hello?
Hey, Silent. Say something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's Anya.
I'm saying something now. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay.
I'm talking.
So it's
I'm talking.
AR.
Hello.
Hey. Okay, we can't hear. Hold on.
We can hear you.
Yeah, y'all
Silent,
had a
by the
conversation
way.
while I fixed it on my side. Go ahead.
Silent,
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, you can
Okay.
keep going.
I didn't know. Now I was just tripping off of how he's just talking all this stuff and no one's checking. I'm like, that's just crazy to me. Like, what are you gonna try to do? Like Putin did Ukraine or something?
Mm-hmm. Who?
He just Trump. He keep on talking about he gonna want Canada to be our 51st
Oh, gotcha.
state, and
Yeah.
he just keep on saying it, and then talking about the president gonna be his governor and all this stuff. Like, he just talking crazy,
Yeah.
and no one's saying nothing.
I think the problem is a lot of them are kind of fearful or know that if they say something that they're just going to get removed. We saw that a lot in his first term where he had a crazy amount of turnover. And then this one, he's, put loyalists in charge and has a stronger backing or less, I should say, not necessarily stronger backing, but less counter in the Republican Party because a lot of them either resigned, retired, or got voted out. And so a lot of those road guards or rail guards or whatever that we had in the first term against his dumbass policies, we don't really have this term in the Republican Party because of those reasons.
So I mean, even though he's the president, is there any other jobs can he fire anybody?
Anybody in his cabinet.
Okay, but he
Or in
can't
the
fire the
executive, in the
Senate or
executive
any of
branch.
that.
No.
Congress and all that stuff. So I'm thinking, why they not checking them? Like, tell them to shut up. Like,
Republicans don't got a backbone because they're scared to get primaried because he has a bit like 20% or whatever the Republican base are just diehard Trump loyalists that will do and say anything he tells them to do, and they get out and vote and they're willing to vote out real conservatives, real lifelong Republicans that were not on the Trump train. There's only really a few of them that live in these strongholds where they don't really have to worry about that. I mean, even Romney is retiring in part because of this issue, and he was Utah's senator for a decade or longer. So but yeah, he doesn't have any control over. He doesn't have any direct control over anybody in Congress, so the House, any representative or any senator, but from a standpoint of putting money and from a standpoint of getting someone to run against that person that's in the position already and putting money behind them and doing other things that would support the person, he has a lot of power to do that. And that's why a lot of Republicans don't say anything.
and he don't have the power to declare war on Canada, do he?
He doesn't have the power to declare war necessarily because only Congress can declare war, but the president can authorize military operations without Congress approval for like 30 days or 60 or 90 days or something like that.
That don't make sense.
Yeah. So.
But I think he's going crazy.
Yeah.
Sharon, can you hear me?
We can hear you. I don't know if Sharon can, but
okay,
yeah,
good.
Sharon trying to fix his mic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm here to give away some money, sir. So I need your cash app. Thank you.
I thought it was pinned.
Yeah, it should be pinned.
Yeah, Jalen pinned it at the top of the chat if you're in the YouTube chat.
All right, bet. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that real quick because I'm on my phone and I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and get my brother out the way.
All right.
All right.
Back now. Yes.
What's up? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on with this damn thing. It'd be doing wild stuff sometimes. So anyway, what's going on with y'all? What do you think about all this that's
nothing.
going on, y'all?
You want to go first,
I think
Silent?
it's just crazy him. No, I'm just saying. I just think it's crazy, like how he's just rattling off the mouth, and everybody's scared to say something. But he's starting some stuff, and then especially if I don't know, I'm thinking about you. I may leave the U.S. if he get third term because that's supposed to be you don't supposed to be able to do that, and they already talking about having to do it. So
What's your thoughts, AR?
What's up? What's up? Good morning. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that I think the Conservative Party in Canada, I think you mentioned it, was up like 20 or 30 points on the election day polling. Not like today or yesterday, but a couple months ago. And then Trump started his dumbass shit. And then they just lost big.
They lost huge.
Yeah, because the Liberal Party was hated. I think like Trudeau had like a 20% approval rating, and he was a leader of the Liberal Party. I don't think they were very far behind. And then Trump started his shit, 51st state, tariffs, all this stuff, and it just rallied. It gave the Canadian citizens something to rally behind, and they love their country more than they love voting for a conservative. Or I guess they love their country more than they hate the Liberal Party. Love being a country than they hate the Liberal Party. And
I'm crazy Trump, that. Like, I mean, but hey, y'all, it switched in 3 months.
Yeah.
Like he was
beautiful.
Down in the dumps. Like it was like, oh, the whole world was going conservative. He started talking that whole 51st state-ish. Done. Liberals, they rose to the top. It was crazy. To me, I just don't understand how people that are MAGA supporters, right? They are not realize like, hey, the things that he's doing is pushing the world away from America with no clear plan on how he's going to bring them all back.
Yeah. That's narcissism, They never do anything wrong.
And he's just talking.
God's gift to earth.
Because there's plenty of stuff we get from Canada. I know GM get a lot of these stuff from Canada. Some we don't get nothing from Canada. Yeah.
So that's what he was saying earlier. That's what Trump said. He said, hey, we just turn them into a 51st state, then everything is made in America. It's pretty much what he's saying. So this way it's not 49% made in Canada, and then the other 51% is made here in America. So he's saying, so if we get them to be the 51st state and they can keep their song and all that, and they prime minister just turns into a governor instead of a prime minister, that the whole car is now made in America because he turned them into a 51st state. That's what he was trying to say. It's crazy.
And then to make you get what this, so that sounds like what you're gonna try to do. How Putin did Ukraine. Gonna try to.
Yeah. He looks up to those people though, so it's not surprising. It's just every single time someone called him out on it, the goalposts were moved or it was denied by his followers. And then when it does happen, it's it's okay. Like I said, like 20-30% of the Republican base are just diehard Trump loyalists, cultists, really, that will do and say whatever he wants. So if they feel if he gives them a reason, like any bullshit reason, then they just go with it. I mean, they just put out an executive order last night, I think, that said that they want the military to essentially start doing law enforcement operations domestically. Now,
say that part again.
They just put out an executive order like last night that they want military to start doing law enforcement, to support law enforcement and start doing law enforcement domestically.
That's crazy.
That's not the point of the military.
And so before, if anybody said, oh, he wants to declare martial law and police state and all this, oh, it's fear mongering, it's this, that, and the other. But they put crime, quote unquote crime, in the executive order, and now you're going to watch all these maggots just go out and support it because, oh, well, look at even though we're in fucking 2025 and crime is nowhere near what it was in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Right. It's down across the board for the most part. As long as they say something they can gaslight, then they support it. As long as they can figure out like just something, crime. So that's what they do. I mean, you saw the same thing. I said it before. You saw the same thing on the vice president debates, where anytime JD Vance spoke, it was about how to connect something to illegal immigration, even though illegal immigration had next to nothing or a low amount of, or a low percentage of the reason something was happening, i.e. like inflation, housing prices. Oh, illegal immigrants, because influx of illegal immigrants is causing housing prices to rise, as if it's not zoning regulations that's really the issue with housing. It's supply and demand 101. The energy, they said, oh, well, there's more illegal immigrants coming over, and so they're using more energy, and as if we don't know nuclear is the way in. We've had 40 years, 50, 60 years of anti-nuclear rhetoric in this country, and that's a big reason of why we don't have great energy costs. Or, I mean, our energy costs aren't that crazy anyway, but they'd be much lower if we had proper nuclear in this country. But yeah, they did the same thing, and so they just tie everything to one little thing, and then the cultists follow in line. Did you guys see Sinners?
You know, I wanted BMU, Black Men Unfiltered, to hit the link and tell me how Canada is not resourceful since we've been relying on them. They've been relying on us since World War II. Like this idea, what Trump is saying, that we don't need nothing from Canada, is not a true statement. Can we figure out a way to survive without them? Absolutely, but it's not a good thing to do to your neighboring country.
These people never come out here and talk. They like, you know, as much as they you know, as much as these people are in the chat, you know, they love typing it, but they don't like coming on and talking. I think it's in part because when they type, they can take a little more time to respond, so they can look something up to figure out how they can spin their narrative. Versus having to be on the spot and talk about it without necessarily having the time to look something up.
Yeah, they can't, but they learned that from Donald Trump himself. He is a master at painting narratives instead of just answering questions. We see it time and time again with the economy, how he just avoid these questions. We've seen when we was doing Byron Donald, when he was at his press conference and he was asked questions, he tried to refer it to Joe Biden. He said, hey, but Biden did it. Bro, we're talking about you.
Perfect example. Yeah.
We talking about you and what you promoting. Why are you telling us about Joe Biden? That don't have nothing to do with you answering the question. Don't try to move it on to something else. And then when the MAGAs, right, they hear, oh, so you saying that it is okay when Joe Biden did? We are not saying that at all. We're saying we want you to answer the question why you are supporting of this policy right here. Are you with Joe Biden or are you against Joe Biden? We don't know. Are you with this policy or are you against this policy? Because you saying that Joe Biden did the same exact thing means what?
Yeah. Weren't you against it when Joe Biden did it? So shouldn't you be? Do you not have integrity? That's the thing. These people don't have integrity. And then it just annoys me because you would think, you know, and it's the same, the reasons they vote, oh, he's different than the other, you know, his first term. Oh, he's different than the other. He's different. He's just the same. And then they just let the shit they just let him get away with it. And then they change their opinion. This is a perfect example. Oh, Biden did it. You were against it. Now your dude's doing it. So you should be against it as well. Where is your integrity? Oh, no, wasn't Biden also doing it? So what's wrong with doing it? You just said you had an issue with it.
Crazy. And make sure y'all, because y'all know this is a new channel, make sure I need y'all help and support. What up, Stan? Good day, sir. How you feeling? I need y'all help and y'all support. I need you to hit the like. I need you to hit the share button. It's the only way I can be able to build this channel up properly. I need y'all. God damn it. I'm not like Trump and try to say you're not resourceful. No, I need your help by hitting that like and that share button. God damn it. Yeah. And it's okay for us to have these conversations. Hey, shout out to my guy. He said, keep going, black man. I had a phone call. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I was just about to ask you if you got it. I didn't know if it was the same one. Man,
so shout out to Slick, right? He want to make sure you know, because sometimes I know people don't want people to know that they supporting, and this is why I'm getting,
Man, I don't care about that, bro. We all we got, bro. We don't do it, nobody else will, bro. End of story. Rock out.
That's the bar. That is a bar. I don't know why we try to act like we don't understand that, but we are the only ones that got us.
I'll be right back.
This is the only way. If we not hitting the like and the share button for the things that we even spend 5 minutes on, I don't understand. I don't get it. It's the only way we're gonna build. This is how these other people get things moving in the wrong direction. You know what I'm saying? Because they get all the nonsense situations and all the lies, people get behind that and rally behind it, push the like, hit the share, push it out there, and all these other things. And while the other people that is trying to oppose it and just have a opinion with stats, facts, and data, like, we ain't gonna share that. That's too truthful. Shout out to the guys that said, here's for coffee next month, block number 2.
Hey, Sharon, real quick. I don't mean it. So what's the topic? You know, I'm here. I kind of gotta get, keep the house in order. So I'm off today. What's the topic? 'Cause I'm not.
So the
I
topic
see
today
Canada.
is about, topic today is about Canada's election. How the liberal, they just elected a liberal prime minister just 3 months ago. He was nowhere near to win. I mean, he was like at a 20% chance of winning the goddamn the prime minister, right?
Whoa, hold on. So we didn't turn into BBC. Now we doing world news. Okay.
I've been talking about this.
Okay.
I've been talking about this for a while. To be honest with you, it's just that
Really? All right. So now listen, this is one thing that I have heard. Okay. Now I'm not big into politics, so I think I'm gonna fall back and let you guys teach me. But I have heard that I didn't realize how much other countries are so influential to our elections.
Right.
Canada being one of them, and even down to that whole thing, I think, with Trump trying to make Canada a state, I think, or something. Wasn't it something like that, if I'm not mistaken? And so I
That's
guess,
what we talking about now.
yeah. So I find that to be weird. You know what I'm saying? We already, for the most part, don't claim Hawaii, and that's us. Why don't we work on that? I'm just saying. But let me shut up. I digress. My mic is muted. I'm just having a beautiful day before I take my vacation.
Yeah, and that rhetoric right there, that 51st state, is what got this prime minister that's current, got him to win. Shout out to the cats that said support. Get the likes up. Let's go. Let's get it together.
Hold
y'all.
on, wait a minute. Now, this is the part I always wondered. Puerto Rico is a part of America, correct?
Somewhat.
Then why? Then I've always wondered. Then why Hawaii is considered? Why is Puerto Rico? I'm just curious. Someone who's not educated on that. Why is that not considered the 51st state?
So Puerto Rico is connected to us by we could go to Puerto Rico, but Puerto Rico can't come here.
Yeah, they can.
Huh?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think that's like Cuba. In Cuba, the borders are open now. It used to be that way.
No, so Puerto Rico is a territory. They've never been a state. They have voted on mainland Puerto Rico. They have voted a couple of times whether they want to be a U.S. state or not. And I think usually they vote to have statehood in the U.S. However, to be a state, the Congress has to approve it as well. And so Congress has never approved Puerto Rico to be a state. Hawaii is different because Hawaii, way back was made into a state. But Puerto Rico, Guam, I think as well, are just, and American Samoa are just U.S. territories. They don't have statehood, but they still fall under our jurisdiction.
Right. But so now, how it goes with them voting? Do they vote in our president?
I don't know if they can vote federally or not. They don't. I want to say no because they do not pay federal taxes.
Yeah, they don't.
So I think
that's why it's definitely a strange because they don't. It's a weird situation. It is what it is.
Yeah, and they don't want to make them. They don't want to make them a state. The Republicans don't want to make them a state because they view them as a liberal or a Democrat voting bloc, and so it would be essentially giving Democrats 2 seats in the Senate, however many seats in the House, and then just constantly voting blue, which I disagree with. I think a lot of Hispanics are more conservative than they are liberal, or at least liberal today. What the Liberal Party or the Democrat Party has pushed today, I think a lot of Hispanics are the opposite of that. The only thing that the Democrats are able to run on is naturalization. And once a lot of Hispanics had the naturalization and were citizens, then the Democrat Party would have to change their party ways because they don't I don't hear Hispanics saying Latinx that much. That came from white suburbans. Here, a lot of Hispanics are Catholic, or specifically Mexico, follow Catholicism. Is a conservative denomination of Christianity. They don't really get down with LGBTQ stuff. So, and in reality, they're really socially conservative, and economically conservative as well. Like they actually have Hispanics from South America, from Central America, are actually running from dictatorships. So they hear democracy, they hear us speak about constitution and rights and all this stuff, and they love that shit. And that is more of a right-wing thing in the U.S. to be, well, it used to be at least, more pro-constitution and more pro-individual rights. So, but anyway, I digress. Yeah, that's the reason why Puerto Rico is not a state.
Absolutely. And I'm starting to believe that people just want to, they just want anarchy. They don't really want no real conversations or solutions towards anything, because every time I paint the picture, either I paint it so well that they can't argue it, or they just full of ish. I'm not sure which one it is. They don't really care about the nation like how they say they do. They don't care about America the way how they say they claim that they are about America. They want to see it move forward. They're not about it. Because if you was about it, then you'd be paying attention to both sides. It wouldn't matter what side of the stream you on. You won't be like, hey, Republicans is all right or Democrats is all right, because that's not possible. It's not possible. You have to just say, hey, this is what's good for the country by stating the facts. Check out the information. See how we are moving forward. How is it going to change? How is it going to affect the majority of the people? And then let's move that way. We cannot just say, just because he's MAGA, that means he's good. That's crazy. That's wild talk. Because I just don't understand. I don't understand it for the life of me, to be honest. There is no way that you could be just on one side of the party and just say, hey, they do everything correct. That's not possible.
Thank you, Genesis. My girl says the same thing. Yeah, no, these people, they don't want to hear conflicting information. They, the cognitive dissonance is crazy. Unfortunately, we're kind of like it's super partisan right now. It's my team versus your team, and nobody wants to say. It's always, in basketball or football or whatever, it's the refs. Sometimes you might say, dang, my team threw the ball away too much or whatever, but a lot of times, oh, they threw it away, but it was a foul. Why didn't the refs call the foul? Oh, the other team was pushing, was being way too, it's just, so I think that's kind of like how it is nowadays with that. And people don't want to face the music. And I think a lot of it has to do with, I think the Democrats over the past decade or so, actually over a decade now, kind of fucked up too, because they were doing a lot of like calling conservatives racist or xenophobic for simple things, such as wanting a more secure border. And now you do that for a decade or plus, and then you have someone like Trump come in and call you out on it. And then you have a problem under Biden, which they did almost nothing. You have a problem under Biden that didn't necessarily exist under Trump, i.e. the border what do you want to call them? Crossings and whatever skyrocketed under Biden. It wasn't like that under Trump. And so there is a solution. You guys removed the solution that people in the South at the very least wanted. And you have people in New York, or not, respectfully, say that this isn't a problem. And it's like, you guys aren't in the South. So how can you tell Texans or people in Arizona or in Mexico what a problem at the border looks like when you guys are nowhere near the border? And so you had that for a decade plus. And I think like that messaging and those things also came home to roost.
And that's a very good point. And I don't understand why they're not taking credit for like the MAGA supporters, even though it's not going in any direction. Why they not taking responsibility for this liberal prime minister that came out of the woodworks like a rising phoenix in 3 months after he was done for? And I think that's probably why, in my opinion, I think this is why Donald Trump was pushing so hard for that goddamn 51st state, because he's like, hey, look at all the polls is saying this. All the polls is pushing towards conservative over there as well. And it was seeming all good. He thought he had a bulletproof vest on. Hey, they aim for the head. They listen to goddamn Thanos. You should have aimed for the head.
Yeah. You talking about the U.S. maggots not like taking accountability for what they caused, essentially?
That's what I'm saying. They are not taking accountability for all the problems that they're causing, the way how people are moving in the world today. They do not want to support America. They are trying to find ways to break free of America, like how Canada is attempting to say that they are going to do. We're going to see how it works, because they said they are going to go into negotiations. So we're going to see how that works out. Welcome to the show with the brand new hair dye. Good day, Tyranny.
Good.
How you doing, beautiful?
I just want to say Black Power, Daryl's a bitch, and let's go. Let's go.
Is this
So-
my cue, Ron? Is this my cue?
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
You guys, I think Trump is keeping his word with making America his definition of great again. Okay, we have to understand that Asians have their own world, Africans got their own world, Blacks got their own world, whites, and in the white world, this is their definition of a great of America. You know, Trump is literally bringing it back to white, like he did with the Gulf of America instead of the Gulf of Mexico.
Damn.
How does Trump even have enough power to say that Canada is a state? How does he have that power though? Like, I don't understand that.
What's it called? Annex. That's what he was trying to do to them. I think that's what the term is called. AR.
Yeah, annexation.
Yeah, annexation. That's what he was going to do with Canada by turning them into the 51st state. And so this way we would merge everything. So he would, instead of them being prime ministers, they will now essentially be governors now. And so they would have to write something. Yeah, that's what he was attempting to do. But it seems like with this 3-month rant and rave about him turning Canada into a 51st state, what it did was it made all of the conservatives pretty much get voted out in Canada, and now liberals made a resurgence back then because is
What? I have an echo.
Maybe. Let me see. Yeah, it was yours. I don't know. Your phone be doing that sometimes. It'd be good for the first 5 minutes, and then next thing you know, it just turned into an echo. I don't even understand how that be happening. But yeah, and so now the liberals did a research because they was against this whole 51st state situation. And so now we're here. 3 months ago, he was down in the dumps. There was no way he could win. It's kind of like I think if we compare it, we have to say what the Green Party does over here in America. It's like a Green Party person just all of a sudden wins the presidential election. Cornel West, he just absolutely wins the presidential election. That's what it would be like, out of the blue. Go ahead, Tierney.
Weird. Like I said, even turning from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America is weird. You know, remember I told you that my mom works, she's a corporal at the police station. So even she's hearing word that he wants to send criminals to other countries. Yeah, he wants to send criminals to other countries to be in jail over there because it's cheaper. I mean, I feel like people need to wake up, and we can sit here and be like, oh, there's no racism. We can sit here and be blind all we want to, but I think it's in our faces that that segregation is real. And that's really what he's wanting to do. And we need a plan. We need a plan.
What you mean? So what you mean that segregation is real? You got to speak to the babies.
Yeah, I should have took him to school. Okay, what you say?
What you mean by segregation?
I mean, I really feel like, and I feel like it's about to be real life levels. It's about to be level 1 to level 50 or whatever. And Trump is making it. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but he's bringing in segregation. Like I said, even with the Gulf of America now, or English has to be the #1 language. He's doing.
So do you disagree with the #1 language thing?
Because English is the most. Honestly, other languages are absolutely beautiful. You know, the interpretation of them, the different interpretations of them, where they come from, the origin. But then you just got regular schmegular English. No, I don't agree with making English.
Okay, I'm gonna just mute you for a second while you get better. So Tanner, you are saying that you don't want to speak English. That's what it sounds like you're pushing, that you'd rather speak a different language other than English. I think English is a easy language to communicate with. I also think English is a easier language to sing to. This is why most other countries, they sing our ballad songs, because it's a very singable language. Have you heard Chinese people talk? That shit don't sound pleasurable at all. It sounds like they always screaming and yelling at each other. So no, I think English is a strong language. We should codify English.
Also, the slowest language. See, what's beautiful is yo español también, no solo English. So I think the problem with them is they don't like, okay, you see some videos where they get mad at Spanish speaking people for speaking a language they don't understand. It's like they get jealous. I want to know everything. I want to know what you're saying. So speak English. No, just like y'all speaking code, what's wrong with other people speaking in code? I think they find it a threat. You know, Chinese people, they speak I mean, but that's beautiful. That's their culture. Like the white man has always come over to other people's land and tried to make us just like them. That's the thing. Why you want everybody to be just like you? That's the first thing they did with the the natives. They took away their language. They took away their heritage to make them just like them. So I don't see anything wrong with different languages. Hold on, I'll be right back.
So I disagree with the language part. I think we should have our own solidified language. I think that is one good thing that he actually done.
Trash.
For us to have our own language. We should have our own goddamn language. Majority of the people speak English, so it should be English. In my opinion.
It is English. Can you describe how English is not the de facto unofficial language?
What you mean?
When have you ever gotten something in the mail or something that you needed to do and it wasn't in English? What part of the US has not speaking English? Has speaking English not helped you? When has it prevented you from getting something done? So therefore it is the de facto, everything, the Constitution, everything is in English in this language. Therefore it is the official language. So you don't need them to make it an official language. And it steps on freedom of speech.
You think
Sharon, real quick, I personally have like this computer desk. Yeah, when I got it, I needed help. Oh no, could you bring me the toast and eggs, please? Thank you. When I actually ordered this desk, it was in German.
I
don't know why. It was in German. I didn't know
what pictures.
Probably the manufacturer.
Yeah, I had to go on the pictures. Yeah, I had to go by A, B, and C and connect shit. Yeah, I couldn't read nothing. When I got my bonsai plants, it was all in Asia. I don't know which one, but it was.
Even though they sung it to American, right? So that's why I don't understand. I think English being
you just realize that a manufacturer having their documentation not in English is not going to change just because the English becomes the official language of the US, correct? You're ordering from a foreign manufacturer, not from an American. The law doesn't impact them unless they choose to bite the cost of printing the material in English.
But I do believe by making it official that we have our own language, it does make things a little bit more.
So why does the U.S. not have its own language currently? Like, what do you, in what way, demonstratively, can you show that the U.S. does not have its own language?
It was just written that way that we did not have our own language. Right? It wasn't we didn't. When you
Tierney, you're echoing so bad.
When you so when you look up the official language in other countries, it says it's official language.
I get that.
I think it's just unfair for people to say, "Hey, look, this is an English-speaking country." Hey,
but it's already de facto known as that. So why doesn't and again, how is it not a freedom? How is it not a freedom of speech? That the First Amendment says the government shall not interfere with the freedom of speech. How is establishing an official language not interfering with the freedom of speech?
Because you could still speak your language, right? But it doesn't make it but us having an official language, it let people from that's out of our country know that, hey, you need to come and learn how to communicate with Americans since you want to be here in America.
There's plenty of Americans that speak a different language besides English, for one. For two, an establishment of a language is a conflict of freedom of speech, just like an establishment of religion would be a issue of freedom of religion. Just because you can be another religion doesn't make the establishment of a religion not a conflict of the Constitution, the First Amendment.
So you think so your position is that having official language is against the Constitution of freedom of speech?
Oh, it's 100% against it.
Huh. And go ahead, so explain to me why, and I'm going to bring Aaron in there as well. Go ahead.
Because the purpose of the First Amendment is that the government doesn't take a stance on any of those things. So freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the government's not supposed to take a stance, i.e. an establishment of a religion, an establishment of speech. They're not supposed to take a position on it. It's supposed to be completely neutral.
Interesting.
That's why if you look, when the country was first founded, the federal government cannot establish a religion, but there was plenty of states that established a religion because the first 10 amendments didn't apply to them, so they could establish a religion in their state.
Okay, that's interesting. I gotta think about that. What? Welcome to the show, Aaron. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of agree. Establishing an official language, I'm afraid that it would set a precedent, right? That would violate freedom of expression, which is your freedom to speak whatever language you choose. Once you make something official, then you can place parameters around the use of other languages. I'm just afraid of that precedent. Also, the problem I have with that is naming it. What are we going to name it? Because it's called English, which is derivative of a country not across the pond. You know, it's not here. We would call it American. It's kind of a dialect of English spoken in England. It's different, but it's the same. The syntax is the same. The lexicon is largely the same. The grammatic rules are the same. But there's enough of a difference that you would maybe have to rename it. And now you're conflicting with Australia, which is the same story in another direction.
Wow.
But I'm not interested in any other language, especially Asian languages. I'm not fluent, but can basically speak Japanese and Korean. Mandarin and Cantonese is a total effing mystery to me. And let me tell you, they may be cool languages. You do not want to try to have to read or write it. It isn't the lexicon, the syntax, everything about it is foreign. Everything is backwards. Even the things your tongue, teeth, and lips have to do to make certain sounds, it's wild. English isn't the simplest language on the planet, but it's complex enough to be colorful and diverse, but simple enough to where if you can't get this, then you probably got major issues. That Asian stuff, man, forget about that.
With more than anything with American language, the reason why, because I speak to a lot of foreign people. It's because we have so many like double entendres. We have so many like ways that we finesse, and we use the same words, right, for multiple, like pool. We can go shoot pool or we can swim in a pool. They don't get that. You know what I mean?
And that's not even talking about homonyms, but yeah, you're right.
That's the same thing everywhere, though, bro. That's the same thing everywhere.
No, but I just want to land it though on what he's saying in respect to you, bro. I think the main thing when it comes to that is I've always been curious, you know, to what you said as far as the Japanese and not need to learn it. My sister moved to Japan. She's married. She moved to Japan. I don't know why, but she's there now. And I always wondered, why are we learning all these other languages where here it is? Once upon a time, I remember as an 80s baby growing up, I was in school and I had to learn something called cursive. But come to find out, I can't use it on no formal documentation. So why am I learning another language and I can't even learn what it is that y'all told me from the jump, which was cursive? The only time I use that is in my signature when signing a check.
Trade and commerce mixed with technology. Everything being on a QWERTY keyboard.
It's competition. Other countries, especially in Europe, because they border so many different countries, they learn another language. So when we're talking about globalization and being competitive in the global market, you want to be able to be competitive with your peers from different countries. So if people in the UK are learning French and English, and people in Germany are learning German and French and English, they're learning 3 languages, they're learning 2, and people here aren't really learning. And plus, it's an elective for, well, actually, I think learning 4 languages is usually a prerequisite to graduation now. But it's just about being competitive and, broadening people's basic understanding of things.
You're trying to do it over 40, but to graduate, you don't need to have English, or you don't have to have another language, foreign language.
Okay, I didn't know if I thought maybe it was a prerequisite for, maybe it's state by state probably, but
I think if they are going to mandate something, it would be another language, not cursive. Because I mean, a global commerce plus QWERTY keypad equals forget cursive, learn Mandarin.
But they stopped teaching cursive anyway.
Yeah,
because there's no cursive and learning another language are completely different. Cursive has no cultural history. It has no business. It has no country. It has nothing.
It's almost obsolete. It's almost obsolete for your signature.
How do you sign your name then? Yeah.
DocuSign.
That's it though. But I mean, yeah.
Right, DocuSign.
Yeah, you just click a button and say yes, sign my initials or sign my signature everywhere in the box.
You could just DocuSign and biometrics.
Or you could just do an X. You can also do an X as well. Welcome to the show, Kev Stutters. Good day, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. How's everybody doing on the panel?
We doing well.
I'm good. Glad to see you pop up. We saw you typing in the chat about how much you support Trump. So
I'm doing excellent. Thanks for asking.
Yes, I do support Trump. But I do want to say this: I don't support everything that Donald Trump does. I am just pro-America, and I want to see Donald Trump win because he is our president. And even if Kamala Harris was in office, I would want to see her win too because she would have been the president of America. But I wanted to speak on this whole official language thing, right? Donald Trump making English an official language of America. I absolutely love it because I don't know if anybody on here has ever traveled abroad before, but whenever you go to these other countries, you have to do as they do, right? Whatever. They don't make things very, very easy for you. If you do not understand the language, and you don't try to actually learn it, then you just assed out, bro. You have to learn some form of their language just so you can do basic shit, right? I think that it's bullshit that we have people here in America, who have been here for years, and they can't speak a lick of fucking English. That shit is crazy. There is no way in hell that we will be able to go over to these or whatever other countries, and stay there for years, and not learn basic words. That shit is crazy. Am I tripping?
Nah, you're not tripping.
Yeah, you are.
Travel. I've seen people will even have the little dictionaries, and we got all kind of apps and everything to make sure we can translate when we over there. So yeah,
exactly.
You are tripping because I lived.
Y'all got a disagreement? Go ahead, y'all state your claim.
Yeah, I lived in Germany for 2.5 years, and I don't know really any German besides
no
thank you and you're welcome. No, I don't.
Wow.
I learned half
my wife used to live in Germany. So
yeah. I lived in an American area of Germany because of military, but it's the same way that a lot of these immigrants, they come to the US and they live in pockets of where they're familiar with. So Chinatown, Koreatown, whatever town, they live in those areas and they know their language and they don't know much English, if any English at all. It's no different than me living in Germany.
That doesn't matter though. What country are you in? What country are you in? You should have a want. like you should have a want and an actual need to learn at least the culture
No,
of where you're actually
no,
living at.
Germany is
Like you
disgusting.
should,
I can't stand that place.
One at a time. Got
yeah,
Kev.
but you should have a want and an actual need to try to understand where you are living at. Like I'm not going to move over to China and just sort of ignore everything that they do over there just because I am an American. Like I am only going to eat at McDonald's in China and KFC just because I am an American. Like that's
which is
bullshit.
disgusting.
I
Bro,
never had any German
understand
food
what
when I
he's
was in
saying
Germany.
on that because honestly, like I'll say, just for example, like I told you, my sister moved to Japan, but before her and her husband, she's married, she moved to Japan. She just loves the lifestyle. She made sure she fluently learned the language before she went. She went over there. She speaks word for word. She can write it and everything. She did make sure that she was all the way acclimated into it here before the best she could before she even went there. The customs, what you do, like for example, over there you don't talk on the subway, don't say shit. It's rude. You know, she learns all of that. You know, so I understand.
So my question to AR and Aaron: do other countries have official languages?
Yeah.
I don't care what other countries do because I believe in American exceptionalism. So it's kind of weird to hear people say they're proud to be an American and then they go, well, these other countries do it, therefore America should do it. American exceptionalism is the fact that we don't. Is the fact that we American exceptional, the U.S. exceptionalism is the fact that we don't do things the way that other countries do them.
Okay.
It's that we do them in a better way, we do them in a different way, and it makes us better for it. So whether that be with immigration, whether that be with birthright citizenship, bringing immigrants over, saying, hey, give us your unwanted and help, and they make the country better, or whether it be, hey, come over here, speak whatever language you want, we're welcoming to you because we believe in democracy, we believe in freedom, we believe in personal liberty, we believe in all these things because we are a better country than these other countries. And so to hear people talk about how, oh, these other countries do it, therefore we should do it, it's pathetic and respectfully.
But
nobody is trying
to that real quick, Sharon.
Hold on, let Mr. Seven. He wanna respond.
Yeah,
to
I want to say something to that briefly.
Mr. Seven. I got you.
Just briefly, and it's not even like a dispute. I just a response. So one thing I know about here in America, like there's many places, like from New York, DMV, you name it, all over. America's a melting pot. So like how you said, freedom of liberty. So guess what? If we're a melting pot and all these other cultures and people are here, then we need to give them the freedom of liberty if we standing on what we say we stand on. Now, I want you to pay attention. Most other countries, a lot of like the countries that we know of, that we speak of, it's mainly them. For the most part, of course, there's other people that move there, but a lot of other places you go to, it is easier for them to stick to their ways, whatever traditions, cultures, religions, and everything else, because it's primarily still all them there. We are so mixed up. What race, what culture is not here? So it makes it tough for us to really stand on what you're speaking about, although I get it. I'm not even disagreeing. I get exactly what you're saying, but that makes it tough when you got everybody in here and everybody's supposed to be included.
I think you just made my point for me.
Yeah,
we're a melting pot, and you're saying, do you think that if at the founding of this country, which they didn't do, and they spoke English just as well, and they also had a bunch of immigrants, Germans, Irish, all these other people that spoke different languages, they could have made English the official language if our founding fathers wanted it to be. They made freedom of speech, and they did not make
so that's not
English an official language too. No, you're making my point. The second half, you're making the point. The second half, which is calling the country a melting pot, as if the country would be a melting pot if English had been the official language and the official culture, because that would be the next step, right? It's not just language; it's also culture. Making those English the official language and or the official culture, as if this country would be the melting pot it is today if those things had been done in the past. And they wouldn't have been.
That's a good point.
All right, cool beans. Yeah, I think you like my actual point. And again, I wasn't disputing anything, but I was making a specific point to something I heard. I know I heard you say. That's all. But it's all right.
Equality?
Nah, it's all right, bro. Just rock out. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. We be chilling. Rock out.
All right. Gad, Kev.
Man, look,
in there right after.
Listen, the majority of people in America speak English. Listen, look, I used to drive for Uber, right? Like, and I would pick people up, like, and I would be trying to actually talk to them, and they spoke no English whatsoever, right? Like, so there was this one time, like this one lady, like she had put in the address wrong or something like that on where she was going to. And I'm literally sitting in the car with this lady for 20 minutes because she can't speak any type of English. Like, and we just have no idea where she's going to. Bro, these people, like, you know, I get it. America is a melting pot, but these people have to learn how to say and do basic American things, bro. Like, nobody is trying to take away their culture or nothing like that, but they have to learn basic shit.
So that's fine that you believe that they have to learn, but do you believe that's constitutional that they have to learn it?
Even if it is, or it isn't, these people need to learn. If we go to their country, like, they don't give a fuck about no constitution. You need to learn it.
Yeah, so we see why he's a Trump supporter. We see it.
So Kev, so
I am an American supporter, sir.
That was the main thing I was saying.
Okay, hold on. So this
was everything I was just saying.
Okay,
how he just said, real quick, Sharon, how he just said, if they're here, they need to learn it. My main point is, from what I'm hearing, is where it's too many cultures. Like, think about it. I mean, I graduated in 2000, and I remember even the two languages we had to learn in high school was French and Spanish. I remember those days. It's been a melting pot. That's my point. And I'm saying, if you go over other countries, it's primarily still them. So it's easier for them to stay in that mode than it is for us as Americans to stay in the mode in which AR you're speaking about, because of so many different cultures, bro. That's all I'm saying.
And so, but the problem is that what AR saying, he made a very good point, is that if we are supposed to be America first and everything is great, we are the greatest nation, why are we even concerned of what another country is doing if we are supposedly above these other nations? Also, the Cash App said, support. Get the lights up. Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate you. You always holding me down. Thank you so much.
Sharon, I got a question.
So we don't skip over it.
Hold on.
Real quick.
Before everybody jump in, I want to see if Aaron wants to respond to this as well, because I know he liked this conversation as well. Go ahead, Aaron, jump in, then we get back to AR.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's really possible or feasible to have an official American language, but I do like the idea. It's not without merit entirely. It's just that there's really only two ways, I believe, that official languages are established. One, it's a unification of the native language, right? Like in China, you have Cantonese, Mandarin, like there's different dialects, you know what I mean? But there's a unifying language that is accepted across the entire country. Like, same thing in Japan, you know, all these other countries have that. Or you were completely obliterated and your shit just got replaced by who came in your front door. Like those are the two ways that an official language, but because ours started out from a melting pot, there is no native language. No language here is native to this place. If it was, we would be sounding like Tecumseh, Allegheny. You know, it would sound, you know, wild. It's just not feasible. And even then, that's too fragmented. It's like African languages. But if you look at the country of Pakistan, they speak Hindi, they speak Urdu, they speak Arabic. But if I'm not mistaken, Hindi is the official language. Right, Farsi, there you go. Exactly. Absolutely. But I believe Hindi or Arabic, it's one or the other, is the official language. But if you go over there, you got a lot to deal with. You know? This is not feasible here.
Real quick, Sharon, please.
Yeah, hold on one second. I wish Kev didn't drop. Hopefully he could come back. Hopefully
you see he dropped when he was like, who cares about the Constitution?
Welcome to the show, Ron Hotep. And also, I got a Cash App. I got 5 on the coffee. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much.
I want to ask you this question briefly, Sharon. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and honestly, brother Aaron, I actually am very intrigued to hear from you and brother AR on this as well. So, since we know we're a melting pot, right, and the official everything, do you all believe? Because there are a lot of people who say, not to derail too much, and still on course. There are a lot of people that say we are the highest of intelligence and everything because we're a melting pot, because we got a beautiful blending combination of all different cultures and everything from the world. That's what really gives us the edge. Do you believe that we would still be the most powerful nation that we are if we didn't have all these other cultures, if we were more like a Pakistan or something?
Yes.
Rock out.
No, I don't.
I do.
Okay, so let's go with Aaron's I do and AR's I don't, and then we'll see if Rob.
Well, just real quick before we hop on that, we saw that Kev was
White
like, when you
Americans and
asked
Black
him,
Americans only. Can we do it?
you asked Kev, hey, well, even if the Constitution says we shouldn't be, this is against the Constitution, do you think it should still be done? He said, even if, like, who cares about the Constitution? Let's just do it. As if the Constitution is not the supreme law of the land. And that's what I mean. Like, these Trump supporters don't give a fuck about the Constitution. They only care about their own ideas or selfish ways and what can be done through this guy. And it's pathetic. Like, they're not, I'm proud to be an American as you shit on the Constitution. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what being American means, is upholding the Constitution. You people discuss me.
Damn. Go ahead, Aaron. Woo.
I think we will be as powerful as we are now, or very close to it. I think the evolution toward that power would look different. But what gives us our power chiefly is the military or the strategic location, right? The two oceans has everything to do with it. The two mountain chains has everything to do with it. What borders us to the north and south has everything to do with it. We're virtually isolated and untouchable from the world from attack, but we're also in a strategic position to launch attacks to anywhere in the world if need be. That in and of itself, it removes vulnerabilities that would prevent us from being powerful. Now, the economic piece would just develop out of that somehow, some way. I don't know what that would look like, but I think it would happen. Also, with what's under the ground here, it's diverse. You know what I mean? We're not just oil rich. We're not just gas rich. We're not just agriculturally capable. We have kind of a little piece of all the different climates to be doing a little bit of everything. We can grow a pineapple. We can grow an olive. We got oil in the ground. We can grow a grape. You know what I mean? We can mine coal. All that shit.
Agriculture. I got you.
Yeah.
All of it.
My bad, Aaron. Are you still going?
So, hold on. Okay, we need you to stop
here in Mississippi, and that would help internal transport for commerce, stuff like that. You know, the way ports are set up, it's just kind of a perfect storm of shit.
Okay. Also, welcome, Rahotep. You want to speak to this conversation?
No, I don't have no comment. I don't have no comment, bro, because people. When I hear people say we are missiles, our military, are this and that, I don't have nothing to say about that because they won't even let our ass on the oil rig. So I don't even know what the hell people talking about.
Okay, so you good for right now?
Y'all hear music?
No, I hear like a humming. Sounds like maybe somebody sound like wind.
Nah, it's probably silent driving, maybe, possibly. Go ahead, continue. What's your thoughts? Good day, sir. How you doing?
What's up, man? What's up? What's everybody on the panel? Aaron, what's good, man? You need to come through, Aaron. You don't come through. You say you're gonna come through. I'm waiting on you, fam. I'm waiting.
I know, man. I'm in fucking Western North Carolina, like getting to Kentucky here in a minute. Yeah, a couple weeks I'll be up there, man. We gotta do lunch.
All right, man. Sounds good. But I'm going to have to agree with Aaron on this part because of our military. And one of the big things that happened throughout history was that, after during World War II era, Great Britain was like the protector of the world and stuff like that when it came to what they could do. But then the United States just kind of unilaterally, we just kind of like took that on. So now the rest of those European countries figure like, okay, we got big brother United States of America that's going to take care of us and protect us. So we don't need to spend as much money on defense. And they started to work on their social systems, their social programs, and all of this, free health care and free for the schools and free for colleges and things like that. In America, we didn't do that. We really doubled down on our defense. And right now what's happening is that United States of America have been trying to tell these European countries for a very, very long time now, you guys need to spend more money on defense. Spend more money on defense. And some of them reluctantly didn't do that. Now it comes a time where, the president that we have now is basically saying like, you know what, we just going to take care of our own. We ain't going to worry about nobody else. So now that money that those European countries were supposed to spend on defense, that they worked on the socio-economic system of the citizens, now they're scared and now they're scrambling. Now they're trying to figure out a way like, okay, we got a long way to go. And as far as trying to catch up with the amount of weaponry that we're going to need to defend ourselves. And now everyone is kind of like going their own way because of the rhetoric that the president is talking. I think it's kind of unfortunate. I have a lot of cool Canadian friends, in Toronto and Montreal and Ottawa and things like that. And, Canada has always been an amazing ally to us. And for us to go to this point now where they're even kind of looking at us differently, it's really, really sad. I'm just a big believer that we are stronger. We are stronger together. Right. And they have been, a really good ally to us, especially when it comes to protecting us from the North and also from the Arctic.
No, I love what Canada doing.
Hey, I would like to real quick because I gotta run to my door. I have a guest here real quick, but I'm still here, Sharon. I want to ask Brother Kasim, salute to you, brother, and Brother Aaron. So with you all's position, so you all say that we would be. So considering we all know that we do a lot of arms dealing with other countries and other nations, right? So again, if it's just us, I'm talking about strictly everything that we produce solely, everything is made in the USA. Would we still be as feared and as powerful and as resourceful as we are right now, considering we know it is because of all of the other resources that we have in combination? We are like a hybrid of what other countries wish they could be. I digress. My mic is muted. I can hear you.
Nobody afraid of the United States of America.
Nobody is right. They're not afraid of us because of our natural resources. They're afraid of us because of our weaponry.
Wait. Now I got to jump in here.
You asked Hotep if he wanted to talk, right? And he said no.
I was just naming what we are known for.
It's okay. One at a time. Ra, go ahead.
The question was to Kasim and Aaron. The question was to Kasim and Aaron.
Okay. I don't know where people. Hold on, Ra. We're gonna go Ra, Kasim, AR. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know where people getting their information from, especially black people, including ourselves in our military, our natural resources. We ain't got no damn natural resources. We're still trying to fight for the crimes or the reparations and the concessions that they owe us and that they're due us. We keep acting as if like Andrew Air Force Base or Fort Bragg or Fort Benning, Fort Gordon is ours. Ain't our goddamn base. I wish the U.S. would try to make Canada the 51st state and increase the age on the draft and send some of these people that keep thinking they're part of this shit and send them over to Canada to fight the Canadians and see what British and see what the Swedish and the Danish do. America does not have any natural resources in the sense that they can put on the global market in exchange for equal fair trade for other goods that other countries have that we don't have, which is aluminum, copper, diamonds, gold. That's the whole thing with what's going on in Burkina Faso. U.S. don't have no real large gold deposits and aluminum deposits and copper deposits. Why we keep talking like this country has natural resources? Yeah, it has some coal, yes. In the Appalachians and Virginia, yeah, they have that. But they don't have something to scave off this. Right now, America is not the big bad dog, the big alpha dog on the global scene. China knows it, Russia knows it, Africa knows it, and also the Europeans know it. So I don't know what people need. They need to get their head out of the sand and stop thinking as if America, the great, the big, the bad, the brave. Nah, man, I don't believe that. And I spent 12 years in the military.
Okay, put a period on it. Put a period on it. All right. Gad, Kasim, then we bring in AR.
I was in the military too, fam. I was stationed at the 101st Airborne Division, Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
Airborne Air Assault. My name is not Sam. My name not Sam, bro.
Fam, F-A-M. All right, Hotep. I was in the military too. I was stationed at the 101st Airborne Division in Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
And
right, I know the firepower that the United I know the firepower that the United States has.
I know too.
Let me try to clear this up. Hotep, do not interrupt Kasim. Nobody interrupted you. Let Kasim get his full thought out. We'll give you a chance to respond, but don't interrupt him while he is talking, please.
Please don't.
You know, you do have a point. The United States doesn't have that many natural resources and minerals and things like that. And what has other countries to be on pause with the United States is our military, our firepower, right? They understand, the weaponry that we have. They understand that, within 20 minutes of anywhere in the world that they can get touched. And that what kind of keeps them on bay, particularly our amazing nuclear powered subs, right? We can park those at the coast of anybody and touch them within 20 minutes. That is our strong suit, and that is what gives us a little bit of leverage out of all of these other countries, Sam, and why they stay at bay.
Thank you for that, brother Kasim. And I apologize we was cut off like that. But yeah, I appreciate you.
Hotep, would you like to respond? Or if not, we'll pass it off to
No, I'd like to respond to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Because what he's basically saying in a nutshell, if you don't just like General Langley said, we want access. We want access to Africa. He's head of AfricaCon. So he said, we want access, telling Ibrahim Traoré, you don't give us access to your natural resources, particularly your gold deposits, we will bring hellfire down on you. You got to understand that America's, or what people call America, is not going to continue to just nuclear threat and agitate and undermine and overthrow sovereign countries just because it has weaponry, nuclear weapons. We already know that America is mad enough to drop atomic bombs, the first country in the history of nuclear weapons in mankind to drop bombs. But again, the global south is on the rise. Just recently, you had Chinese and Russian soldiers there in Burkina Faso as a buffer to protect the Burkinas in Burkina Faso under Captain Traoré. Matter of fact, I think his rank should be raised to General Traoré. So Michael Langley, Uncle Tom Langley, Virginia, has no damn business with his Negro foul face telling another nation, particularly another African nation, if you don't do this, we're gonna do that. I land.
Okay. You good, Kasim, or?
Oh man.
Next question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, AR.
Well, Seven asked the question to Kasim and Aaron. So I don't know if Aaron wanted to answer. I don't know why. You asked Hotep if he wanted to talk, and he said no, and then he wants to start opening his mouth when someone directs a question to other people on the panel.
Listen,
so, Aaron, would you like to? And Kasim, don't go back and forth with this dude because he claims he served. He said he did 20 years. That was a lie. Now he's saying he did 12. Who knows if that's true? So really, don't go back and forth with the dude. He's like 75 years old. He doesn't really know what's happening. He maybe was a bit knowledgeable back in,
I'm 68 years old. I know how old I am.
Same thing. Yeah.
You're young punk ass. Punk ass. Shut your punk ass up. Won't you go serve?
All right, hold on. We having a good conversation. Let's keep it over the.
Wet behind the ears, boy.
All right.
Remembers the question that Seven asked him, but if he wanted to respond to the question,
I got you. I'll try to reset it. Mr. Seven, do you remember the question that you had?
Yes. Basically, so to reiterate briefly, all right, so we can just keep it pushing. I appreciate everybody. So what I was trying to figure out is, so if it's just America, right? Like only us, and everything is USA made, truly considering we know that everything that makes us so big and powerful is the fact that I consider us a hybrid country. We're not a country where it's like 85 to 90% solely Americans. We got everything here. And I believe that is a large contribution as to why this country is as powerful as it is. So now if we remove that, like what really do you think would make us as powerful as we are now? You don't think that would be something that would take away from our power? That's all. It's just, what I mean.
So here's all right. So how are you really good at math?
No, I'm more of like a kind of English.
Okay. All right.
But
In,
nah,
in,
not
in, in, in mathematics, there's a concept called a vacuous truth. What that is when you make an if-then statement, a vacuous truth is the then part being true no matter what because the if was never defined.
okay.
I think what you're asking puts me in that situation.
Okay.
If Americans were only Americans, then, right, the rest is there. Here's the thing. Americans to be American is fundamentally melting pot. There is no culture, race, or origin of American to speak of that I can use to make that analogy or that to analyze what you're
Not
saying.
even native. Not even native.
Right. So if you want to go down there, that's very tribal and fragmented. That's like saying African. Which country, right? And like so the way Native Americans, if it was just them allowed to thrive, the way this country would look would be it would be stratospherically different in ways I wouldn't be able to answer that. Number one. Number two, that would change the global arena. The global environment would be different because the Navy, the Spanish, French, and British not being here would have changed their naval course. That would have it would have everything would have went wonky, bro. You know what I mean? The consumerism that is America today would have who knows what we would have looked like.
I really appreciate. I just want to say your educated humbleness of a response, bro. You didn't try to come off like you got all the answers. I love it when people know how to recognize that. Appreciate that. Rock out.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Welcome to the show, KT to go. What's your thoughts?
First of all, shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Cheers.
Well, I think I kind of want more response. I guess what we were just talking about because I don't know what the overall question would be. Right, what you brought up, Sharon, myself, but to what 77 was saying, I believe Aaron is somewhat right, but he kind of skipping. It is an American culture. See, I call natives like indigenous people. That's what those people are, in my opinion. I get they're the natives, but they're not Native Americans because the Native Americans is white people who colonize and pillage shit, and that's pretty much the American culture.
Right. Well,
We colonize, we practice capitalism, which is essentially saying take advantage of people for profit. You know,
right? That's great. What you're saying is great. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm bigging you up here. You're further expressing the complexity of the question. You know what I mean, and identifying why it's difficult to answer. No, you're 100% correct. It's just everything's so conflated. I don't know where to take that. You know what I mean?
No, I agree.
Thank you for even making it more clear.
You know what I find fascinating? I find fascinating, me personally. All right, so one who likes to study more so of like geographic aspect of things. The fact is that like even if we say Pangea, like that's been multiple times over. The tectonic plates are continuously shifting. My point is that I know personally, like a lot of us know, we have been all over the world forever and a day. All right, so I always make sure I tap in and go back there. We have been everywhere since everywhere has been. Period. Right. So I know, and I'm really actually piggybacking a little bit off of what Brother Aaron and Brother KT, I guess, is saying right here, as far as like it is complex. And I asked the question for that reason because it's something that's really difficult. Like we keep trying to narrow things down and make it just black and white. Nah, it's so many different layers. There's more layers than an onion. But I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
It's a great conundrum to ponder, right? Even if don't ever get the answer to that direct question, the things that you will discover just by pontificating about that is profound. You know what I mean? Like that's how we grow and evolve and understand. So it's worth food for thought, sure.
Yeah, and I think it's a very interesting time. I think to get back to the Canada and they trying to work their way out of dealing with America so much right now. They're going to turn into Chinadia. They're going to deal with these other nations to deal with their imports and exports. I think that is kind of a scary thing since we've been working with them lockstep for so long, and we've been good neighbors to them for a very long time. For us to just try to allow Donald Trump to turn them into something that they don't want to be and take over anything that they have. We cannot say that Canada doesn't have any resources, and then at the same time say we should turn him into a 51st state instead of him being a prime minister, he'd be a governor. That's insane to have that same conversation within one, and people on the MAGA side act like they don't understand that this is clearly a domino effect of what Donald Trump has been preaching and pushing for the last 3 months. This only took 3 months for him to turn a whole conservative nation into a liberal nation. 3 months. That's wild. And that's what we need to have a conversation about. And that's scary, in my opinion, because that now, what is going to show to nations that's across the water that, hey, if the neighbor could do it and stand up to the so-called bully, because they paint him out to be a bully.
Yeah, I've been pointing out for the last month or so. People don't get like on this political scale. America's a joke. Like nobody cares about us no more. We don't understand that yet because we're Americans, right? We think we're like the epicenter of the world, which we kind of are. Like, don't get me wrong. Here's the honest truth. Like, what Kasim, I believe your name was, he's saying is correct. The military power simply gives us enough to be able to threaten people. However, what's happening is China, man. See, China, Russia, I fuck with Russia. And I know this might sound crazy. I fuck with Russia, bro. Russia ain't never came over there to Africa and did niggas wild over there. Them Chinese motherfuckers do, though. I don't trust China. China always on some bullshit for real. But they know how to play the game financially. We taught them the game like some dumbasses. And now they're using it against us. Because guess what? They don't have an open fucking economy. You can't go to China and just say, hey, I'm going to make billions over here and get the fuck out of China. China don't allow that. They play their systems, games, government different. It's still a dictatorship. People forget that, but it's still a dictatorship for sure.
Okay. No, you can go over there and make billions.
You cannot take your money out of you cannot take your money out of their system the same at all.
Yeah, no, you can't take. Wait a minute.
Not no.
China, why do corporations go over there for the cheap labor?
Oh, corporation is an individual.
Yeah, you have to make a trade to get over there. Elon Musk, prime example. You know what BYD is?
Yeah, no, I didn't say it wouldn't come without a cost. What I'm saying is you can go over there and get loaded.
Oh yeah, if they let you in, then you're gonna very much pay. Like I said, I'm gonna give you a prime example. Elon Musk, okay? Elon Musk, in order for him to get his factories over there, you know what he had to do? Give up all of Tesla's technology. BYD is now the second fastest growing fucking car company in the world. Thanks to
you got an Amazon account.
Giving this shit. You got an Amazon account. Because they understand how we play that game like some dumbasses.
You got an Amazon account?
Look at Jack Ma. If you think that you can get out here and just you're gonna make money in a certain way and do certain things, no, look at Jack Ma.
All right, so
Jack Ma, that's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you if you have an Amazon account.
Huh?
Do me a favor. Buy a camera battery from Amazon.
Yeah.
Tell me the name written in the seller on the receipt. Tell me the place of origin where that battery came from.
Oh yeah, that bitch gonna come from somewhere in China, probably.
You know what else? Order a phone protector. Order a screen protector. Order a computer. Yeah. Go on Amazon and order your wife a damn makeup set. Order some shoes.
Okay, let's move on.
It's Chinese, man, and Jeff Bezos eclipsed Jack Ma with the same formula. Amazon ain't Alibaba. Alibaba is the moon to Amazon's planet.
Oh no, you know Alibaba got seized about 5 years ago by the Chinese government because Jack Ma said something. Like that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
and Jack Ma is Chinese. Jeff Bezos, what is not.
So what does that mean?
That's around the time
You
they
Americans can
controlled
go over
it.
there and make billions.
You can't make billion. You can't bring $1 billion as a sole proprietor or LLC back from China. There's mechanism in place to bring back that revenue. Sharon, how much of U.S.'s debt does China own? Would you say?
I'm not sure. 20%.
Okay, 20%. So that 20%, if they just drop that quarter or 20% back on the global market and said we're not going to back it, it'll collapse the U.S. dollar overnight.
What?
No.
He's right.
The backing for U.S. is, see, this is what people don't understand about economics.
Hold up. Say what you said one more time.
I said that during the bailout, when Obama was president, a lot of that bailout money came from the debt that the U.S. owed to, that they said that we're going to pay this to these companies because they were too big to fail. But once they paid that bill, there was interest on that money that China backed. So if China dumped that 20% back on the global market and says we can take that loss, we don't need that. We don't need that. And we don't need the interest on that debt. It will collapse the U.S. economy. See, people making up these things as if America's economy in all this, and when they might have to go to the nuclear option or go to the warfare option. But at the same time, because we're in America, we got to get off this soapbox of thinking America is like the way America was when General MacArthur was the Allied commander and Eisenhower and all this. Those days don't exist anymore. Trump Trump has U-turned even on the tariff wars. Even he has the lowest ratings of any president in the history of the United States. He, just like Sharon said earlier, he even defied his own damn record.
Can we be concise? Because you moved into presidential ratings, and no one has addressed what you said yet.
Well, presidential ratings and the ability for the U.S. citizenry to have in the faith in which the direction of the country is moving and how stable the three branches of government are has a lot to do with economical, political stimulation and stability. That's what it has to do with it.
Yeah, but you say a lot and no one can address anything you say, and then everything that comes afterward is propped up on something that people might not agree with. And then you evolve the conversation.
I'm not asking
but you evolve the conversation away from what people would like to address.
I'm not asking anyone to agree with what I say.
But just to let people address you if you want to have that, so we could all have a conversation with each other. We all want to have the conversation. Go ahead, Aaron, and we will just have enough. Go ahead, Aaron.
So I'm not trying to get anybody to agree. I'm just saying if you want people to accept what you're saying, the premise has to be understood. And so to say China not acknowledging our debt would collapse our economy, that doesn't even that's worse than a vacuous truth.
I didn't say acknowledging. I said China's financial instrument is propping up U.S. currency through trade, through all the goods that are made in. You can't even pick up a pencil that says made in America.
How would China collapse it? That doesn't make sense. Do you know why? It doesn't make sense.
Okay, tell me why.
No, it's like it would create like a global nuclear war, except in commerce. Here's the thing: why is China powerful and big? Because they produce at a cheap rate, but what they produce has to be consumed by someone. That someone is us. Number one. Number two. China would have to turn loose of ownership of all the real estate that they have in American and on American soil and other territories that are controlled by American militaries.
Have they did it?
No, that's the point. They can't collapse anything because they would go down with the ship. If they sink this ship, there's a vortex that's going to go behind the American sunk ship, and China is getting sucked right into it.
So yeah, that might be, and we might go along with it.
No, if they sink us, they're done. Tomorrow, they sink us tonight, they don't have breakfast in the morning. They're done.
I love China. I love China.
We love China. We can hear it in your voice. Yeah, as Aaron was saying.
China.
Yeah,
I love
US goes down.
Hold on, Hotep. Let's see.
I love Canada.
I got you, Hotep. Go ahead, hey y'all, KT to go, and then we have it right back open. And I'm clearly Hotep want to answer to both of y'all. So
He wants to talk. Yeah, I'm not sure why we entertain him, but as Aaron was
Set
saying,
up your proper speaking, Uncle Tom.
Oh my God.
So as I was saying, if the U.S. goes down, we're the largest consumer. We send so much money to China that their entire economy depends on us buying things from them. There's no other replacement of the U.S. for one. So that would be one. And two, if the U.S. decided to try and dump the debt, the U.S. would print the money to buy the debt. They would create a floor. And so the dollar wouldn't collapse and the economy wouldn't collapse because we would just print the money to buy
So we'll produce more money to pay a debt with the debt. That's what you're saying.
Yes, we would.
And that would make that debt solvable.
Yes.
Economic resets, and quantitative easing, all of that. Yes.
So that's how we get what? That's how we get what?
Yeah. You want to keep talking, buddy? That's how you get inflation.
I'm not your buddy. You say that to go for people that are in fraternities. I'm not in the fraternity.
Hold on, fellas, brothers. Please, let's just try to keep it on the points that we're saying, not attack each other, please.
It'd be a federal veteran.
And the biggest reason that people rock with the U.S. is because of stability, which Trump is creating a lot of instability. His administration is creating a lot of instability, and that is causing issues.
Beautiful. I love it.
Well, I like it when you're muted.
I want him to keep doing that.
We know you do. You do not rock with the U. We understand that you would like to see the U.S. fall for whatever reason. No. You can move to a different country, but you don't. You sit here, you hop on channels.
As long as my ancestors' blood and bones are in these soil, I'm gonna agitate and I'm going to advocate.
As long as their bones are in the soil, you should be trying to represent and pick up the nation. To make
and
sure
what you need to do
that you
you need to go join the military and put your loyalty on the line.
I'm already in the military.
Eat a man. Please get your uncle. Eat a man. Get your uncle.
Hold on. That's not necessary. Hold on.
Damn. What are we doing?
Hey, am I mistaken? Or are you active status?
Hold on.
I did active for 5 years. I'm reserves now.
Get Aaron. Ask the question again, Aaron.
No, he answered it. Is his status active? And he said he's reservist with former active status. It's like, what? He's currently serving. He's a DOD employee. What are we talking about?
I've had discussions with Hotep like 3 different times, and I've told him I'm in the military. He just is too old to remember these conversations, and that's why I don't really entertain him.
Yeah, your blood equity is
about your damn military career. Nigga, if you in the military, you in the military.
Hotep, did you go to combat?
Hold on, those are irrelevant questions. Doesn't matter if you went to combat or not. All right, so let's get back to the. I want to welcome Eda Man Williams into the conversation. Go ahead, Eda Man. You look beautiful, baby. I love your new dress. You're welcome.
Yeah, you weren't talking to E, were you?
No, he's talking to his wife.
Oh,
I know y'all
hello, baby girl.
That was just timing. My bad. Okay.
I know y'all ain't used to having beautiful women around y'all, so yeah, that might catch y'all off guard when they talk to women around them. But hey, no. So, the crazy part about it is that I never seen so many people want to sink the ship that they're on. Like the idea that we're not a part of America, right? Like this idea that we try to separate, even though we want all the benefits of America, we try to say, hey, you know what? We think the whole ship should go down, and I just think that's idiotic. To be honest, I think I think we will be fools as Americans to not want America to secede. And I hear
you're not no damn American.
Hold on, Hotep. We'll let y'all screaming out in a second. Got it, man. You finished? Are you good there?
Yeah, I think that's a good place to land it.
Okay.
Get his hormones out.
Hold on. Before Hotep goes, I want to also bring in artifacts into the conversation. Then we just have it right back open. Everybody could just join in, get in where you fit in. Go ahead, artifacts. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, y'all can continue. I gotta still get my thoughts together.
Okay. Go ahead, KT to go.
Well, I was trying to respond to Hotel, but we ain't gonna go back there.
It's okay. You can respond to him. It's fine.
No, I'm definitely not. We're not doing
Okay.
that. Anyway, but either man, what I'm gonna say is, while I understand it, I disagree personally because I think it's also literally the definition of insanity. Do the same thing, you expect a different outcome. I get you saying like because we're geologically born here, we're Americans, but we don't really get the same benefits as most Americans, which is by majority white people. We don't get to live those same lives or have those same benefits. So if we're going to proceed in that system, I mean, I'm okay with the ship going down.
Okay,
I know how
well,
to
I want
swim.
to understand. I want to understand what make you not American and what benefits you don't get being an American.
Okay.
Like I said, first of all, I know geologically, you can't deny what region area you're born in, right? So that I mean, yeah, nationality wise, I just have to be American. You feel me? We all are. Outside of that, I mean, I don't get the right to not look suspect, to not fit the description. You feel? I fit every description with the police.
How many times have you been stopped by the police recently?
Many
Hold on.
times.
So you said you don't get the right to not fit every description as a police. Don't it make
No, I
sense to
said
change your
I don't
description?
have the right to
Because
not fit the
I
description.
just want to ask the full question because I don't fit every description of the police, and I'm a black man.
No, I said like with the police, I don't have the right to not fit the description.
No, the point that I'm
Like
saying
I'm
is
a
I'm a
black
black
kid with
man and I
dread. Well, not
don't
a
fit
black kid.
every
I'm a black man
description.
with dreads, right? And they're gonna be like, yeah, it's a black guy with dreads. Doesn't matter what I do. Don't matter what I have. Don't matter if I'm with my kids sometimes.
Has it happened to you a lot in the past month?
No, what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying
happened
is
to me.
that
In the past
I
month?
mean, I live in
I'm
the
trying to
South
help
though.
you understand is that because you're trying to make this a black thing, and I'm telling you, I'm a black man and I don't fit that description.
Yeah, okay. So that's but
Yes,
let's be
you
frank.
do.
It's not saying that nobody doesn't get to do it, and I'm not saying that you haven't been unaffected by things. I'm
So
pretty sure
no,
you could say some things you've been affected by racially. However, I'm not. The point is the majority of us don't really get that benefit.
I don't think the
Most
majority
people.
of Black Americans have dreads. Have you looked in? Have you talked to a
And I
lawyer
ain't even talking
about?
about just dreads.
Have you talked to a lawyer
Shoot,
about a civil
in
case for
North Carolina,
discrimination?
it's either dreads or a cut, and either way you fit the description.
Well, I live in North Carolina, and I haven't seen any random Black people being walked up to and saying, "Hey, you fit the description." Have you talked to your lawyer about a civil suit for discrimination if this happens so often?
You changing the topic, sir. That ain't got nothing. And if you're in North
No, it
Carolina,
do.
you
It do
telling me
got a
you
lot to
don't
do
know
with the
about
topic.
Lexington
It do got a
or
lot to do
any
with the
of the
topic because you're moving off your feelings, man.
many
This
racial
is
things
about
we have
a
there? Lexington, what about Thomasville police? Any of that? You know about any of that?
No, I don't live in those cities. I live around Raleigh
I don't
and
need it.
Charlotte. Okay,
I thought this was
so
a
why are
foreign
you bringing them
policy
up?
issue.
Huh?
I thought this was a foreign policy issue.
I agree, but I mean, he brought up the point of the boat going down and why am I okay with it? And I explained it, and now we're here.
Sharon, what
I'm
you
okay
talking
with
about,
going back
Hold
to
on.
Sharon?
the
All right,
foreign
so,
policy and
so
all
we can
that.
mine out the conversation. So, Aaron, so you believe that either man still fits the description that KT the Goat said? I think I heard you say that.
Well, he fits the description of a black man. I mean, unless he's telling me he fits the description of a Celtic woman or a Doberman, he fits the description of a black man. Now, the question is, are there other distinguishing factors that can separate him from a black man that we're currently looking for? But a black man saying he doesn't fit the description of a black man is a man that is that's the level of what man, that's synthetic what you on is wow.
No, I
You
think
gotta get
I
that out.
think you misunderstood what I said, Aaron. He said that with the police, when he started talking about dreads and looking like a criminal and all that stuff, when the police see me, they don't see that image. Like I'm pretty sure
Oh,
if
you're
Aaron,
talking
if you
about
show hold on,
stereotyping.
Aaron, let me finish my statement, sir. If you showed up looking like you looking in your picture, the police ain't gonna automatically say you fit the description of someone that's a threat to him. So like that's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
so
It's also how we
See
carry
me.
ourselves.
so stereotyping. All right, now that's different. When you say fit the description and leave it there, I'm thinking, well, if the description describes your ass, you fit it. But if that description creates a prejudgment or a stereotype, that's an issue. Okay, I'll concede to that.
But I think that's what we were talking about. Like you can't take what I'm
Oh, and I
saying
was
without
I was
taking
unclear.
well,
I
I'm
mean,
saying
but
I
you
he
was
hear
right.
what I'm saying, Aaron,
He right.
without taking what K
Because
to
I'm
Go
saying
have
the
provided us
description
with
we
the
fit is a
information.
black
That's the
man.
point that I'm telling you. So what I'm telling you is when people say, hey, as a black man, I don't have the same rights, because he said rights. I don't have the same rights as other people. I said, what does that look like? And then when we start going down this rabbit hole talking about dreads and this, that, and third, and I'm like, I don't have that description that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. The
all right.
description you
See what
have is
I heard.
what Aaron said. It's a black man. That's what I'm talking about. We're black people. Everybody, we get in this on this panel hella times. You can look in this chat and girls gonna call hella niggas bandits and dumb because we niggas. Not even if they know us personally. They just don't like what you're saying, and that's what they automatically gonna cast on you. And it's nothing wrong with saying some things are stereotypes, right? Some things are fact. Even stereotypes, I keep it a bean with you. Stereotypes based on some type of realistic shit. Like most of the time, I'm not saying every last one of them, but yeah, like black people like chicken. It's not like I don't know how offended we can be here. You know what I'm
I
saying?
kind of
Like,
disagree. I
But
think most
everybody
cultures,
like
bro. I
chicken.
think
White
most
people
Yeah.
like
cultures.
The
chicken
world,
too.
the world loves chicken, bro. The world loves chicken, bro.
nah,
The
for
world.
sure, but it's something about that Negro eating chicken. Like, let's
See, but
keep it a
Watermelon.
bean. That soul food.
Wow.
Hey, listen, soul food
Watermelon.
only a
I
thing in
personally
America,
hate the
baby,
shit.
and it
No,
ain't
but
coming from them white
that's
folk.
no, but that's the crazy thing that I'm telling you is like everybody like chicken. Like you, like if you go to country after country, and it can be not one black person in sight, and they still like chicken. So like that's the.
I ain't even debating that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
But no,
again,
but
like I
that's
said,
not the
some
point.
things
So
not even a stereotype, it's just a fact, right? Or based on something that's true. You can say that. Like I know a lot of Mexicans that was fucked up driving. Like, I mean
no, but so
stereotypes
what
exist,
I
right?
No,
really
no, no,
want to
no,
get
no.
down
But
to
right
is
there, hold on, real quick. Right there, what you said. Okay, Spanish. Boom. It's something called arroz pollo, which is chicken and rice.
Arroz con pollo. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Look,
well,
chicken
what
and
I'm trying,
garlic can
I
be
really
found
trying to
anywhere.
understand because I want to understand from a rights point of view. So as an American, because he said that he's not American because he don't have the same rights. That's what I'm trying to.
Nah, I said we not treated the same, like equally getting the same amount of treatment of the rights. Like it's not like we get to live the life as other people have in this country.
Is
Like,
that by choice though? Is that by choice, or is, I mean, I don't know about that,
But
but
yeah,
no,
I
but
mean that
I would
that's
say
that's not even
I
that's the
live
crazy.
pretty
bad
And
damn
we
good.
all
narrative.
know it wasn't by choice, and we still just sitting here having to accept the sloppy seconds, and now we trying to fight for America, the
Who's
one that just
acceptance?
did that and
Speak for
told us like,
yourself.
No.
No,
hey,
speak
But
we
for
let
yourself.
listen
y'all
what he
free. Y'all
said.
got the
Hello,
same rights as
we
us now.
can't. Hold
Y'all
on.
good.
So when he said we can't live the life that other Americans live, what does that mean?
Yeah, no, I don't know no restrictions I have. I live great.
No,
I
but no,
live
he
great.
didn't
No,
answer
I'm
that
not.
question
We
for us.
listen.
What does that
We can
mean
play
that we
the
can't live their life? Because
we can play the stupid game, bro. How many Black American billionaires are there?
they have
I ain't
some.
worried about billionaires. I'm just saying, like, if you
All right,
talking
man.
about
If y'all
living
saying
good,
we got the same opportunities, we make more, innovate more,
I've
this,
made
that, and the third. We should
everything that
have
I
more of
have.
them, right?
No, but
Nah, nah, nah,
hello, the black
bruh.
billionaire. Hello, the black billionaire is a bad argument because it's white billionaires and black billionaires. That means both of them had the opportunity to become billionaires.
Yeah.
I'll give you
Who's
an
making more
anecdote.
things? Black folks or
I,
white folks? Let's be very honest here. I'm talking about like in American culture.
In America, we got
I don't
billionaires
know,
in
bruh.
America.
Most American culture is basically Black history. It's not
I
even American
know.
culture.
All
All
I
forms
know
of
is
music is some shit niggas made. We can prove it. They stole it, and now they say, "Oh, it's American."
That's
Like,
I
a
it's
don't
poor way
know,
to
not,
look at
bruh.
it, bro.
so shouldn't it be?
That's a poor way to look
I'm
at it
not even
because
gonna
Black
say
I don't
no,
know,
Americans,
but
bruh.
shouldn't it be
Black
damn near
Americans
just
have
as
big
many?
influence on the world, bro. So that's a poor example of what you use. But I'm gonna use
I
my own example. So me personally, I just think that you as a black man, most cultures should embrace you if you have some substance to go along with you. I think the problem with us as blacks, we come from a lack of knowledge. And so when you have a lack of knowledge, you're going to say certain things, you're going to do certain things that's out of the norm. But you got to be able to embrace certain cultures, man, and to be able to get that impact that America has for us. Because as we can see, Asians are thriving in America, Koreans are thriving in America.
They're Asian.
All type of cultures are thriving right here on the land that we come from. And so I think that was a poor excuse that you used. I think that we just come from a lack of knowledge, and we just lack the faith and belief in trying to get the knowledge that we need in order to capitalize on the resources that America has.
Two things
No,
I'll say.
no,
The
no, no.
Can I
first thing
say
I'm gonna
something?
say.
No. Wait.
All right, hold
Please,
on. All right,
please,
okay, hold
please.
on. One mic.
1 second.
Aaron wanna jump in. Mr.
All
Seven
right.
wanna jump in.
Go
Nah,
ahead.
let me
Allow them to
reply
jump
because
in.
he was talking to
And
Go
me.
ahead, brother Aaron.
you'll be able to go ahead, Aaron, Mr. Seven, and then KT to go. Let's try to keep it that way. Go ahead.
What the last gentleman just said does make a lot of sense, and it is a righteous statement. And in where it counts, I would agree. However, there's still a futile attempt to immerse yourself in other cultures, and there's no payout. And I can tell you anecdotally, I'm deeply wrapped up in the motorsports community, right? And I'm not talking about street drag racing and drifting. I'm talking about racetrack road circuits with very purpose-built high-end European sports cars. And in that arena, people, and they either think I'm a part of like maintenance staff or a misplaced spectator. I have no idea what I'm doing. And like in some of these pre-race briefings, I ask very advanced questions about very advanced techniques, protocols, things like that. And the response I get 9 times out of 10 is, that's out of your league. You're in over your head. Like their answers are very ABC, and I'm asking, advanced calculus and physics questions. And then when they see my big black ass out on the track, destroy anything moving, and come back, they go, "How did you do that? What's in your car?" Son, you had a 200 horsepower advantage. You have bigger tires, and I'm 150 pounds heavier than you. And I smoke you. It doesn't work all the time. Trust me. There are communities where black people don't fit, even if you kick their ass.
Let me know where I can go when I can go, Sharon.
No, I'm done. That's it. I'm done.
All right, I got you. So the next person was Mr. 77, KT to go, and Rahotep, you going after KT to go, and then be open. I don't know who want to go after Hotep. Go ahead, Mr. 7.
I go after Hotep.
Okay.
I appreciate you. All right, so I wanted to just respond to my brother Afro Facts, and much respect to you and what you were saying as far as when you said there is a lack of knowledge. No, the fact is that we have been not able to tap back into what we originally already had. You're not going to tell me we build all kinds of things and been innovators forever and a day. No, what it is that we have chosen not to utilize the knowledge that has been around us forever and a day now. For whatever time period we've chose not to do it. So I just wanted to make sure that it's just, the wording of it to me personally, right? I don't know who, if somebody can mute, I don't know who. All right. But like, all I'm saying to land it, and open up the floor, Sharon. No, it's not a lack of knowledge. We have all the information in the world. All the information in the world. There is nothing that is not at our fingertips. Okay. It's whether or not we choose to go ahead and pick back up what it is that we chose to put down once upon a time. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
I'm gonna piggyback off him a little bit first because I was gonna just answer you too, Art. But I was gonna say the other part of that is we're definitely smarter than our predecessors who were pretty successful. So I think saying we lack knowledge is kind of crazy. Secondly, I've already went through the difference between you saying like an Asian, the Koreans, and like everybody say that, but you don't notice the broad thing and difference is you don't have a motherland. You don't have nowhere to send your money. You make your American money as a Taiwanese person. You make your American money and send that shit back to Taiwan and live good in Taiwan. Like, you don't just stay in America for life. Even if somebody does, they probably still got a very close outside of family that comes here in the summer, maybe work with them, go back home, watch they shit that they done bought in they motherland.
What? What? Okay, keep going. What?
I
Nigga,
believe
what?
Hotep was next guy. Hotep didn't eat a man. Go ahead.
He about to flip out. He is about to
I clearly understand what the brother said as far as the brother was talking about his skills in motorsports. And the example that he gave was a perfect example of how even when you have the knowledge, you outperform in all the different disciplines in any particular area of activity. They still question your intelligence or your reasoning for even being on the track or on the tarmac. Now, the question I have is that what rights do particularly white people, so-called white people, or white men have in America historically that they have and benefits they've been able to take full advantage of unrestricted in America, where they had to march, had to sing, had to plead, had to do any of those things to acquire those innate inherent rights based and enshrined in their Constitution. Tell me one right or one civil rights organization that so-called white people have. I land.
The Revolutionary War was an entire war to get those rights, by the way.
No, let AR go. Let AR go right now.
No.
We
gonna stay in the order.
No. The Revolutionary goddamn war was of white folks against white folks.
You're muted,
so don't
Sharon.
try that, AR.
God damn it. Hold on. All right. So I didn't realize I was I'll be trying to hold on. You want to answer his question, AR, before Eat a Man go?
I gotta go actually, probably after this. But yeah, his question was historically what rights have white people had to fight for. The Revolutionary War was a war to fight for the independence of a country because they felt like they were being subjugated by the crown and Britain. And then obviously the Civil War was over slavery, and that had a whole rights thing, the ownership or the property, blah blah blah, all this stuff. So they also fought in that war, whether they fought whatever you want to say what they fought specifically for, they still fought for certain rights to either not exist or to exist. So they have fought for that. But I gotta go. I appreciate your time, everybody. Everybody have a great day.
Thank you.
Take care, AR. I'll play your hand for you.
Appreciate you, sir.
I just want
Go
to
ahead, go ahead, Eat a Man.
I just want to address the elephant in the room. Like, see, it's funny that we want to blame it on everything else. It's funny, the people who have the highest marriage rates are typically the wealthiest. The people with the lowest marriage rate are typically the poorest. I just read a report last night that says that the Mexican households typically have more money today than black households, right? And what that comes down to is that we have to understand, for us to build wealth, we can't do it by ourselves as men. We have to do it together with women. And for some reason in the black culture, we have bought this thing that we don't need women, period, that we can do everything by ourselves. And I think that's a direct reflection when we start talking about the wealth gap.
Okay, and
I don't disagree, A. I don't disagree.
All right, and so also you'll be able to get a chance to jump in there right there. We got over 160 people collectively watching the show. Thank you from both sides. Everybody that's here, make sure you're hitting that like button and that share button. This is how we keep pushing out alternative media out there. And if you can, please send it down. I have alternative ways to super chat since we all know that I'm demonetized at this moment. So if you can support, Cash App, PayPal, Zelle, and also you can do it by Stripe as well. These are all ways that we can help each other out. Hopefully we can keep it going. Hopefully I'm getting you through your work day or your whatever it is that you're doing. Hopefully I'm getting you through it. So go ahead. I believe somebody wanted to jump in. I think Art, maybe Aaron. Are we good right now?
I'm all set.
Go ahead, Aaron.
No. I'm all set, man. I'm chilling and listening.
Okay.
So I wanted to touch back on the foreign policy. On what y'all was talking about was about foreign relations. I just think as Americans, we just came from so much of a high from World War II. We dominated so much of the world that we lacked something, or we didn't take full advantage of what we accomplished during World War II. I think that's what the Republicans and Trump is trying to demonstrate, is that we can go back and make some corrections, because remember that when we dropped the atomic bomb, the Asians, like in 2 or 3 years, I believe the Asian economy went up and they became the third largest economy back in those days. Like right after we dropped the bomb, it took about 3-4 years, bro. Their economy became the third largest economy in the
Because
world.
we pump money into their economy. America
We
did that.
Understood, E. But that's what I'm saying. We
after
made a
we dropped the
mistake.
bomb.
After we did that, we didn't capitalize fully on the world stage, because we could have gained more resources for America. That's my opinion. I
But
digress.
it wasn't about resources. You got to understand how America designed. America didn't want to start bringing that labor back to America. They always wanted a slave class. Like this idea that we still don't have, like when we start thinking about these factories overseas, that will still be considered a slave class. So we had to pump it back in there because we had
Labor.
already put
So
laws
E,
in
why
place
did
that we
E?
could
So
not have
why?
slaves.
Cost of labor.
Understood, but our economy is supposed to have a. It's supposed to be a gain for our economy, though. That's
It
what I'm
was a
saying. We giving all
gain.
these. Okay.
It's not. It's not a gain.
It's a gain for our economy if we can go
Nope.
to China and get
Nope.
something pennies on the dollar that it would have been made in America. That's a
Now
gain.
listen what your ass said. You got to go all the way to China. Now, if you order it from China, import it from China, that's a different price. So either man, I don't know who you married to, or if you got a poodle or you got a dog that you carry in a wallet or purse, but you don't know what the hell you talking about.
So
What you think about that,
hold on.
Aaron?
I
Go
want to
ahead.
make sure, because I done heard him argue the other side of this. Are you saying that it's not a benefit for us importing things from China?
I'm saying that America is a consumer colony. Americans is lazy. They won't even go out there and pick the vegetables that former immigrants were picking. Lettuce rotting in the sun. Tomatoes. The
But you're
price of
proving
goods.
my point. That means we're
See,
benefiting
this is the
of
thing with you,
China.
Eater Man. This is the thing with you, Eater Man. You think you got some
When you
stake.
say, hey,
You
we're
think, no, hold on.
lazy and
You
we
think
don't
you
have to
got
do
some
this,
stake in
that means
America.
that China is a benefit for us if they doing majority of this stuff for us.
But at what labor cost? If it's imported and the prices are paid by the American taxpayer after it's imported, how is that a benefit to us? Those jobs that even Clinton talked about under CAFTA and NAFTA, those damn jobs are never coming back. Most of the
All he's
call
saying
centers.
is,
No, but you're talking 2 points. He's talking about back in World War II. In World War
right.
II, he said it was no benefit for us to rebuild these countries.
No,
And I'm
E. I
saying,
didn't say it was
and
no
that,
He
benefit,
didn't say that.
E.
hold on,
He
I
didn't
didn't
say
say it
that.
was no
I'm drawing
benefit.
these two things. Hello,
I didn't say it was no. I
drawing these.
said, could we capitalize off of it more? I didn't say it
That's
was
what he
no
said.
benefit. Could we capitalize off of that, in which we did in World War II? Actually, could we have done it better
But no, but
afterwards?
Exponentially.
that's playing quarterback. Listen, that's the whole point I'm telling you. You playing quarterback. And any time in
Oh man,
history,
he
I
talking
can
about
go
football
back.
now.
Hello,
This
anytime in history, I can go back and say, hey, we could have did more. We could have got better. Like, listen, bro, that's always gonna be the case. It always gonna be something we could have did better or got more of, because we have the full picture now.
Okay, why didn't we get more of what the thing you're talking about? Why we didn't get more
Well,
of the benefit of that?
we did, and we still are.
No, I'm not saying we as an I. I'm saying why didn't
talking
America?
about-
When I say I'm talking about America.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about.
He's talking about America too. Everybody's talking about America. When
I'm
you
talking
say
about
we,
America, man.
Okay, when I talk about America, I'm talking about the corporate state.
I'm talking about America when I said we are.
Hold on, brother. I'm talking about the military-industrial complex. I'm talking about black budget money that's skimmed off the top, money that is pumped into circulation that devalues all dollars that are in circulation. The fact that Congress does not control the purse. The international bankers control the purse of all economies, particularly dealing with the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. So stop talking about this we like we got some decision in it, and somebody's calling us up, asking us our goddamn opinion.
You don't tell me what pronouns to employ in my
I
express
just told
thought.
you.
I'm
You
the
married out
author of
of
my thoughts.
you
When I
married out
express
your
myself,
listen,
I
you
will
married
do
to a
so
white
using
woman.
the vernacular, syntax,
You
and
married to
lexicon
a
of my
white woman,
choice.
and you
You
married to a
are
white
not a
woman, and you
dictator
gotta get
of
out
my
jail and
use of
collect
Let me just
language.
clear this
$500
up.
car.
Hold on. Let me just hold up. First of all, you talking to Aaron. Aaron is not married to a white woman. You got that person confused.
I thought that was either man. If that was Aaron
Yeah,
talking,
yeah,
I
yeah. You
apologize.
thought.
Hold on, Ra.
If
Hotep, either man
Aaron,
is
I can at least apologize to him.
Hotep, hold on before you
Accepted.
apologize. Also, either man is not married to a white woman as well. So you got your facts wrong.
Well, he married to a cow or a Chinese or goat or something. I don't know what he married to. But I can tell when a nigga don't cross the
Why
track.
you gotta talk about people? No. Why?
Because
Why
because
you
I
gotta
wanted
talk
to.
about people?
Because
Why you gotta go at my man Aaron like that,
Why
bro?
you
I'm not talking to Aaron.
Hold on.
I'm not talking to Aaron.
Yo, listen, hold on. We are all grown men. Hold on. We
I'm
grown men.
talking to
Hold
either
on.
man.
Hotep, hold on. So again, if we're having Hotep, you're the oldest on the panel. If we are having a
real talk, though.
conversation, we should keep the conversation on the topic. You're one of the oldest people on the panel. You should be demonstrating that, not trying to insult somebody's choice of who they married or children and all these other things, these other factors that have nothing to do with the topic at hand. Let's get it together and let's show everybody else we can have conversations without throwing.
You're right.
But I don't. Man, you messing up my question.
Okay.
But
my question was a good question.
Okay. All right. So that's everybody. Let's get back to not attacking characters, attack the points that we are having a conversation about, and this way we can have a good conversation.
So arts and facts. The whole point that I'm trying to help you understand is America became a superpower after the Second War. This idea that we didn't gain nothing or we didn't we didn't manifest greatness after this war is all superficial. Over time, we lost a lot of power that we had. But after the war, if you study the war, America get what they want, how they want it, in whatever fashion they want it. And that was a fact.
Okay.
Right, man. You know what? I said that earlier about after the war, how, Britain was pretty much the guardian of the world, and the United States just kind of slid in that position. And in the other countries, they kind of went into, socialism and holding up their social systems, and they didn't spend as much on military as the U.S. did. So you're right.
Nice. I love it.
So what happened?
What
I
after
actually
the war?
wanted Aaron. Yeah.
All right. So
in regards to what?
Let's take a look at how America has benefited between the war end of World War II and now. All right. First thing, strategically, bombing Japan immediately was the first and only time a nuclear warhead's been detonated in combat. So it gave the world a snapshot of what that looks like, and that's when the precedent was set that we should not do this again. And even still, we weren't really held accountable for that. Like, we didn't start a nuclear war. People were like, nah, that's some shit. We agree not to do it. Second thing is we got control of the Japanese territory and Okinawa, right? Military control. Now that's a strategic advantage when it comes time to taking Korea, which we have South Korea now, which puts North Korea, stay put, and China, right? The only thing China has near us is maybe a submarine and some real estate that we sold them, but we got guns on. But we actually have land masses near China, right? So as far as military strategy, it's a good location to be in. Also, it helps to have the Philippines, right? They don't have that over here. That's what Cuba was about. Russia was trying to get a hold of Cuba so that they could have a satellite location near us. We said, nope. Now, as far as economically, who are the best car makers in the world? Germans and Japan, right? They're the ones that we fought and destroyed, right? We got an army base in Germany, we got Marines, Navy, and Air Force in Japan, and they're making cars because they use their technological prowess to make cars and technology instead of weapons, right? They
So are
don't
they
do that
destroying?
anymore, and we benefit from it because now that they have these companies making superior vehicles for the world, they're putting factories in America. There's a BMW plant in North Carolina. There's a Toyota factory, and I mean, there's more German and Japanese factories here than the American factories. The Ford Taurus was made in Canada, right? So we get the benefit of that, and then we export those vehicles. Second, and another thing, when the fuel crisis hit in the 70s, a lot of people think that Japanese cars were always a thing. No, they weren't. They weren't a thing until like the 70s and early 80s when there was a fuel crisis. Everybody wanted a small little car. If we didn't have our foot on Japan's nuts, that would have gone to someone else, right? And now everything is small Japanese because of the fuel crisis. That directly benefited America. Japan saw their best economy of all time in the 80s, and that shit tanked. We still survived, and we still buy their cars that we build, but they design them and then sell them to other countries. Chinese cars are in China. You don't see a Chinese car in America, but you'll see a Japanese car in China.
Is the Japanese car cheaper in Japan than it is in America?
Is a Japanese car cheaper in Japan than in America? Yes. It depends on if it was built there or here. And also, Japanese cars are held to a different standard. The EPA and the SEA in America holds it. So that's why certain cars can't be imported. The Skyline, we had to wait till that turn 25 years old before we can get it.
Yeah,
so it
I
also
agree with
depends
a
on the
lot
car
of
you're
what you said. I agree with
looking at. And they don't have premium brands. There's no such thing as Infiniti. They got Nissan and Nissan. We have Nissan and Infiniti. Over there, it's only Honda. We have Acura, but that's the benefit. Acura is an American brand of a car that is Japanese. But if you buy an Acura, that's an American car company.
Well, America, not we, but America is losing the financial war. They're losing the. They're gonna soon be offset by the military strategic geolocations on the planet, because a lot of these countries are going to kick U.S. bases out of their country.
Okay.
I doubt that. No, I doubt that, brother.
Okay, let's look at it. America's economy. Wait, hold on. America's economy and stronghold is in its military, industrial, economical stronghold. But these countries are wiggling out of these constrictor strongholds that America has on them. China is one. Russia definitely one. Even African nations. African nations are.
So how do you think they're gonna kick these military bases out of these countries?
Listen, is that Edom man speaking?
It doesn't matter. Just answer the question.
Well, no. No. I won't answer the question. You don't tell me who the hell I'm talking to.
Hotep, you off point. Hotep, you off topic, Hotep, because we really talking about the economy aspect. When it comes to war and when it comes to the military, bro, America's is number one, bro. When it comes to
is a part of the military,
bro. When it comes to arms, military is number one. You need to get off of that topic, bro. We need to. We're talking about economy, bro. We're talking about economy, bro. Stick to the topic.
Military doesn't have anything with the economy. The expenditures that go to the Department of Defense has nothing to do with the currency in the economy. Is that what you're telling me?
So, Hotep, are you?
No, is that what you're telling? No. Before you ask me a question, the person that made that statement. Tell me that the military industrial complex and the funding that goes to
it does, but you need to stick to one topic instead of going all over the place, man. You need to stick to one topic.
You was in the Korea, China, and
I never was
base.
in China, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about?
Oh, okay. So we calling names, huh? So we want to start. So wait. So we no. So we want to start cooning. We want to start. We want to start coonology. We want to start cooning.
Man, E, you got an opinion, E? What's going on, man?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Listen, the whole point that I'm telling you is that until we lose the world currency, the dollar is currently the world currency. Is it going to be that way forever?
It's not the world currency.
Okay. So what's the world currency?
multiple currencies. If you look at the New York Stock Exchange and you look at the Dow, the S&P 500, there's many currencies that float all through the economical global exchange rate that determines the value and the strength and the confidence of one's nation's currency.
Okay, and what you're saying is that has a trickle down effect onto our community as a black
No, he's
people.
not
That's
saying
what you're
that. You
saying.
tried to. That's not, he's not saying none of that. Listen, he just like
I'm
the
saying
whole.
that has a trickle down
What's he
effect
saying, bro?
on us as a people, and it has effect on the nation's strength of its dollar and the confidence in which we have as a people that use that currency for the exchange of goods and services, and the confidence we have in it. Money
All right,
in and of itself does not exist.
no, you know what? You know why the American dollar is the standard on the exchange, and I'm not saying that.
Tell me why American dollar is worth a dollar. How much is $1 worth?
No. That's not.
No. Tell me what the value of a dollar is.
That is crazy.
It depends. So to answer that is based on whatever you're willing to exchange me for it. That's what its value is, right?
And the confidence you have.
Intrinsically, I agree. Money has no value. It is just notarized debt. But what I'm saying is,
thank you, sir.
right? No, I see. I know what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, as far as the global exchange, right? There has to be a reference point that's used to juxtapose it against to determine the value of everything else. What I'm saying is, you don't need to be the most. You don't need to be the most valuable form of currency to be that thing.
That's true.
It's the American dollar is that because we are the world's biggest consumer.
I agree.
Correct.
So that is why the American dollar is the standard reference point that is used to determine where the exchange market is. If you compare the yen compared to the U.S. dollar, if you compare the yuan, if you compare the euro, if you compare the British pound, it's compared to the U.S. dollar. As a matter of fact, when they price silver and gold, what do they say?
Don't cut them
it's
off.
This many dollars per troy ounce. They don't say it's this much yen per troy ounce.
Why do they want the gold? Answer my question. Why do they want the gold?
Don't cut him off. Let him finish, man. Let him finish. He's gonna finish his thought.
You know the crazy part about it?
I was going into precious metals. I was getting ready to get into hard assets. Gold does not back U.S. currency. But when you price gold, you price it based on U.S. currency. If you look at the hard asset exchange, no one prices gold at this many yen per ounce of gold, per gram out or whatever. If you look at the troy ounce of silver, it's always a certain amount of American dollars per troy ounce, and then you exchange it to other currencies. Can you use Japanese yen to buy silver? Yes, but the exchange rate is going to be based on the U.S. dollar and how the U.S. dollar is priced, set to price the silver. There is no exchange direct from the yen to silver. It's how strong is the yen against the dollar, and what does silver cost in dollars?
Aaron, it's crazy that you even have to explain this. Like we all know that. Oh, that's crazy. But the whole point that I'm saying is that we still have power in America. This idea that hey, we don't got power. Everybody got more power than us. It's like a paper tiger. It's a made up boogeyman.
Yeah.
No, I don't disagree.
We got power.
I don't disagree.
It's compartmentalized, the power we have, so it's hard to really sum it up. And other places have a lot of power too. And that shit is compartmentalized and written in ways to where we can't tell for sure what they got. But we're not destitute.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Really shit the bed.
Well, Aaron, let me ask you this question. I want to make sure I understand you. So you believe if China stopped selling to America for whatever reason, do you think that their economy would collapse, and do you think that their people go without jobs? Would we see like the highest unemployment rate in China?
I think all of the above, man. I think there'd be a global shuffling of the deck. Yeah, that's like saying what would happen if you brought the moon close to the earth. It would be everything. Tidal waves, earthquakes, volcanoes, storms. It would be everything. Not just flooding. It would be everything you can imagine. It would be a systematic collapse globally. It'd be a shuffling of the economic deck.
And see, that's what I'm saying. In this in this economical system, we are the sun.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah. This is
I
a
agree.
binary. This is a binary star system. On the east, you got
Gotcha.
China. On the west, you got America. China has Russia. We got Canada and Mexico. Europe is in the middle, trying to keep their shit together. They're so fragmented and
Makes sense.
compartmentalized. They're glad they're first world.
Me personally, though, I don't think that America always was the power struggle, was the actual military stronghold that we think we were. I think when it comes to when it comes to the weaponry, yes, we were always number one. But when it comes to the ground, we got to give it to China and Asia and certain Asian companies, Asian militaries, because their groundwork, the people and how they get their military people involved, I do think that they always had an advantage on the ground level. But when it comes to
Their
arms
strategy, their
yes.
strategy is shit. But we don't have enough bullets to hit everybody that they got. They got people. We'll run out of bullets. We'd be throwing guns at them, and they still be sending people.
We don't have enough soldiers.
We ain't got enough rocks on the ground, right?
But
no.
that's it's been that way.
The recruitment numbers
always.
are so fat now. They're trying to pay people extra bonuses to join.
It's been that way since Genghis Khan.
Absolutely.
Genghis Khan started that, and it never went back.
Aaron, see,
Was Genghis Khan an army?
the most complex part about what you said, Aaron, their bodies couldn't even make it to America.
That's what I told you when we got the ocean. That's why America's the shit, because we got the Atlantic, the Pacific, and mountain chains to disrupt transcontinental travel and rivers that we can use to our advantage.
America is the shit. America is the shit.
Hello, Aaron. Aaron, I just want you to understand. I know for a fact that we could not win. Hello. I know for a fact that we could not win a war in China. What I'm telling you is it's impossible for us to lose a war in America.
Exactly.
Correct.
Wait. Somebody said it's impossible to lose a war in America?
Yeah.
If one of those countries, the Korean bloc, the Russian bloc, and the Asian Pacific bloc join together and invade
How
America.
Are they gonna invade? No, stop right there. How would they invade?
Wait. One, because we got people like you, Eater Man.
No, you
Second of all,
missed it. Like
you're not a fighter.
You're trying to go back to insults, and now this
You never propelled out of C-130.
Okay, you don't know what I did.
Or Chinook helicopter.
I parachuted out of one.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Eater Man.
Don't
let
him get off the hook.
Eater Man.
Trying to go somewhere else.
No. Let me tell you something, Eater Man. Let me tell you something about this.
Hotep, that would never happen, Hotep.
No, because now
Eater
this
Man.
is ignorance talking. Listen,
Eater Man.
the reason why Japan only attacked Hawaii.
Eater Man, you too soft.
What are we
You too soft. Eater Man, you're not in that equation. Eater Man, you're not in that equation. You're not in that equation, Eater Man. The Department of Defense or Congress haven't called you and asked you what do you want to do about weapons, munitions, and systems. They haven't called you and asked you a damn thing.
They said, "Hey, old nigga, let me call you and get your opinion." See, this is why we can't have these.
No, this is why my ad. This is why my ad. Oh,
let's be real, fellas.
This is.
Listen. Like I said, we get so derailed because we got people talking about America getting invaded, and then we ask them a simple question. How are they going to get invaded?
Let me ask you a question, sir, and I know you eat.
It's people like you.
Who controls the purse strings? Who controls the purse strings in America? Do Congress control the purse strings?
Now you want to talk about something else?
Yeah, no, come on, man. Come on, bro.
Y'all got let this old dude talk.
First of all, America and China will not be going to war no time soon. First of all, America and China will not be going to war anytime soon, bro.
Article 10, Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution states that only Congress can coin money and regulate the value thereof. When is the last time you know there's a 2/3 majority vote of currency? 1 cent, a half a cent, a penny in the U.S. Congress. When was the last time there was a vote on the currency? If Congress controls the purse string, anybody. When's the last time?
What's the point of the question?
What's the point of the
question is that the U.S. economy, which is everything within the country, is dependent on its ability to pay its bill, pay down its debt, and give confidence to the citizenry of its currency.
Okay.
That's the reason why we're having a lot of the problems that we have, even with other nations. So the last time Congress voted on the value of a dollar was in 1974, about 1974. We were already taking out the silver standard before that and the gold standard. At one time, you can get a dollar that says silver certificate or a dollar that said gold certificate. And you can go to a bank and change it for the value of the price of gold at that time that you wanted to redeem it.
Okay.
Everything that we have now, as far as dollars, what people call dollars or money, is nothing but debt being pumped in circulation and being extracted out through taxes in order to keep inflation in check.
But it's also backed by the people.
No, it's backed by the confidence that people have in the currency.
Correct, Sharon.
Same thing.
Correct, Sharon.
Confidence, however you want to word it, but yeah, but it's backed by the confidence in the people, just so we could just be on our line. So yeah, so the people, as long as the people believe in it, and then it doesn't need the gold backing behind it.
I think the whole concept of the conversation was that America does have a spending problem, bro. I think we all as Americans understand that. I think I don't know if that's what you're trying to get at with the conversation, but if that's the case, well, then you can say that America gave themselves a hell of an advantage for a long time to get here. And if you think about it, so you're basically saying that America, we're not even running our country the best that we can right now. Because if we did, we all would be financially free and we all would be rich at a certain level.
Yeah,
I guess that's what I'm getting for your conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're not in control of constitutional currency. We're not in control of legal currency.
But what I'm saying is, that America must have gave themselves a hell of an advantage for a long time then.
I agree.
If you're looking at it like that, we must have gave ourselves a hell of an advantage. So we're not, if you look at it from an American aspect, then you kind of look at that both ways.
We both can land this plane together. It's co-pilot. Can the debt be paid off in full and settled in full? The U.S. debt, can it be paid off in full?
Me personally, I don't think it would end up being paid off. I think it would be an act of something that we do for another country. It won't be an actual payoff something. It would be an exchange of a something. If it's called, you get what I'm saying. Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Because you can't pay a debt off with a debt. A debt can only be settled through a constitutional act based on real constitutional currency, based on Article 10, Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution, where it states that only Congress can coin money and regulate the value thereof.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that
the value of currency? Central banks.
So do you think that Congress should go back to the drawing board and figure out another currency evaluation? I guess.
I believe that as it stands now, because it hasn't been amended, that Congress should act and take its equal co-branch of governing and take control of the U.S. and the taxpayers' money that is on account based on what that provision gives the Constitution the authority to act upon. We already have it in place. They're not acting upon it.
Okay. All right, I got you. It's a good argument.
Okay. I didn't get your take on it yet, Hotep. Do you agree with how Donald Trump handled this whole Canada situation, and now Canada is trying to find ways to separate themselves from America? Do you agree with how Donald Trump pushed it?
Hell no.
All right, go ahead. Why? You said why? Because what?
I got a question when he done, Sharon. I never asked my question. I'm just waiting.
All right. Yeah,
I'm done. I don't agree that he did, and it's going to cause a boomerang effect on the American. It's already doing it on the American.
Okay, he probably got a phone call or something of that nature. Aaron, did you express you agree or disagree with this whole new Canada position on trying to step away from America? Have you spoke on it yet?
Yeah, no, I haven't. I think it's unnecessary, and I think it's over exertion on Trump's part and an overreaction on behalf of Canada. I think what would end up happening with Canada trying to make this Brexit move, which is essentially what it is they're going to put themselves in the position that Russia is with China. Russia still depends on China for military support, but they are in economic trouble with China. Their dollar, there's strained economic relations between Russia and China. A lot of people don't know that because the headlining news recently was Russia and Ukraine, Chinese giving them weapons, right? But that strategic is different, but it will put Canada in the same position. We'd be up in arms economically, but they'd still need us to take care of their military. They can't separate militarily. They ain't got it. What are they going to do? And we can't afford to let them because then that will make our northern border vulnerable. You'll have to get down and lay down and let me protect your ass and cough up this protection money when I ask for it, and make sure you get to keep your beautiful Yukon countryside. By the way, I'm going to be checking on your shit every time I pass through here going to Alaska, which has a lot of oil and is about the size of a third of the United States anyway. And that benefits you because of the pipeline situation. You know what I mean? Like, there's too much of a mutual need for survival and protection shared between U.S. and Canada. It's just bickering. It's two powerful motherfuckers bitching and moaning. And if anything, it would just hurt the ability to play fair in the schoolyard. But for real, it ain't going down like that. It's splitting this hemisphere in half would weaken this side. China and Russia would see that. And China's not going to get in bed with Canada. They'll get in bed just far enough to make the split happen, and they'll leave their asses for dead. They'll go back to Russia and say, yo, look what I got over here. I got us a Vic. Ain't gonna happen. Not really.
So what is your thoughts when Trump says Canada is not resourceful?
Canada has resources. I don't know that they're resourceful in the sense that, I mean, they're strategic. I call them like a diet caffeine-free America. Like, we got a Ford plant, and, you know what I mean? The only Ford built in America is the Mustang, and what is it? Not Flint, that's the Corvette, Dearborn, right? But we got Fords built in Canada, but we got Toyotas built here. You know what I mean? I'm sure that was for some kind of economic advantage that Canada just couldn't see through. So are they resourceful in the way that they're cunning? No, but do they have resources? Yeah, of course they do. If there's oil in Alaska, there's oil in Canada. In fact, I know it. They got resources.
I like that. That was really good, Aaron. Go ahead, Mr. 77. Go ahead, ask your question.
My question dates back a little bit. Is that all right? I just want to make sure. All right. So to Brother Aaron and whoever else wants to answer. Yeah, matter of fact, Brother Hotep as well. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to include you in this one. I want to hear from Brother Aaron first. So I want to know, since we're so concerned about whatever it is the official language is supposed to be. Now, one thing that I know is that we as blacks here, us specifically, I want to know, what is the difference between black culture and American culture, and do black culture and American culture intertwine, or is it separate completely?
Yeah, all right. I'll take it inside out, which I think speaks to the answer. They are intertwined. They also are mutually dependent. You can't have one without the other. There would be no black culture if it weren't for an American culture. But American culture would not be what it is without black culture. It'd be something else. American culture, so much of it owes itself to black culture. Which came first? They came together in the sense that America, as we know it, began with our labor. And that labor was where our culture was born. Call and response, right? Jumping over the broom, all this kind of thing, right? But as that culture evolved and America evolved, America, you could say, appropriated, benefited from, adopted, assimilated into Black culture as it evolved. And now today, you have 70-year-old white women talking about she just got new bling. But Black people don't eat no fucking cucumber sandwiches.
Wow.
I love that.
Oh, shots fired. Shots fired, Sharon.
I like cucumber sandwiches with a nice herb butter. They're delicious, but you get my point.
Shit.
Hold on,
Brother Hotep.
before you ask Hotep.
Yeah.
The Cash App, it said, Diet Free America. That was a good one.
Diet caffeine free America. Yeah, fat free. That's Canada.
Yeah, I mean, considering there's so much stuff in the water, there's so much stuff in the water. It's funny. I had a joke back in the day. I said, I'm going to invent the first label of diet water. Apparently, we really need to do that now. But anyway, Brother Hotep, without cussing me and everybody out while answering, can you tell me what your thoughts are? Just wondering.
You're on mute, by the way, Hotep, if you didn't know.
You want me to restate the question?
Can I just take another 15 seconds and just draw two?
I mean, he ain't talking.
Yeah, so let's just think about some things that are quintessential to Black American culture. Fried chicken, right? But do you know how the frying process got to our hands? That was Scottish. Scottish people fry everything. They fry spaghetti and meatballs. The fact that you bread something in flour and drop it in hot grease is Scottish. We got it and added African spices to it, which is why it tastes so daggone good.
No,
Same thing with the music. Same thing with music. Rock and roll came from jazz and blues. Jazz and blues was a bunch of African people being handed European instruments and making music.
I just want to know this, Aaron. Okay, so watch this. Okay, so I actually thought about it. Now I've tried to look. I don't know. I think I've seen a few. But before the Colonel himself, which is the original, right, fried chicken.
Colonel Sanders, yep.
Did we have a face on it first, like an Uncle Ben or somebody that was the face of fried chicken? Did we have an Aunt Jemima of fried chicken before the Colonel? Right.
I don't believe so.
Yeah. You see how we can go ahead and
Yep. Yeah. And do you know what Colonel Sanders was? He owned a gas station. Never served in the military. The Kentucky Colonel. No, he wasn't even that. No, the Kentucky Colonel is a social rank. It's in a social, it's high society shit. He had a gas station, and people were coming through talking about they hungry. He said, "Are you hungry?"
No,
and he got this chicken
wait. I think y'all missing it. Okay, let's slow it down, fellas, and let's tap in briefly. My point is. The point is in which I'm speaking on is, okay, so I'm going to say it. Niggas love fried chicken so much. So is it because the white man handed it to us?
No, they love fried chicken.
Who was before
No, we made it. Well, they made fried chicken. We made it delicious.
Okay.
Scottish people invented the frying chicken. They took
We got Famous Amos. We got Aunt Jemima. We got Miss Butterworth. We got Uncle Ben. We got our names out there. Yeah. Where is the Popeyes before KFC? And I'm talking about they got black and white pictures of this man in real life. Where is us with fried chicken before the white man gave it to us, American wise?
We don't have it.
Damn it! Thank you. Let's just be honest about it. We got to talk about that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it was appropriated.
All right, Sharon. What are y'all talking about? Bring me up to speed.
American culture.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. The chicken was appropriated. Yeah. They took it and put a stamp on it.
Now teach me. Okay.
Because there was no face on it.
I had to break. I had some Mormons at my
I know
door. I sick my Rottweiler on some Mormon.
Is there any culinary contribution Scotland makes? Scotch whiskey. That's it. Single malt.
Oh,
They're the
wow.
ones that invented deep fry. They're the ones that invented deep frying, and they couldn't give it away.
I'm not dealing with no damn ish. Ish, Scottish,
Brother
Danish, Swedish.
Brother Hotep. I want to see. Let's stay on course. So now that you're back, I want to ask you this question. Okay,
I'm not getting into fried chicken discussions. Go ahead.
Okay, no. We're not talking about fried chicken, Pops. Don't worry. So
We're
I want
not
to ask
really
you.
talking about fried chicken for real.
All right, so Pops, I don't know how we got there. Only on Sharon show. But all right, so Pops, what is the difference between Black culture in America and American culture? And do you believe that they are intertwined, or do you believe they are separate completely?
I believe they're intertwined and they're pseudo. Everything that the so-called former, the new everything that the made man that was made by another man is pseudo culture. But there's a lot of things that they have expressed in their culture that was derived and sampled from what we consider African culture or African traditions and African sound, kunga drums, and so forth. But I think it's a mix of pseudo cultures that are infused together that people classify as American culture.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess, PhD. But how you doing today? You can hear us? You're on mute. All right, while Diva get her microphone together. Going two. All right. While you get that, make sure y'all all hit the like button, hit that share button, Cash App, PayPal, Zelle, Stripe, the new way how we trying to figure out ways where we could all get involved as much as I can. Appreciate every last one for hitting that like and that share button. It really helps
Sharon,
out.
I want to say one thing real quick before I run to the fridge and grab a bottle of water. For the record, is one, I love to look up the history of food. I'm not just a chef. I love looking it up. We did not start off frying chicken. Again, that's why I asked the question that I asked. No, if anything, our origination of it, if anything, is a rotisserie.
Yeah.
Burning around a flame. If anything, that is the origination of how we ate it, not fried in grease. I digress. My mic is muted.
No, you're right. Open flame roasting or stewing.
And don't forget how we used to take the neck off the chicken. We swung it around like a helicopter.
Oh, I step on his head and pull the body away. But yeah, that works.
Yeah, Art. Oh.
No, my thoughts are just thinking it from a historical aspect. I just think that a lot of Black young men, and specifically, they have to do their research on Black history in order to, I think, gain a certain confidence in themselves. Because if you don't know what your people have done throughout the earth, I think it's hard to establish yourself and to actually look at something that's relevant towards you. If that makes any sense. So the more I dug into American history, but also American history is tied in with Black history. You know, every war that America has been in, a Black man has fought in it. So we all have
Christmas static. Yep.
Absolutely. You know, Black people helped build the White House and the Washington Monument and things of that nature. So we have to believe that we are part of this nation, one way or another. However, how we choose to look at it, that's a different response. But the more you dig into your Black history, your Black relatives, the people that established a certain foundation, a certain legacy. No, they may have not left a recipe, a certain recipe, but they left a presence. They left a family legacy. That's something that you can also lean in towards to get your information as well.
Okay, I like that. And it's definitely something that we need to do more often. Let me see it. Diva, how's your microphone now? Let me see. Maybe I could take off from you. Let me see. I cannot. All right, well, Diva, Get her microphone ready. Check 1, 2. What is this? Go ahead, Hotep.
Well, basically, that's why I try to pay homage and reference and bring reference to. See, brother, I was born in the late 50s. So a lot of what people talk about, they don't have a real reference point to it. I lived it. I've seen it. It was explained to me. It was demonstrated. So I have a reference point. And not saying that I know everything, but one thing I do know, that we have vested interest in these Americans. They owe us reparations. They have a bill that has interest, a cumulative compound interest on that bill, and they owe us, and that money is due us both compensatorily and retroactively.
What about
and I'll stand on that.
Okay, I like that. What is your thoughts, Artifacts? What is your thoughts on Donald Trump before I bring in Bob Cherry? What is your thoughts? How you doing, by the way, Bob Cherry? Everything's good? Check your microphone.
Mic check. You can hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. You sound beautiful. Good to hear from you. So, Artifacts, what is your thoughts on Donald Trump being the 2-time winner of the worst presidency in 100 days, 2 times in a row?
You hilarious, Sharon. Listen, man, my thoughts is I wanted him to win. I've been cheering on Trump actually before the 2016 election. And I just think me personally, we just need to shake up things, man. Me personally, I don't have no specific personal agenda. I'm young enough to believe that we need to see the forest from the trees. We need to see what's going to happen 2 years from now, instead of really worrying about what's going on now. Yes, it's an impact. Yes, the stock market is impacting with the tariffs, things of that nature. But we kind of gotta I think we need to agitate, certain countries. I think we need to see where they at, so we can kind of strategically build upon, what we working with. So to me, I don't have nothing wrong with it. I'm supporting them regardless, and that's what I gotta say.
Okay, so you don't have no problem with him having 2 terms. The first term he had the worst 100 days in presidential approval rating, and then now his second term he outdid himself and has the worst presidential 100 days approval rating. He did it twice.
I actually don't look at it like that, Sharon. I look at it like this. He actually, the more you actually do, because remember, Obama really didn't do nothing his second term. If you look at the stats, if you actually look at, he didn't do nothing his second term. If you look at the stats,
explain this to me.
Everything he did, so it was based off of somebody else. It was either he signed something that Congress, either he signed the bill that Congress created, or he signed a special bill of rights. Listen, he didn't make a special bill to affect the American people. That's my opinion. So and then you got more
orders and then also you're entitled to your opinion, but you're not.
And then also you got more, and then think about this: you got more to critique when it comes to Donald Trump, because he got his hands on more things. He got his hands on more things than Obama ever did. Obama is famous for health Medicare, bro.
You're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled.
Yeah, and I got my opinion, and I'm standing on my square. I'm standing where I'm standing there. I don't care what you got. I don't care what you got to say about me. Yes, I am. What are you talking about?
You talk about a felon.
Hold on, Hotep. Talk about his points, right? So,
I'm gonna talk about his points.
Okay, hold on.
The thing that I always ask.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
What about this right here, Artifacts? Obamacare was in his second term.
Facts.
You asking me the question?
I said he didn't do as much. He's not going to be able to do as much on his second term. That was one thing. What else, Sharon? It's one thing.
Okay, but you said so. But what I'm saying is that the most important thing that that Obama passed was in his second term. That was the biggest thing.
Yeah, and he stood on that, and that was one thing and one thing only. America has different parts of it.
How many people did it help and impact?
All right, hold on.
How many people's lives did that?
Hold on with the question. Hold on.
Because to me, in foreign policy, he was terrible. But go ahead.
Yeah, Diva got her microphone checked. Go ahead, Diva.
Hey y'all. Hey Bomb. No, I was just gonna ask if y'all hold on.
Hey, Diva.
Where do people getting this information from?
All right. So he recently, yesterday, just signed an executive order doing away with disparate impact, which is a legal theory that's used for racial discrimination cases. It could be any type of discrimination. And so that theory made it where you didn't have to prove that the intent of the person, the employer, whoever, was to discriminate. And so he just got rid of that yesterday.
With a executive order?
Yes.
Yes, he did. I saw that. He did.
What's your thoughts on that, Art?
I got to do my research. So continue on.
Oh, gotta go do his research.
So, all right, but what's your initial thought on him getting rid of the fact that you cannot, even if the person is blatantly discriminating against you, the executive order puts it in immediate law that you cannot sue for that at this moment? What is your thoughts on that? Because it's just
I think that it's an executive. Yeah, it's just an executive order. That's what I think about it. So if I look at it, I'm only going to look at it from a certain perspective because a judge didn't make that law. So I'm thinking that it can be challenged. It can go to the Supreme Court.
But it can't be challenged by. So the problem is it can't be challenged by you. So if your employer, right, he says, "Hey, I don't give a fuck about your black ass and your Patriots hat. Get out of here. I'm gonna discriminate you on purpose. With your black ass." You are okay with that? That Donald Trump said, "Now you cannot have no say so about that."
Listen,
that's not typically how that's going to work, because if the employer is telling you with your black ass, then there's the intent there, right? And so typically how disparate impact works, it is what it sounds like, right? So groups are impacted differently. And so one of the ways this works, if we take the employment context, is you apply for a job, they have you take some sort of assessment. And then what we find is that assessment disproportionately screens out members of a particular group, right? So if we're talking about Black people, then it screens out, a lot of Black people, a disproportionate number of Black people. Now, the thing is, he instructed the EEOC and the DOJ to stop pursuing those types of cases.
Yeah, those
right?
Those
and so now, what do you do if you are on your job and you discriminated against in that way, or you have to take a test, you don't get the job, and you suspect the test has something to do with why you didn't get the job? Now you can't even go to the EEOC and have them pursue it for you. So I don't know if they're just like issuing out notices of right to sue or what.
This is a wrecking ball tactic to me. And all these executive orders, yes, they can be challenged with the Supreme Court and at the appellate courts. But and my question is this: is that to Afro Facts? Is that are you? Oh, okay. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Are you do you consider yourself to be a conservative or MAGA?
What? That's hilarious.
What is your? Yeah. Are you a conservative?
I consider myself an independent that leans towards conservatism.
Okay, so
yes,
on the conservative, on the
I'm not an extreme anything. I'm not an extreme anything, sir.
Okay, so I didn't say extreme. I'm saying in the area of conservatism, as you lean, when you lean, what are you trying to conserve? What is your political ideology, and what are the political base that you're trying to conserve? Because I always hear Black conservatives say, I'm a Black conservative, but they can never tell me what the hell they're trying to conserve.
The main thing is the American values. Yes, American values.
Okay, what are they?
Of all people?
No, just let them tell us what it is. Go ahead, tell us what they are, sir.
Ask me again. Say it again.
What's American values? Tell us, explain what that is.
Yeah.
American values is what is where you come from. It's your culture. It's what we believe in. It's how we was taught in schools coming up.
Values and culture are two different things. So now tell us what the values are. Is it
Values and
hard
cultures
work?
go
Is
along
it
with each other.
no,
Values
sir?
and
If
culture
you're
go along with
telling
each other.
us, but if you're telling us that you're trying to conserve American values, values are a specific thing, and so tell us which values are those American values. Jesus,
Specifically,
is
to
it
me, I
hard
think
work,
you
sir?
should.
Is it hard work,
It's
sir? Is that
it's
one of the
not hard
American
work. It's
values?
not hard work. It's not hard
Okay, so
work.
then what is it?
No.
So then what are the
Specifically,
values?
you give me one then, since
Oh
you
my
asking me.
God.
What
So
is
he
one?
don't know.
Asking
What is one then?
you the one who said it, so I want you to explain what you said.
The belief in America, bro. Like, the fact is, we separate ourselves so much from the
All right,
fact that we come from this
Sir,
nation.
I asked you a
To
simple
me,
question. What are the values?
Afro. Real quick. Watch this. All right.
go ahead. Thank you.
We try to help. Okay, so when she asks you that question, so what would you say is American value system? Me, I would give one example directly, and I would say family structure and household. That would be something I would try to guess. You see, like try to narrow it down. And so rock out.
All right, the fact that entertainment is a part of American culture. You can go that fact. You can go that way.
But you said values, sir. You didn't say culture. And I just want you to tell us what American values refer to. Do you not know what a value is? Can somebody look
Yeah, it's
up the
with
definition and let him know what a
your
value
personal
is?
belief.
But you said American values, so it wouldn't be our personal beliefs. It would be the beliefs that are integrated into the society itself, right? And so the beliefs that you need to have in order to get ahead and things like that. And so what are those specific values that are a part of the American ethos? Come on, I really shouldn't have to do all this.
We
So
gonna go with
can I
family.
give an
Man.
example?
When we talking to
An
uneducated,
idiot, an
yes.
idiot. I'm sorry.
Can
Let
I
me
give
go, y'all.
can I
Bye.
give can I give an example?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
So
I would like
PhD.
to have a functional definition and not a damn example. A functional definition of American values. What is it? What?
Well, all right.
Well,
So
okay.
yes.
I just wanted to say, if he says he believes in something, but he don't even know how to give an example of that in which he believes.
Okay.
Right.
I got us real quick. I got you, beloved. So, all right. So right here. Okay. I
That's
looked
some
it up.
disrespectful little motherfuckers, huh?
So a value system is a set. A
They
value.
young.
I'm talking
Brother,
about
hold
this Mr. 77 dude. He don't look that young.
No, he
Oh
young.
no. Yeah. I just turned 23 yesterday.
Yeah,
No,
but
he
you look like
probably
you
older
about
than
50.
that.
But what I'm saying is, I was speaking. You overspoke me and kind of just disregard what I said, and then you call me beloved.
guess
Like
what?
that's gonna clear it up, but you're only gonna piss me off more. So can you please
Get
stop
him.
being so disrespectful? That's it. I didn't disrespect you.
I apologize, beloved. Please forgive me. I calmed down. I want you to finish. And when she's done, Sharon, I would like to read the actual definition of a value system. Please forgive me, my elder. Rock out.
Okay, go ahead. It's on
I
you.
probably said it too.
It's on me now? Okay, that was quick.
Condescending.
All right, so, Sharon, I love you, bro. All right, so look, right?
Condescending mofo.
All right, so look, right? A value system is a set of beliefs about what is important in life, guiding an individual's decisions and actions. It's a framework. It's a framework that helps people prioritize and make choices based on values. There you go. So now,
There you go, Arto. Now you know what the
Right.
value is, right?
Yeah. Now you know that. So now that he read the value artifacts, what
So
are
a culture can be a value system, correct? A culture.
No. It's a byproduct. So to say valuing individual expression has led to the development of culture, opposite of what you would find in North Korea.
Right.
Valuing freedom of individual expression would create an environment for a culture to exist and evolve.
Right.
Yeah.
But having culture is no value.
Right.
It's the
Right,
result
because
of the value.
you can have a value system without culture.
Okay, one thing I do value from American culture is the laws and the freedoms that we have with freedom of speech.
That's not
I
a value.
value. Yes, I
That's
value the Constitution of the United States of America. If that makes
Okay.
sense. Thank you. Go ahead.
not a.
Quote the
Wait a minute.
preamble to the
Yeah,
Constitution.
hold on. Let's try. Let me see.
I'm not going that deep into it. I value the
Hold on.
Constitution. Thank you very much.
Hold on. So,
Okay.
we trying to hold on.
Yeah, Sharon, I got some questions too. Whenever.
I value the Constitution.
All right. So here's the problem that
This is
sometimes we
wild.
have, right? So I think you probably overheard American values, but you never actually took the time to think about which one of the values that you actually agree with. So it sounds good when you just hear somebody say the great American values, right? But if you don't actually indulge in what these American values are and decide, do you agree with the, say there's 10 of them? I agree with 6 out of the 10, so therefore I'm agree American values. Pierce Diva, American values, hard work, individualism, protests, work ethic, things like that. So that's what we was asking about your value system. Okay, go ahead, scam like. Oh, go ahead, Art.
No, go ahead. I have no response.
Okay, go ahead, scam likely, and we'll get you right in Hotep right after.
Artifacts, just a couple of questions. And I'm not really political, and I'm definitely not a blackity black.
Yes, you are.
Not even close.
Yes, you are.
But anyway, you said, I believe your words were, I don't see why people are worried about what's going on right now. We should just wait and see what happens 2 years from now.
Oh, sure.
Doesn't what goes on right now affect what happens and kind of tell you where you're going in 2 years?
Good question.
I specifically said that.
Yeah, you said it. You did. It was you. And the other question, because I'm almost scared of your answer.
No, but you did. Art, you did say that.
Yeah.
I know. Listen, let him go. I love it. Go ahead.
But I'm
do
asking.
you want to answer it first?
I'm almost scared to hear his answer.
Go ahead. Let him finish. Let him finish what he was saying.
That's a lie when he said he's scared. That was being disingenuous. Rock out.
I know, right?
Yes, I am disingenuous.
Very
disingenuous.
Okay, guys.
Absolutely. But the second question, I believe you said everything. Yeah, I value America and the values and the indicative values, and it's about where we come from. Where do we come from in America? You said it. Where do we come from?
Right. Yeah.
You want to answer that one?
Yeah, a lot of us come from slavery.
A goddamn bird chirping. Whose bird is chirping?
A lot of our ancestors.
Damn bird.
You can't focus, OG. You can't.
God,
I just asked whose bird is chirping.
Hold on. I want to make sure I understood his answer. Your answer is where do we come from, and your answer is from slavery.
A lot of us do. It's out. Yes, our tradition from American standpoint. Yes, we come from a slave, of a slave. Yeah.
Okay,
you know what?
predating slavery.
Cool. He just
okay, but where's our origin?
He knew he was wrong. He admitted
origin?
it. I let it go.
That's
Cool.
not true.
Yeah, I'm
on that.
But it's
not all of us. Yes, not all of us.
He knows where I'm going with that. But he waved the flag. Cool.
Go ahead. What's your next one, Scam? You good right there?
That's pretty much it. Y'all can continue dusting on these fictional values that I ain't never seen.
I wanted to say something about these because he don't understand
I'll
what
be back later, actually.
conservative principles are, like what their values are, right? And how Trump is absolutely not for any of those things, right? Like the rule of law. We do believe in the Constitution, except Trump doesn't. He want to change it, right? The rule of law. Trump is a criminal, right? Peace. Like we believe in limited government, but he want to become a king. Like we could go on and on. You claim you're something that you're not. That's what's scary with you younger people, right? You're claiming something, but it's not you. And you claim
that's not true, man.
So do you believe in the rule of law?
I believe in the governance of law. I believe in the governance of law. That's not true. Because you can say the same thing. We can say the same thing about the Democrats, man. We've leaned so much on that party for so long, but it doesn't bring
you right now. Do what you claim.
Yeah, and I'm telling you about me. I told you what it was.
What did you tell me? What are you talking about? I'm asking you questions, and you. So I'm asking you, do you?
You said that he want to be a king.
Yes.
You said he want to be a king and a. Go ahead.
I'm asking you about.
Let me try to ask him for you, Bob. Do you believe that Donald Trump is attempting to be a king with the things that he had put in place so far?
Absolutely not.
So what do you call?
He don't have the power to be it.
So why?
He can't do. He can't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Obama's saying he's attempting to change the Constitution, right? And this is why he has a hat that says what? Trump in 2028, correct?
Yeah, that's propaganda, brother. That's called propaganda.
So you're saying that
that's what it is.
Well,
it's to gain attention.
Okay, hold on. So who's pushing out the propaganda of the 2028?
Both sides are pushing out propaganda specifically, but in terms of the MAGA hat 2028,
right? So is Donald Trump?
I'm gonna answer it.
Is Donald Trump behind?
It's for supporters, bro. It's for more supporters to gain. It's more supporters. That's all it's for. It's for promotional reasons and propaganda. That's all that stuff is for. It's to get a reaction. It's to get a reaction. It's to get a reaction out of the Democrats. And also to gain attention towards conservative parties, to bring people along towards the government.
I'm not a Democrat.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not a Democrat.
Hold on. So you're saying it's propaganda to make people believe in Donald Trump for 2028?
Yes.
So you're saying he's a propagandist?
So that
listen,
means,
man. Everybody don't have the information. Everybody is not knowledgeable in politics. So you're going to get them by cult-like activities. You got to understand. It's the same thing the Democrats do. You lean on one specific thing. So you get all these people riled up so you can make them feel a certain type of way. That's the same thing the Republicans doing.
Okay, so but he is propaganda to be reelected, correct? He's pushing out propaganda to get some people to.
You want to use that word? That's the word I use. It's promotion, media promotion, to get one side agitated and the other side to get involved. Because you got to remember, certain people don't really understand politics. Sharon,
so the campaigns that he's pushing out, you don't believe anything that he says.
What?
Do you believe the things that Donald Trump say?
Yes, I do.
All right, so why wouldn't you believe?
But I don't agree with everything. I don't agree with everything, and I think that everything is not meant for everything. I don't believe that everything is not meant for you. So when it comes to the MAGA hat 2028, I understand that's for a bigger reason. It's not for us specifically that understand politics. It's for people that's just want to join a party because they're tired of the Democrats, basically.
So
some people just join something just because they're tired of something else.
So now if the propaganda works and he gets enough people behind him, do you think he will actually run for 2028 if he get enough people behind this fake propaganda?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh my God.
Okay, now let me step in here for a minute. So if you believe so, and that does happen, what act or amendment to the Constitution will need to be ratified in order for him to do that?
Why are you asking that question? For what reason? It's no
because you just said you believe so. You believe the propaganda. And if he get enough.
All right, so what is the purpose? Is 14 and 2, but
14 and 22, yeah.
Yes, I wanted him to answer. I don't want other adult to answer for an adult. If he claims to know all this stuff,
no, what I'm telling you, Ra, is that like him.
I'm not claiming to know anything. I'm giving you my opinion and from the information that I gather to the best of my ability. So if you're gonna go with that, because none of us got the. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm trying to get to his ideology, not if he actually knows what it's taking. Because we know he doesn't understand. Most people don't know the exact amendments. Most people are not reading all the goddamn amendments. We know that. And it's okay that somebody don't know the exact amendment. Regardless, what I'm saying is that he said it's propaganda, promotion, and all these other things, and saying that it is fake. But he also just said that if he got enough people behind this fake propaganda, that he will actually attempt to run again for a third term. That is wild, Artifacts. You are back.
Yes, Sharon, my bad. I mean, that's just my opinion, sir. I hope it didn't offend you. I hope it didn't mess your day up. You know what I'm saying? It's just my thought and my opinion, sir. That's it.
No, but it's more than just your thought and opinion. You are going against American values that you said that you love. By you saying that you are willing to support Donald Trump in 2028, whether it's fake or real.
Yes, and I do think that.
Hold on. Let me finish. That is going against your own so-called American value system that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, but then we say based on if he get enough votes. Didn't you say that, Sharon? Based on if he get enough votes.
Right.
Did you not say that?
So if he get
No,
enough, so if he get enough people behind him and say yes, we are going to vote for Donald Trump to make these the proper amendments so he can run for 2028. You saying you will get behind that?
Listen, man, I'm not saying
yes or no first before you tell me your
yes. I get behind it. Why not?
So now, how is that a part of American values if we have two-term presidents? That's a part of American values.
I didn't say it was a part of American values. That's two separate things. You said you gave me would he potentially run in 2028? That's a whole separate answer than American values. All right, that's a whole separate answer.
You mean separate question?
Right, a separate question.
No, that's crazy to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's wild. To hear somebody.
This is the reason why I go in. That's the reason why I go in on some of these brothers like this. That's the reason why I go in.
You don't want to hear me to talk, Hotep?
No, go ahead, brother. Do your thing. It's your panel, bro. I'll mute my mic. Go.
Good.
I'm just saying, people come on here, my opinion, I feel. Okay, a feeling and opinion is not fact, nor are they constitutional based on the Constitution.
And I think that the executive branch has a right to challenge the Constitution. And I think the executive, and I think the executive branch have a right to challenge the Constitution. That's my response. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, they have a right to petition the Constitution, but they don't have a right. They don't have a right to rewrite the Constitution.
Amend or ratify, yeah.
They have a right to ratify it, but that has to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. And there has to be a 2/3 majority of vote to make a ratification of any amendment or statute within the Constitution. You're coming on here, young man, with opinions. You're not speaking facts to anything. You're just saying, I feel, and my opinion is this. But you're not speaking to anything about the core values that you hold to be self-evident based on what you believe.
Okay. Your name is Facts at the end. Shout out to the cash app. It said, where's the link, bro? This is Sean M.
And Sharon, you lead with a bunch of feelings as well, sir. But go ahead. I digress. You lead with a bunch of feelings, sir. But we're gonna leave it at that. Go ahead.
No, hold on. That's fine. You're saying I lead with a bunch of feelings, even though you have no proof of it. Correct?
I have no.
Go ahead on you, Sharon. Person.
Hold on. Let me try to have an understanding. So, what proof that you have? What proof that you have that I'm leading off of feelings?
Everybody in this space know you lead with feelings, Sharon. Go ahead.
I understand that's the rhetoric that people say, right? And a lot of times people just regurgitate information that they
You're not going to get a response, Sharon. So go ahead to the next question, sir.
So then if you cannot prove a fact, then you should not say that I move off of feelings when you have no proof of it yourself.
Hey, that's my opinion, sir. I don't have what I gotta prove. I have it. Go ahead.
So maybe if we educate him on the dangers of what he's proposing, that'll help change his perspective.
Maybe.
I doubt.
So
Thank you.
Does the concept of precedent mean anything?
Yes.
Precedent establishes when something happens, you can use that as a reference point for other things to happen again and decide whether those things are cool or not, should or shouldn't happen, right? So by changing, if he gets into a third term, no matter how he does it, it would set a precedent that could potentially lead to a dictatorship. Because what would stop someone from be the running mate of new presidents every election as their vice presidential running mate, and then once they're in office, the president steps down or something happens, whatever, is needed to enact that vice presidential taking over, the vice presidential seat taking over. That one person being a perpetual running mate, now you have a situation where one person, 30 years, has been in the executive branch.
Yes, sir. And we would,
Because
and
that
even if they
precedent has
attempt to
been
do
set.
that,
It's a fail-safe to avoid that from happening. If you cut off any and all criteria that allow any, not a day longer than 2 consecutive or unconsecutive terms, period. There's no precedent where other things can be allowed to sneak in and loopholes, essentially.
I agree.
I appreciate
I don't disagree, and I want you to know too that I'm here to get educated as well, because certain people up here act
Appreciate
like
it.
they know everything, and there's certain people up here act like they know everything when it's just not the truth, bro. It's just not the truth. We all can learn from each other, and so that's what we're here for. I don't think you just here to ramble on about what you know. You're here to gather information so you can go and study it yourself. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
100%. And what I just said, I'm not purporting to be fact, right? I'm no authority on the subject. It is speculation, but it's my understanding that these kinds of potentials can exist, and it's just something to think about when you formulate your opinions. That's all.
Gotcha.
I think that is crazy that you said we should be talking on facts and not feelings,
That's
and you
dangerous.
accuse me
That's
of
dangerous.
being in my feelings without a fact to back up.
That's
You
bold.
accusing me of being in my feelings. That is wild.
Sharon,
And we can't be double-minded like that just to believe what other people saying, whatever rhetoric, because you said other people say it, but it doesn't make it true because people just say it. Just like Donald Trump saying the things that he say, it doesn't make it true. We need to listen to understand each other, right? So the things that Donald Trump is doing, we can see what's going to happen 2 years down the line if he keep on doing what he's doing. As we see, other nations is bucking back. China is bucking back. Now we have Canada bucking back, so we could see the
and that's your opinion, Sharon.
So
That's
hold
your
on.
opinion.
So is my opinion that China's bucking back? Is my opinion that is it my opinion that China is bucking back with tariffs? Is that my opinion? Art, is that my opinion?
He's crying.
Yes.
How's that my opinion?
No, I'm listening. How am I crying, sir? You funny as hell.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
bro.
No, listen, we just having a
So hold on.
listen.
I'm asking you a question. Is
That's
China
just my
me
go
saying
ahead.
China is bucking back? Is that my feelings or is that what is happening?
I think it's more nuance to the situation at hand. But from your
Okay, that's fine.
from your
But what I'm
perspective,
asking,
you may believe that China is bucking back, Sharon. And I don't knock your opinion. And you
okay, but
shouldn't knock mine. We should be able to come to a mutual disagreement and leave
no,
it at that, sir. That's it.
no, it's not it. So what I'm saying is that China putting reciprocal tariffs on America, is that not a version of bucking back? That's reciprocal. So you did something to them, they did something back. Is that not bucking back?
Could be, quite possibly, yeah.
What is your definition of bucking back?
Retaliatory tariff?
What is your definition of bucking back, Art? Art. This is wild that you saying that this is opinion. Art, you still there, Art? I want to make sure you
Yeah, I'm
still
listening.
there. Okay. So yeah, that's crazy that you think that this is an opinion. So Canada responding literally to Donald Trump and saying that we are not going to allow Donald Trump to do X, Y, and Z. And America, we are separating ties with America. Is that not Canada bucking back?
Yeah, I can say, yeah, that's Canada.
Okay,
So-called bucking back. That's their little, yeah, that's the way. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so now we know that I'm not talking off of feelings, correct? Or opinion.
Sharon, you're not gonna get me in no. Listen, to me, it's an opinion. To you, it's a. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand what you're saying. How is that an opinion if I'm saying what happened?
From an American standpoint, I don't think that we look at China or no, we look at Canada as them bucking back, bro. It's them making a decision based off of a tariff that we put in place. Just how I look at it differently. That's it.
What you just don't like the word,
It may be different wording. Exactly. I don't like the wording. Correct.
What's wrong with saying bucking back?
I don't like the wording. I said what I said, Sharon. Let's move on. I don't like the wording.
What does that mean?
Well, I think there's an opportunity here. Would you define bucking as posturing yourself to attack or to threaten?
Correct. I think it's positioning, Aaron. I think it's positioning.
Yeah, right.
I think it's
positioning, right.
It was a response. It was a reaction to a response.
Okay,
that's the answer, Ron. That's the
so the reaction, that's the back part in response to. And the bucking, whatever the reaction is a negative nature. They're not sending us a thank you card. They're sending us a warning. So it's a sophisticated. So yeah, I mean, I don't like bucking back either. I use slang, but I think that's
we can use bucking. We can use bucking. Yeah. I mean, I just think that's a little bit more offensive, Sharon. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, sir.
It is more crude. I'll give you that.
It's my last question. Okay, so hold on.
It's definitely more crude.
Okay, so you just don't like the word. So you would say that Canada is retaliating against America, then, right?
Perfect.
Just like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
God damn.
That's bucking back.
It says, tell them.
I don't know where the youngsters come from. I don't know where the youngsters be coming from.
God damn, with the 20 ball. I'm sorry, I was late. I'm seeing it.
Can I speak to the 3 terms?
I thought that was some wild semantics. It's $20 to bring artifacts back. Anybody in the closet want to attempt to bring or art, you can bring yourself back. I think that was wild semantics. I didn't understand the semantics on that at all.
In his defense, his name is Art of Facts.
Art told facts.
I mean, he's consistent. If he's artful with the facts,
I want to speak to that 3-term presidency propaganda.
Hold on, before we could talk to the 3-term presidency. Bomb, thank you for your patience. I had cut you off. You want to say anything, Bomb, and then we're gonna get into this 3-term president that I don't think is gonna happen. But go ahead, Bomb. I'm sorry for jumping in. You good, Bomb? I think Bomb is good right now. Her mic is muted. Yeah, that was just wild for me. Hotep is that people keep trying to make it seem like emotional because somebody else said it, even though they have no proof behind. Like, you cannot, your last name cannot be facts, and you dealing with what other people's opinion of somebody else is. That's wild.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of. Go ahead.
My bad. I'm out of here, man. Keep loving, keep learning. If you don't go when you want to go, when you do go, you're already gone. See y'all later.
All right, bro.
Go ahead.
But it's just that, the young brother. See, the thing is, I don't believe this is my opinion. I don't believe Trump is going to be able to serve a full 4 years. I don't have no crystal ball. That's just a hunch that I have. But as far as 3 terms, that would put this country in such a constitutional crisis. Even if that was able to be accomplished, I truly believe civil war would break out. I really truly believe that. I truly believe that. Because he doesn't understand. He believes things without being able to present even just small anecdotal facts about what the Constitution says, how it came into existence. And I noticed a lot of people been coming on the panel talking about you getting in your feelings. I noticed that a couple of times most recently, and I don't know what that's about.
Hotep, I don't know. My history doesn't prove what they're saying, so I don't know why they keep saying
And I
it.
agree. You know, when you were on that other panel, I forgot that show. I don't like the way they did you, bro. And you was on Angry Man
Right
panel, and I was trying to get in at the back to come in and come to my brother aid, you know, because I didn't like the way they dismissed, muted your mic, cut you off, try to put words in your mouth and so forth. And I know that's his style, but he just didn't even like my name. And kick, show your face. So I clicked on for a minute and I was on the panel. And then next thing I know, I was kicked out of the room. But I was coming there to aid and abet my brother because I didn't like the disrespect that they displayed and showed against you, brother.
It's definitely a strange situation. I'm not sure why it happens so often. I believe it's because I can't articulate myself, to be honest with you. I think they don't like the fact that I can go down a straight line and talk about what I feeling, thinking at the time. And I could go in between my feelings and my thoughts. And sometimes people don't understand. So a lot of times your thoughts are your feelings.
And you do your best to moderate and be fair. And a purpose, I know I can wild out. I can blink out with no stars in the sky. You know that. But at the same time, you reel me back in. But I didn't like the way they treated you, bro, on that panel. You know, it was a little over the top, extraordinary, uncalled for. But you handled yourself. You didn't break down, start crying, and break down into a fit. You know, but nobody had to carry you out. You understand?
Right.
But I just didn't appreciate that. But I think a lot of these people that come on your panel recently are being dispatched to come to your platform to throw that out, to get you off your game. No, because when someone says you're in your feelings, you know, they're trying to say, to me, what I interpret that as is you're feeling. You're hysterical. You're in your feminine. You're displaying your So I take great offense to that.
Yeah. But the thing is that they want me to try to get in my feelings about them saying I'm in my feelings.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's what they attempt to do, to try to prove it. Like, see what you're doing right now. And in reality, I don't I do that. And when I just try to hold them to their thought pattern, I think sometimes they just get very defensive. I'm just trying to get them to understand what they are communicating. I think like Art, he didn't understand that at one token, he's saying that he want American values. And then 2 seconds later, he was against American values by saying Donald Trump pushing for a third term. If he get enough people behind it, he will be behind it as well. That is destroying one of our American values.
And then he said that's propaganda. They all use it. Then he canceled out propaganda.
Right. And this is the double-mindedness that sometimes we gotta pay attention to. Like, hey, no, this double-mindedness is not good for the American people. We need to be in understanding. Just like with this whole Shador thing, we all men should have been in one position and say, hey, this was wrong. We're supposed to be a country of merit, no matter what organization it is. It should be all about merit, right? And so we should just say, hey, I don't know if he's good, or all that other shit don't mean nothing. As of right now, as we know it, his stats prove that he is good enough to be at least a high number 2 pick. He should have been in that. They shouldn't have been trying to humble him through his father and all these other things. Just like how Donald Trump, he been preaching for the last 3 months to turn Canada into a 51st state. And now with him trying to preach that 51st state crap, what it did, it helped a candidate that is a liberal candidate that had no chance of winning in Canada. Absolutely. 3 months ago, he had no chance of winning in Canada. As soon as Donald Trump started speaking his 51st state and how they don't have resources and how they need to take over, they need to do annexation for Canada, all of a sudden that whole regime, whole Canada turned liberal.
came to power.
And that's why we got the new prime minister that is there, which is a liberal prime minister.
Right.
And that's what these MAGA supporters need to understand, that you cannot wait 2 years. Waiting 2 years is not acceptable for a majority of people that sees what's going on.
Correct. Yeah.
So we want you to deal in facts, information as it is. Whatever that information is. I don't care if Donald Trump does something good. If he does something good, I'm going to say, hey, that is a good decision that he made.
Correct.
If it's only one, then it's only one. Whatever, how many he makes. But if he makes a bad one, I'm going to be able to speak about that as well, because I'm dealing with the information, not my feelings on how I feel about that man. Because it doesn't matter how racist he is. If we had to find a way to put reparations in front of him, and he was to sign it into law, hey, salute to him. He did something good for us.
Correct.
I don't care what I don't care.
If he did that, I don't care how many damn executive orders he signed. But he signed.
I would still care about the other BS that he did. However, I would say that one thing that he did was great.
Yeah,
right.
And I would give him credit for it.
And I would give him credit for it. And that's what we need to start. This is what we need to get people to get out the double-mindedness and deal with information.
Yes, yes.
Not deal with your feelings about the information.
Yeah.
Not because your candidate didn't come up with it or he did come up with it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Is it going to help the American people? Because the things that Donald Trump in the past 100 days, and it's also been proven with the American approval rating. It ain't just one poll of this approval rating. He broke the record. The first time he was the worst president in the first 100 days, according to the polls at that time. And again, at this time today, the polls, again, he is even worse than his first time. He got a lower ranking than his first time. So he broke the record twice.
Right.
And it's okay for us to just deal with that information and understand what does that mean. I don't understand why we got to sugarcoat information.
Yes, or deny the facts.
His name shouldn't be artifacts. It should be denying of facts.
Correct.
That should be your name. Yeah. Your new name is now, for now on, your name is deny of facts. Not deny facts. Deny of facts.
You might just come back on because you said that.
and we're always open to hear people's thought path, but you're gonna have to substantiate. You cannot just say things.
Yeah,
and I think that's the main problem. I think on most places, Hotep, is that they could just say things and they don't have to actually put anything behind it.
Correct. They don't have to back it up with the fact. I don't care if you go get. I carry, as I can show on the screen, I carry a hand pocket Constitution in my, just like if I have my wallet in my pocket. And in some areas, particularly in barbershops in certain areas, political discussion, sports, all that come on. But when they start talking political, see that's my arena. So I asked them something about the Constitution. They just say, it's like the Bible. I know it's in there. It's like in the Old Testament, or it's in the, but it's in there. But they don't know.
I would love to understand how I'm the one that's tap dancing when you are the one denying of facts that your man is pushing conservatism in a wrong direction. Because all the conservatives he affected conservatism in Canada, Hotep.
Yes.
In another country, he made conservatives lose a position because of his position here, and all the remedial rhetoric that he's saying over here. He cost another country's election.
Yeah, he ran their ass. He caused the conservatives in Canada to be ran out into the Yukon. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? That's going to have effect in the United States. You watch. That's my prediction.
I'm just saying. So deny facts saying, hey, you need a healthy balance to the argument. Well, send somebody over here that could substantiate the argument, because we broke down your argument. You was in I believe in the Constitution. I believe in American values, and then you went against the same American Constitution, that same American value in 2.2 seconds.
Correct.
Falling behind Trump and his bull.
Right, because you don't have no integrity.
Exactly. Trump
and that's
is
supposed to be American value.
There hasn't been in history, there hasn't been a president in my researching history or my history living that has been as corrupt as Trump don't even know the Constitution. He just says, can I do this? If somebody said, yeah, Mr. President, you can do it, he'll just try to do it.
Yeah, he'll just write it.
Can I sign an executive order to do it? Yes, Mr. President.
I think they not really understand that he's not doing anything through the law. He's doing everything through executive order. While he does have the power to do such a thing, if it's an emergency.
Correct.
And he's declaring everything an emergency. So therefore, it ain't no such thing as emergency according to how he's moving, to be honest with you.
Correct. I agree.
Because the executive order is supposed to be an emergency. But I guarantee you this, none of these MAGA supporters is talking about how he's disrespecting these goddamn states that needs FEMA aid, because they are trying to say, hey, we need some federal aid. He ain't giving it. And these are some of these red states that he got a lot of support in.
Correct.
But they are suppressing that information. That is not getting out in the media, which I'm working on. But it's like I cannot juggle everything at on one situation. But he is denying red states of federal help.
Federal aid.
What a MAGA person is doing.
Right. But that's what he told them, right? That leave it to the states. The states need to take care of themselves. And now they voted for him. And now he said, oh, you had all them tornadoes? What you coming trying to get money from me? Do it yourself.
I told you got it, right? Go ahead.
Get out there and pick up that wood and chop them trees and saw them branches that's laying on your house. But see, another thing we can add to this is that he said that he liked dumb voters. But see, when they were at his rallies, they didn't know he was referring to them. You see. So right now, like you said, they're suppressing that in the media. They're losing their farms. They're running out of cows, goats, pigs, chickens, eggs.
Chuku need to hit the link right now, because I need to understand. I know he is somebody that is not afraid to hit the link.
Chuku he's been sent over here. If Chuku's in the chat,
I need to understand what does this means.
He's been dispatched. Now he's another one.
Oh yeah, because they just say any goddamn thing.
I want to know, what does this mean? Let me make sure the link is. Let me make
what
sure the
does
link
this mean?
And a black man who said that American values, right? White people is white values, really, right? They want to go back. They want to go back to when America was great, and that's when they was getting free labor.
Ooh,
the free labor was done by black people.
Pre-1863.
Bar.
That's where they want to go.
That's where they want to go.
Pre-Emancipation Proclamation. That's where they want to go.
The thing is, we can never go back, right? Because technology and everything has changed. We're never gonna need coal, right? We're never gonna have that industrial explosion that happened back then, because we've surpassed that, right? And Trump don't have any vision to even look at the future.
That's the thing that be killing me, Bomb, and he's proving it every single day, that he doesn't have a true vision. And this is why he always got to backtrack. So like, oops. That's why he had to keep backtracking 3 different times on the tariff situation. Yeah, oops. Everybody like, hey, bro, this ain't it. Oops, my bad. And then now we're seeing this whole thing with Canada. This whole thing with Canada is another oops.
Yes. And he's had to make U-turns on all these tariff battles that he's put in motion. Trying to say, oh, that's what y'all gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna show you. Bam. Canada said, oh, you are? That's what you're gonna do? So we're gonna cut off the oil, we're gonna cut off the goddamn fresh water, we're gonna cut off Anything we need to cut off. Matter of fact, first of all, we're gonna cut off these damn conservatives in Canada. We're gonna run their ass out of here and change the whole political landscape, which they did. And the prime minister that won the seat lit into Trump's ass like it wasn't nobody's business. He said, "This is not gonna be no 51 state of America.
That's it.
Not now, not ever, and definitely not on my watch."
And listen, if it was his plan to do all these things, then I guess he's doing the right thing, right? So the problem is, the problem is that these MAGA people do not realize that it is hurting America, which is weird.
Correct.
I do
and
not
which is directly hurting them.
They have so much investment in something that is, as we could see it as of right now, and for the foreseeable future as of right now, that this is not working.
No, it's not. It's not working. It's
It
not
is no
sustainable.
good outlook to this. This whole, hey, everything's going to turn around because we big bad America. People are not following it.
Yeah. Now they can
This is-
see
you know,
the
what's
blinders
crazy
off.
about it? This is so similar to these red pill dudes, for real. They
Yo,
like,
oh,
hey,
definitely.
you
Oh,
gotta do this. Hey, you gotta treat the woman like this. If you don't, even though the woman is not receptive to this treatment.
Correct.
And they keep trying to force feed. No, you gotta do it this way, even though the other person is like, no, I don't want to. And they keep trying to force feed. They are doing it, and they are being very Shannon Sharp like. When she said no,
do you see what Flora put in there, right? She says, "I'm happy he's getting illegals out of here who are criminals." First of all, he don't know if they're criminals, but he gonna come for you and your parents, right? Because anybody, as soon as he start heading for those Africans, right, girl, you gonna be out of here, and they gonna ask
with
you
no proof.
With no proof, girl.
With no
I mean,
proof.
you
That's the
Africans
thing.
are the motherfucking worst. You motherfucking Africans, right? Who over here with this bullshit? You the worst. And I can't wait till they knock on your door. If you give me your address, I'll call ICE on your ass.
Oh, but you know, like it just recently happened with I think Cubans. The Cubans in Florida, they recently, I believe 84 Cubans just recently got deported that was here for over 20 years. And this one dude, he is upset because him and his wife both voted for, I will vote for Donald Trump. Stick it together. I will vote for Donald Trump. And you know what happened? They knocked on that door.
Bo. In the wee hours of the morning.
So, but he said he was going to do these things, right? And he said he was going to do them without any kind of, because he's labeling these people a certain way where he could go ahead and skip past the so-called the proper procedures.
Correct.
That's the part that people's missing. It's not the fact that he's deporting people that needs to be deported. It's the fact that he is deporting them without any
due process.
Due process. That's the word I was looking for. Yes.
This woman just said she's Haitian, and her boyfriend, her Haitian boyfriend, just applied for citizenship, and it was proved. Girl, I don't believe you, girl. You lying. Okay, because everybody is talking, right, and saying what they're doing. They're putting people in jail when they go to apply. When they find out that they don't have citizenship, even though they doing everything they should be doing. Soon as they go down there, girl, they are locking them up and shipping them out.
Hey, Bon, they said, hey, you know what? We glad that y'all got married, and we are overseeing your status. But before we tell you our decision, we want you to just go through that door right there. We got somebody else that want to interview you as well. They got a little gift for you. Oh, really? You walk through that. And what's my gift? These silver bracelets.
Yes. She don't understand that they're criminals so if they aren't legal, then he classified them as criminals.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
He's saying they shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So I know you're lying, girl. Because they just not talking about the black ones that are going to jail, right? Or they sitting them in federal prison until they ship them out. They're not talking about them because we black, so they don't give a shit, right? They focusing on the white ones. But girl,
hey, Sharon, Cherry, you notice you ain't heard them from Vivek Ramaswamy?
Said, oh, I know. Where is he?
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah,
I ain't heard. He's MIA. I don't know where the hell he is. They might have deported his ass. I don't know.
Glad.
But I haven't heard when they gave him his go to jail, don't collect shit. Ain't heard nothing from him. I ain't heard nothing from him.
Right. Flora said she saw gang members. So just because they put them in whatever color suit, had their hands behind their back, made them duck their head, you automatically believe that they were gang members?
So I think the problem that we gotta realize too is that anybody could be considered a gang member for wearing a hat now.
Oh yeah,
that's what the RICO. This is what people don't understand about the RICO. Why it's so important, right? If you are driving with a known gang member, you are now a part of the RICO Act.
Oh, you affiliate? Yeah, you are.
You are affiliated now. If that person is calling you and say, "Hey, come pick me up," you go pick them up. You are affiliate of that gang, and you could get picked up in a RICO.
That's right.
You wearing a Bulls hat, and you are from Venezuela. Now they can say, "Hey, this is what MS-13s wear."
Correct. So that's right.
So therefore, we're gonna say that you are a gang member with no proof whatsoever. All you gotta do is have the hat on and be from a certain place. And so, I think majority of people just don't understand how crazy the RICO Act is, and how crazy is that Donald Trump is just using this executive to just label people something without no due process. You cannot label. You can label me, but you need to have some due process so I can prove my part.
Correct.
And you got to prove your part. Bring your evidence, and then I get a chance to rebuttal your evidence.
Right.
That's how it's supposed to work. It's not about if we want immigrants here or not. We do not want you to violate the American values of due process, whether you're a criminal or not.
That's right. Because
that
if
is
their
true
rights,
American values. We want to hold our standard regardless if you're a criminal, regardless if you're an immigrant, regardless of it. We got to still maintain our American values.
Because they would trample those values if they trample someone else's values. We must understand that. See, because I have a friend. I have a friend that he's from Nigeria. We go to the same shop, barber shop. He called me, told me a strange van been driving up and down the street. And I said, is it a maintenance van, or is it a roto-rooter, or what is it? He said, no, it looks like it's a government. I said, well, stay your ass in the house. I said, stay your ass in the house. And if they knock on the door, don't go outside. So he called me, hey brother, what should I do? I said, first of all, get your ass off the phone after you talk to me. And second of all, pull your curtains, bring your dog in the house, and don't answer the damn door. And keep your cell phone on record.
Right.
He was shook up. He couldn't even identify the markings on the van, but just the fact that in the area that he lived in, they've been doing some raids, he was all shook up. I said, well, bro, just make sure you have all your papers on you.
Goddamn.
Oh, no, and he been in a long time. So
they don't care about no papers. They not looking at no papers.
Hey, listen, if it wasn't for my goddamn American passport, I was on a goddamn plane because I was at a damn construction site. I was like, hey, man. Mom, they said we don't want to hear. So I said, hey, man, just call my house. You will see. They will explain everything. I'm not who you think you are. And then guess what happened, Mom?
What?
On the day that they called out, the same day that my daughter do Spanish lessons with her teacher. So she called the house, and my daughter picked up the phone. Hola, ¿cómo está? Mom, they said, yeah, all right, get your ass in the van. And I was like, God.
They just had this raid in some kind of nightclub that I saw on the news. Raided it. I mean, come on now, bro. You in there partying, you full of tequila, you dancing to the rasa, and you know, and they came in and emptied the whole damn club. They even, you know, it's not funny, man, but hell, this is what you signed up to. You was in the White House laying hands on him and praying, said you praying for President Trump and you praying to God, make him president. We love you, and okay, you know you got what you asked for.
That's right. A lot of these,
you got it.
A lot of these importees or whatever we want to call them, right? We can call them all kinds of shit, but I think people call them tethers. They are.
That's what they call them.
They on his side. And I'm look, if
Right.
they on his side, I'm on their side, on his side. So when they pick their ass up, I'm not gonna be hiding them. Okay, I'm not hiding you.
No, I can't aid in the bed you.
For, right?
That's right. You get what you vote for. I'm making shirts that says, you get what you voted for. This is what you voted for.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna hide you, aid and abet you.
Damn,
that's right.
Damn thing.
Because I don't want to get caught up like those judges. I don't want to get caught like those judges, and now I'm in the RICO. Now they're gonna deport my ass too, even though I'm from here.
Now I never heard of that. I've never heard of judges. Yeah, I've heard of judges being arrested or charged for corruption based on.
You didn't hear about the the two judges? They got arrested. Oh,
yeah, I'm like,
hey, hold up. It was two judges that got arrested for aiding and abetting immigrants. Absolutely.
Wow.
Because they said that they deserve due process. That is what a king does. So anybody who claiming this man is going against judges who have the power to put him in his place to make sure he don't become all powerful, and he's jailing them.
Right.
That's some authoritative shit right there. That's more than a king. That's a damn grand poobah.
Yeah, that's the king. That's he's saying he is above everything in his executive orders. He don't even have to go through the legal process, right? To where they and put it on Congress, which they glad about. That's why they letting them do it, right? Because they don't want to be involved. Because they hope when this shit cleared out, they could come up with some excuses. But he need to make them do what he want them to do, right? So everybody can vote their ass up out of that when it's time.
And some of the sheriffs in certain states and certain counties said they're not gonna honor that executive order. So you know if he's arrested judges, now he will arrest county sheriffs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he got to be
have them arrested by his own deputies.
Yep. They telling them. They tell the military that they got a decision to make, right? The military people, they got a decision to make because he gonna call on them at some point, and they gonna have to make a decision. And that's when we go to war. When he put them involved, that's when this country gonna set a fire.
And Bomb, I'm glad you said because we AR, he brought this up earlier. He just signed the executive order where the military has more domestic
authority.
Yes.
Oh, he did. Wow.
Yeah, he just signed it today.
Now, that right there violates the Posse Comitatus Act. When you
right, because now you're using the military to be domestic police.
Exactly.
Yes, that's unconstitutional. That in itself is unconstitutional.
That's when I told you, like, I didn't know he did that, but I knew it was coming because we could see it, right? For those of us who smart and we see what's going on, we see it coming. And that's why he took out certain generals. That's why he put people who don't know anything about the military or the FBI, he put them in charge, right? Because last time, the reason he didn't do all of this, because they had opposition on his side, right? They were like, you can't do this, you can't do that, that's illegal. This time, Project 2025, y'all told us this is what they were going to do. They are on schedule.
Yeah, that's a part of the agenda. This is all a part of the playbook, because you got to understand also that in the midterm, if Democrats and independents have overwhelmed, if Democrats and independents sweep in the Senate and the House, and in the state municipalities, I believe he will declare martial law. I really believe that.
No, he was gonna do that if we would have went out there a couple of weeks ago. If black people would have been out there, he would have declared martial law.
Oh yeah,
but it was white people, so he couldn't.
It was a little different. He had to
be a little bit more pushback.
A different strategy now. Welcome to the show, Sean M. Good day. Glad for you to join. What's up, Sean?
Peace. Greetings to the Queen, Bomb Cherry. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good. I just want to play devil's advocate because Hotep has a lot of knowledge and he's been around. And I'm saying if we just take Donald Trump out of the situation as far as like go back 10 years before Donald Trump even think about going for presidency, what was the Democratic Party doing that was so great? Forget about Democratic, because I want to point. What was the government assistance, all the programs, Democratic and Republican? What was so great for us then? As far as programs and stuff like that, because the only thing I seen that happen was really nothing. Because we didn't really grow. We grow probably, I say our black women got more education, but as far as uniting and being as one, I don't see that. That's what I'm
The
asking.
government doesn't make us unite and be as one. The government keep us fed. They keep us housed if we need it. They keep us in school, like when you said black women, but not just black women went to school. Many black men went to school on grants.
100%.
So when you ask what the government did, they did what government does. That's what they did.
No, what I'm saying is, and we talk about the water. Sharon, I said it last week. I said all we're gonna do every week is talk about the same problem. You understand? And I'm saying the fact that we're not uniting, because the things that they do, I don't know how people are aware of. Two black men, a brother in Flint, Michigan, he created a machine creating pure water out of air, and then a brother over there in Nigeria, he created a machine out of air. But he let it France in there, and he wound up dead. They killed him already.
Listen, I'm not saying that what you're saying is right or wrong, right? But what does that? Are you saying that the government killed him, or would it be corporations who might want him gone because his creation might make them lose money, or they may steal his creation to make money? Is that the government, or is that corporation?
Good question.
No, I think everything you said is true, but two things can be right, because at the same time, what I'm saying to you is this: if we was to unite, and like I said with that brother in Flint, Michigan, he already create water. We have to do things with ourselves. This one, so regardless of what the government is doing, this one saying Chinese people are not having this conversation year after year after year. Latinos ain't having this conversation year after year after year.
What conversation, my brother?
As far as having our own resources. What I'm saying,
the government gives them.
No,
resources.
I'm saying us as black people.
Okay, but what I'm saying, the reason they're not having the conversation is because the government is giving them contracts and resources. The government helps them to be able to get these businesses, right? So they can make money. So, but they're not doing that for us. So are you saying, because the government helping them? I understand what you're saying. They're not helping us.
Queen, what I'm basically saying, Queen, I'm not disagreeing with what your points are and your perspective. All I'm saying is we should just do for self, and then let the chips fall where they may.
That's but nobody else is doing for self. Like
no. What I'm saying to you is, it's hard for me to find an Asian or Chinese bum anywhere in the street. It's hard for me to find them.
All you got to do is look. You're not looking. That's why.
You understand what I'm saying to you? What I'm saying to you is,
stay out there.
Our unities will overcome a lot of our illness that we have, Queen. That's all I'm saying to you.
Listen, you talking about unity, but what
Queen,
they got?
Queen, what I'm saying to you, what you're talking about, and I'm saying everything you're saying, I agree with you, and that's the micro of the situation. The macro is the unity that would take over everything. That's why a congregation, and Brother Hotep could attest to this, 10 brothers on the street, 10, 15 brothers on the street talking about positivity was then their crime. You understand?
Name a culture, whether a culture or a race, who are all on each other's same page. Like, because we like to say that. We like to say that.
But Queen, name another race who've been through what we've been through and still going through. So we need a different remedy than everybody else, Queen.
No,
That's all I'm saying.
I'm confused. Because I thought we was talking about the government, right? We talking about the president and
No,
that.
no. What I'm saying,
But you now
all the ills,
when
all
you
the ills
start
with the
talking about
president,
us
all the
coming
ills that we
together,
agree on, all the ills,
yeah,
all
but
the ills that we agree on with the
you and
government.
I, based on there gonna be a lot of things you and I are not gonna agree on. We probably never come together on a lot of things. We don't live in the same area. Our culture probably different, even though just because we black doesn't mean that we gonna all come together. And that has never happened. Because that was always a Malcolm X. That was a Malcolm X over here, and that was a Martin Luther King, and they wasn't on the same page, right?
Yeah, and then he woke up.
No, but they still wasn't on the same page, even waking up.
I understand about being on the same page. This is what I'm saying to you. So we know we have a difficulty being on the same page. So I know, Sharon, I'm the 5-cent brother, Sharon. You understand? So this is what I'm saying about I used breadcrumbs last week. I didn't mean to trigger the brother, but this is what I'm saying to you, that if we could just implement something that we know we don't all agree on, but we could see that we have a bank and we have money, and within a year, as time flying now, we have $1 billion in a year, and we know it's strictly for us, our mindset would change.
Don't we have black banks?
No, it's Queen. My you wasn't here. So I was talking about a topic, so it's not fair to you because you wasn't here about what I suggested. I told them, like, in the 60s, it was 22 million black people, 16 million black working. Somebody suggested that we do 5 cents a day, 16 million black people is $291 million in a bank. What I'm saying to you is that's 16 million. We triple that now. What I'm saying to you now, Queen, is if we was to do that, this is my pipe dream I came up with. If we was to take our money, say 5 cents a day, and put it in a bank, which is painless, you understand what I'm saying to you? That it ain't gonna hurt nobody. We waste more money on cigarettes, beer, everything else. I'm sure $20 a year won't hurt your pockets. You understand what I'm saying to you? But all I'm saying is, if we do that and we go to all them 19 black banks that we got in America, and we go to them like, we're going to deposit part of our money in this bank, give us your products that your bank has, let us grow, let us prosper, let's do infrastructure, let us do our own farms, because we need funding for all what we're talking about day after day, year after year. You understand what I'm saying to you? And I'm saying to your point, hold up, I'm gonna finish, I'm gonna land, Queen, right? I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna land real quick. To your point, when you're saying, which I agree, we all not gonna agree, we're all not gonna see eye to eye. The 5 cents a day idea is that we can see that, if I just donate 5 cents, I got a bank that's gonna give me money for my ideas. I'm saying to adopt something that.
But banks don't even do that, right? Because you could
Queen.
go to that same black bank and go and get a loan, and they decline you on the loan, right? Based on
Queen. This will be under all the terms of all black people to donating money into the 19 black banks. This is for us.
Oh my God! But
you understand what I'm saying to you, Queen?
Still
but
don't add up. If everybody donates, look, I'm not saying it's a terrible. I'm just saying the idea is bad. Yeah, I am saying the idea is bad, right? Because you're saying we all gonna donate this nickel, but then I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna need like a couple of $100,000 to start my business. You're gonna need a couple of $100,000 to start your business. They're not gonna be able to give all of us just because we're black and donate this nickel, this money that we want. Right, so I'm just saying, like, yes,
ma'am.
They came up with ideas, and the
with
ideas
$1 billion with banks, all they do is leverage it against the market. So with $1 billion, you'll be making more than what you have. So all I'm saying to you, though, Queen, what I'm saying to you, that's just with 5 cents. I'm sure we go for 10 cents. That'd be $2 billion a year. I'm sure we could do afford 15 cents a day.
Until the market, until like in 08, the market crashed, or like.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
Go ahead.
So now you're talking about the bank, right?
I'm talking about an idea for us to unite and build. What I'm saying,
I know, but I'm talking about your idea.
Something
You
small,
see how he interrupted?
very small.
Let me try to clean it up. I'll clean it up. So what he's saying is that, like, if we just come on one agreement and still just say the 5 cents a day, regardless if it cannot service everybody. But at the end of the day, it would service a lot of people that have great ideas. It would service the great ideas, and now we
mentally.
So now we will have the banks would be the ones decided it, right? But we'll have to have a conversation with them saying, hey, we are funding your bank, so we're gonna have a little bit more say so and say who is getting the loans versus who is not, because right now our options that we don't really have a choice in who's giving us the loans. We just going out there and begging for for them to treat us fairly is what we're trying to do instead. But we did it with ourselves, and we funded our own banks. And we say, hey, we holding you accountable. Don't let us take our money elsewhere. So you better start giving out loans. So we're not saying that you can't deny people, but it give us a little bit more of a fair shake into the fight of this economic breakdown that we keep on struggling with. Is what he's suggesting that we can
and to kill
possibly
two
get
birds with one
behind.
stone, Sharon.
Right,
To
but
kill,
it's
to kill
it's a
two birds with one
failed
stone. What I'm saying is,
idea.
if we were
Regardless
to do
if
that,
it's failed, right? But so the thing is that's why he's saying it's just an idea. Like it's regardless if it fails or not, right? It's not about if it's going to be successful or not. What is it about that us as Black folks, we say, hey, this is something that we should attempt because we are all together. Let's work it out, and we'll figure out all the nuances how we can make it work as we do it. But we start shooting down our own ideas for our own people. That's where the issue we having as a community is what he's trying to.
Yeah, but the problem is that where I went to the beginning of our people. What determines that you and I are the same people? Is it location? Is it skin color? Right? So what y'all are talking about has happened. That's what I'm saying. If you go through the history books, you'll see where groups of people who felt they were the same, they had these ideas and they failed. Right? And nothing wrong with trying, except when I'm the one, if I belong to a credit union that I've been belonging to for 30 years, right? Literally 30 years. And if I go to them and try to get a loan, just because I've been there 30 years don't mean they're going to give me a loan, right? I still have to qualify, I still have to come up with a great idea.
Right.
And that's
what, right. And now you leaning towards what Sean is saying. You still got to have, you're not just going to get money just because you're Black and you be putting your 5 cents in. You still going to have a great idea. You got to have a business plan. You got to have all these other criteria. But the criteria is going to lean towards you being of this, being Black and being whatever we come up with an idea, say, hey, this is what Black is. And this is what we all going to agree. This is what Black is. And that's what we're going to go forth. And now all those people that is considered Black, now you got to put your 5 cents in a day. Then you got to come up with a great business idea, so on and so forth. But we'll have funding for ourselves. Not meaning we're going to take money out of anything else. You still have your Chase Bank and whatever else you have, your credit union, you still have that. But we are putting our little 5 cents a day in, which is $1.50 a month, which turns out to believe, I think, right? Is $1.05.
Is that 18? It's like 1875 a year. 1875 a year.
Yeah.
Right. But remember what you said? I may not get the loan because I'm Black and have a great idea, but y'all want me to give my money.
But we give our money clean. I'm saying to you, I agree with you.
I want to keep on building on it. I got you, Sean. So it doesn't matter if they don't, because guess what? The banks that we are already using, we can't go to them and necessarily get a certified loan either. So it's still be right, but we have a better chance with our own bank, just like how the small house people, they have a better chance with their own bank.
Right. But a lot of Black people don't, and I think that's what we need to take in credit. A lot of Black people don't deal with banks. They don't have bank accounts. A lot of people go and cash their check at the check cashing place. That's why they make money off us. Or at, you know what I'm saying? So if we see, so that's those are the type of things we gotta. A lot of people don't trust banks. If I can't get nothing from you, then I'm not giving you nothing.
Right, but that's fair.
However, saying, if you have a valid ID, and you're an American citizen, you could get your 5 cents a day open. I'm saying we can't come the way things are going now. I remember there was like something on social media.
Can't go the way you saying either.
But no problem, Queen. And all I'm saying to you is this. There was a social experiment where a white guy had Black and white kids out there, and he asked them question: how many of you had 2 parents? How many of y'all had this? How many of y'all had that? And the white people and the white kids were way in front, and the Black kids were way in the back. And he said, I bet you these guys would dust you. What I'm saying to you is just to show the disparity of what's going on. So that means we can't keep on continuing doing the same thing, having a credit union for 30 years and have built nothing. This is what I'm saying. We can't continue the same function under this and think we're going to catch up or think we're even going to build or do anything. What I'm saying to you with my small idea, like I said, what I say from day one, it's a pipe dream. I said it's a pipe dream of mine, right? And all I said was, if we used to do that to the ignorant brothers, to the brothers who don't know nothing about themselves, to just say, yo, we have something, Black people here, to define whatever Black is, whatever thing we got to break down. but we all have something to say. We have a bank of our own that we could do, ideas. We can start thinking. We can start thinking just differently, just a little twitch.
But you're not thinking differently. That's the issue. You're not
Queen, what I'm saying to you,
you're not listening to nothing I say, though.
Everybody can't come. I'm not living no pipe dream. I'm not living no pipe dream like everybody can't. Everybody could come. What I'm saying to you is, we have to. If we love Jesus so much, there's no reason why Jesus said no. I'm not talking about the 99. I have to go back out there for that one. So as long as we put forth that one, as long as we put forth, as long as we put that olive branch of that one out, if they don't take it, that's on them. What I'm saying to you, we have to put our olive branch to all our brothers and sisters and say, come along. This is an idea. Let's do this. That's all I'm saying to you.
I know.
I agree. I agree with Sean. I agree with Sean's idea.
So we're gonna let Bomb get a chance to rebuttal, and Hotep, you gotta right after Bomb. That's what everybody.
Yeah, because I don't. Like, I'm not shooting down people's dreams, right? What I'm telling you is that you keep saying it's your dream, but it's been this, like, y'all think y'all reinventing the wheel. This is not your dream. Dude, go back in history and you will see that these ideas has been since slavery ended. Your idea is not new, and I know you've heard that idea.
What you're saying is 100% true.
Let her finish her thoughts. So look, but
I just want to interject what she's saying. She said to the past of what people have done in the past. Yes, people have done it in the past, but what happened was it was infiltrated and shut down because we was not meant to ever unify. This is what I'm saying to you.
That's not true. Well, I don't know. See, right now,
ma'am. All I'm saying,
we have been unified.
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Because we had no choice to be unified during segregation. Right, so you're saying things that's not true. I get it. When people are young, y'all think y'all the smartest and the brightest. So you think you came up with an idea nobody's ever come up with before.
Okay, hold on. So to build on that, Sean, you want to say your age?
Yes, I'm over 50. I stopped celebrating when I turned after 50.
Oh well, you should know. Well, this is dumb as hell.
Yeah, I'm sorry you feel that way, Queen. But this is what I'm saying to you. It was knowledge that was given to us, and we seen the same play over and over and over again. And we're not doing anything different. Before Donald Trump, we wasn't doing anything different. This is what I'm saying to you. If we having so much of a crisis that nobody know which way to go, and all we're gonna do day after day, no problem. I'm gonna still check in, Sharon. I don't want to mess up your show, but I'm saying day after day, we're gonna talk about the same thing. And everybody gonna have good points, bad points. Everybody gonna yell, scream. We're gonna have a shouting match, and sometimes we might have a good match. But we're gonna talk about things, and nothing gets done. The plan out. But one fact I want to say, since I do have some history, all I know that the Nation of Islam. Let me ask you something. Farrakhan had the Million Man March in 1995. He had black men. They want to downplay, say 1 million, but it's really 2 million black men was there. All right. Long story short, the next day the NAACP was flooded with calls with black men. Nobody talks about the benefit of that, nor to say, imagine, let's talk hood for a minute. Listen, hear me out. If I got a block that I'm trying to run drugs on and I got 20 killers, nobody gonna mess with me because I got the power. He had that power. He could have said, yo, go kill the white man, go do this. What did he say? He said, go be better fathers. Go build your community. And when they left there was not one piece of paper on the floor. Now, let me ask you one question. The United States, another fact, since I know my history.
Wait a minute, though.
Let me know. No, hold on. Let me land this fact. Let me land this fact, and I'm going to shut up after this. I promise I'm going to mute. Let me land this fact, since I'm going to tell you about the history. The United States blocked Gaddafi. No more Gaddafi. They blocked the Nation of Islam. He was going to give Farrakhan $100 million, and they blocked it. Now the question I have for all the panel who in age, if we would have got $100 million in Farrakhan's hand, what do you think Farrakhan would have did it? And by the way, AKA
he was spending on the women he was having them babies with. That's what he was gonna do. He gonna do what Farrakhan did. See, some of y'all, I get where you religious and you.
I'm not religious at all. No, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual.
Okay, well, I don't know why you mentioned that Million Man March, right?
No, I'm
because he
saying
collected
I
all
said
that
that to a
money, and
point.
then
Hold on. Yeah, let her get a chance to rebuttal, Sean.
okay.
Go ahead, Bomb, and then Silent want to jump in as well. Go
Yes,
ahead.
I
because
apologize, Queen. I apologize, Queen.
no, it's okay. We
You
just
good,
having a conversation. That's all, my brother. I'm not trying to disrespect you, right? But I was grown when that Million Man March. You know, I was pregnant with my first son and everything. It was a good thing, right? I guess it was a good thing that all them black men landed in this one area together. And then what happened afterwards? Because you mentioned 2 million. I believe you. It was a lot of people out there. They took a vacation, right? And then when they left, nothing happened. Y'all didn't do nothing. Nothing. In fact, fatherhood ship is where y'all not taking care of your kids went up, right? It went up
I can tell you what
more
happened. I'm
than
gonna let you
it
land.
is. Okay, so yeah, so if he told you to go back and be better fathers, then apparently that must have meant go and meet other women and fathering children with them, leaving the last family behind. Like, what's up with that? Okay, you mentioned it. I just want to know. And Farrakhan, is that who we put?
No,
Farrakhan.
listen. I don't agree with everything that man says. Let's keep it straight and
Okay.
forward. But all I'm saying.
Go ahead.
He probably got a phone
Everybody
call.
landed.
He
Everybody
probably got a
landed.
phone call.
Hello, can you
We
hear
get,
me? Can you hear me?
there you go. Yeah. Yeah, we get you now.
Like what? I'm sorry. Somebody's trying to call me. I apologize. Somebody's trying to
Yeah.
call me.
So get answer it real quick. And we get a couple of.
No, they hung up. They hung up.
Okay.
All I'm saying to you is the man did more. Or answer. The man did more good than bad. That's all I'm saying to you. I'm not. All I'm saying to you is. All I'm saying to you. I'm not knocking anything, but all I'm saying to you, other people has honored this man across the country. They do parades for. I'm just saying. I'm not this. I'm not in a nation. I'm none of that. Don't get it twisted. You say let's just talk facts, Queen. I'm bringing out the facts. Where they got parades throughout the years of throwing parades in Soviet Union, throwing parades in Gaddafi in Africa, all those countries. This is all I'm saying to you because they seen he was a symbol of hope. What I'm saying to you, nobody else ever came to you and tried to really raise you up. Now, I ain't saying nobody, say people that always came to try to raise you up.
All right.
I don't want to go on Farrakhan. I didn't want to make that point. Forget about that. The only point I was trying to say is when we was in power to do something, let's do something. Yes, we did drop the ball, but to answer your question was we also had gangster rap that was going in 1995. That was really turning off black men. What I'm saying to you is it's a perpetuate thing when you have music. You have some. Look at the children today. It's the same when people growing up in the 90s. All I'm saying to you is the music and everything else and how times was changing and everything that they say. Everything happened. The fall of America ain't the book that people talking about what's going on now. You can read about that was wrote in 1960 by Elijah Muhammad. He wrote The Fall of America. Everything we talk about now is in that book.
Yeah, because what they consider the fall of America is like you just said, that the music, right? What people are doing in the culture. That's the fall of America.
I agree with you, Queen, but I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back there because I think we should bear off. All I'm saying to you is,
let me.
I'm just saying, if we unite, we'll be fine. That's all I'm saying to you, Queen. It will eliminate a lot of our ills, and to the common person who don't have the fortitude to have for me, us, to have this conversation. If they would see that we're doing 5 cents a day, they probably would join 5 cents a day. They probably want to join. They probably want to change their life over 5 cents a day. That's all I'm saying to you. And if you know anything as strong as small as a mustard seed, that's all you need. But go ahead.
Let me let Silent jump in there, and then we got Hotep. Go ahead, Silent.
No, I wasn't there because I wasn't allowed to go. I was only like 14. But from what I've heard, Farrakhan collected bags of money and said he was going to start a bank, and that never happened.
All right, go ahead, Hotep.
Okay,
you can say that, but you don't understand where you get your information from. I just want to know. Malcolm X been screaming the white man the devil.
It was another black man that said he went there.
The white man, Malcolm X, may rest in peace, have been screaming the white man is the devil for 20 plus years, and then all of a sudden you want to make a movie about this man? Why? Because Farrakhan coming? Think about where the scribes are coming from before your information.
Wait, what?
All right, put like this. Name one thing that you heard from the media that said positive. I'll wait for anything. I hear all the negative. Name one thing positive the media ever said about
now
Farrakhan.
we're against.
I'll wait.
Anything positive? Okay, good.
Because that's where y'all getting your information from.
No,
Y'all not getting it from them.
you're wrong.
You're not getting information
You're
from them.
But it was
Where you
another
getting
black
information
man that
from?
told me
Go
about
ahead.
this that went to
No.
Million Man March.
No. I'll say this. Sean made good points in that idea, economical self-empowerment idea is
I love
good.
it when you say that
Cherry,
word, by the
what
way.
she said in her critique was good. But you got to understand that most of what we did as Black people, even under segregation, we were made to do it, not because so much is because it's a system of segregation. So we had to rely and depend on each other economically for agriculture, for farming, for all those things that help sustain and expand the community. And I believe it can be done again. And I'm not under an illusion that all of us dress alike, look alike, or we're not a monolithic people. But I believe that if we come up with a core agenda that we can take to a financial institution, whether it be a credit union or a Black bank, and come up with a charter and a mandate which they will be beholden to based on the receipts and that are on deposit in their banks, we can make this happen, irrespective of what shade of color we are, or regardless of what state we're in. We can do this, irrespective of what shade of color we are, regardless of.
Do y'all understand banking?
I'm
100%.
Money in bank,
100%.
then they use their money, right? So
I'm not saying that bank. I'm talking about a new financial institution, not banking in the sense we see it, general banking, general credit union. I'm talking about a new clarion call for a new financial institution. I don't care what we call it.
yeah,
But
you
still,
want to call it a donation where we all just gonna give money and
no. I'm not so much. I'm not calling it donation. I'm just saying what Sean said.
Let me just jump in real quick. I just want to ask Bomb Cherry one question. Do you know what's the best nation, Bomb?
What you mean best nation of? What you mean?
Yeah, like would you do? Do you know what is the best nation in the world?
No, maybe I don't know what you mean, but no, I'm gonna just say no since I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the best nation in the world, Bunch is donation. Donation.
Talk that. You don't know nothing about that.
Donation is the best nation in the world. And make sure y'all all visit donation. Hit the cash apps in the chat, PayPal, all those things. Go ahead, Rahul Tap. I was just wanted to.
That was a good one. Yeah, but that's what it sounds like. He's saying this bank in which we're not gonna be banking, y'all. We just gonna give them money, and then if we come up with an idea that we think is good, we gotta hope that they think it's good, so they could give us some of the money back. And if they decide not to give it to us, we just gonna continue donating our money to them.
And also, have y'all ever saw a movie called Something the Lord Made? It was based on a man that did the first heart surgery, or
yes, that was with Most Def. Yeah.
It's a scene in the movie when the bank he was putting his money in, they told everybody to go home and they locked the doors, and he'd been saving his money to go to college, and they just closed the bank and nobody got their money back. And it was a black bank. So.
That happened a lot back in
yeah, back then. That's why they got all the new laws where you're not allowed to do that anymore. But yeah, that's pretty messed up. There was a lot of regulations on a lot of black. This is why a lot of black businesses get the whole stigma of it being fugazi and we don't do things regularly.
Yo, Sharon,
all these things.
What I'm saying, Sharon, what if I said partial money, but what if we did a power move? This is what I'm saying to you. If we did a power move, if we did all our money in all the 19 black banks, all black people, hypothetically, Queen, please let me finish. I'm just saying hypothetically. I know it's a pipe dream. All I'm saying is it'll deliver a double blow. You understand? Because we 1.9 trillion spending money. You understand what I'm saying? That's what we spend a year here. So imagine if I'm saying to the extreme, if we take all our money and put in 19 blanks, they got no choice now but to give us loans like that. Think about it.
Wait, what?
That's what I'm saying. But like you said, everybody, Queen, I agree with you. That's why I say touche what you're saying. Everybody ain't kinfolk. Everybody's skin for and kinfolk, and we all can't go. But what I'm saying to you, as our brother Jesus example, we have to go out. We're not talking about the 99. We're talking about the one that's out there, as he would do. So let's follow his lead, as leave an olive branch to all, and whoever want to come. Who don't want to, don't come. God bless you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I know you're saying a lot, and when I start speaking or somebody else speaking, you jump right in just to talk over them. But what I'm saying is, see, all of us are not followers, right? I get it. You want to talk about a leader. You done mentioned a couple of leaders in this conversation, and they're gonna be people who just are not followers of leaders, because we understand through the years what happens with these leaders, right? You give them all your money, and then you don't have no money, and then they wealthy, they become rich, and then other people.
No, let's tell the truth, Queen.
There you go. And then in other countries, listen. And look, you're speaking over me right now, right? And just because you call me queen doesn't make it respectful. Because I don't consider myself a queen, but you could call me that, whatever you want. But right, can you let me speak? That's all I'm saying, right? So you mentioned that in other countries, they speak about these people and hold them in high regards. Right, in my community, they speak about me and hold me in high regards because my feet are on the ground. Right, they know me. Right, so I'm not no follower though and I'm not no Stephen ass leader neither. Right, you know, those of us who actually are doing the work and have done the work and don't become wealthy, that just means that we're not thieves. But the ones who do the work and then they become wealthy. Honey, I took your money that was supposed to go to them, and you used it to buy this big compound and raising all your kids over there with all our money that was supposed to become a bank for our community. Now you sitting wealthy and living large. Thieves. Okay, that's all I've got to say.
And then
okay,
before
let me answer that. Can I respond to that?
Let me. Yes. Hold on. We have a cash app. It says the donation. Thank you. Always. I appreciate you. Thank you more. Speaking of donations, AR, what's your thoughts on the conversation at hand? Are you just jumping in? What's up, Shiesty?
I just jumped in, so I'm not quite sure what's happening. But yeah, I'm listening. I'll listen.
Okay. Go ahead, Sean.
What she said is right. We have a bunch of leaders, and they thieves. They rob the people. They ain't no good shepherds. You're 100% right. All I'm saying to you is this. Let's tell the truth. Let's tell the whole truth. We ain't got no leaders because we always tear them down.
No, I disagree. I think we got...
I'm mute.
Okay, but there's a lot of young people and older people, right, who are out in real communities, really with their boots on the ground and leading, right? Trying to make sure that the crime in the area goes lower, building, right? Hoping for affordable housing, all those things. We just don't look up to them. We just want to look up to these ones who want their name in the paper, the ones, you know what I mean? Like Target want to talk to, what his name? And that what his name is?
Sharpton.
Who ain't do nothing in my whole time.
FBI informant.
Right, in my whole time, Sharpton ain't do nothing. We watch when these young black men were getting killed in the street. Al Sharpton only showed up for a photo op. Them young people ran him away.
Well, you know, the bootleg can't do nothing anyway without getting ordered. You gotta understand that. But
Hotep, nobody answered the question I just asked before. About the so-called leaders. Every time a black leader rise, most of them are corrupt. Some of them do their best, but what's the other element to it? Is as a people we tear them down. They're allowed to have no faults. That's why I don't follow him. That's why I don't do this. I knew he was about that. I knew she was pocketing money. He's driving a new car. We tear our own leaders down, and we get all our information from the scribes who control our information. So all we know, all our ideology is from who subscribed our education. All what we know gets to be the diameter of our activity.
What?
Heavy as the crown.
So education. Now you're looking. So now, if we get some information and learn how to think for ourselves through education, that's bad. And for those who look at the news, that's bad. And for those who don't look at the news, that's bad. And so the ones who got torn down, they got torn down because they were doing something. But still, they have people following them, so they didn't get torn.
No, but we agree to that point. What you're saying, I say I agree. I agree to that point, but we leaving one element out, is the fact we as a people always tear down anybody that's trying to do anything good for us. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying. Hotep, do you bear witness?
Okay, you see. So if you,
I'm saying,
so
because
you
he's
telling
older.
me as long as you out in the community speaking up, but then you come and rob my pockets, I'm not supposed to tell nobody you rob my pockets. I'm supposed to just let you continue to dig in my pockets, steal from me, and just holster you up so you can continue putting your hand in my pockets. So
I'll say this is that all of those things are happening and have happened historically, but at the same time, we can pivot and rise above this. I believe that. So and also I'm not looking for. I don't belong to no organization. I belong to the organization, me, myself, and I and my family. But I will work with my people, those that are diligent and those that are doing the work and that can produce the receipts. And at the same time, our problems are multi-complex, and when it comes down to finance, money, and unity. I don't need a leader. I don't have no one to follow, and I don't want no one following me.
God is sufficient.
At the same time, we can't be totally in despair and lose hope because of the mistakes that leaders made in the past. What we can do is go back and see where they dropped the ball and pick it up from there and take it forward.
But I
gotta go, everybody. But y'all have a good day.
You're not a follower nor a leader, and you just told us though that we can see where they failed and pick up the ball. What you gonna do with the ball? If you're not leading nobody or you're not following nobody with the ball, you're just gonna pick it up and look at it. And that's what's going on in our community, right? People picking up the ball, looking at it, like with the Million Man March. They went and had a whole vacation. Nothing came out of that, and you should be ashamed of that. Black men should be. You should have never mentioned that Million Man March, because nothing ever came out of that.
Okay, all right. That's your opinion. I'm gonna let you land.
Well, you throw something that shows where something came out of that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, then you land. I apologize.
Okay, so what came out of it did, like, everybody, all black men all across this nation joined in Washington, D.C., right? And they told women not to show up. This is what I realized after that, is that without black women leadership, because I know we be behind the man, but we possibly be the ones leading, right? Telling him where he should go next, who he need to talk to, setting up the meetings. We do, but y'all didn't want us involved, so we didn't do it. So y'all met up and y'all talked a lot of bull, got back home and did absolutely nothing. And because the women wasn't there like that to help you do whatever the man said do, y'all did nothing.
Well, one thing I know for sure that didn't happen on Bomb, nobody got pregnant. That's for sure.
Yeah.
They waited until they got back and started making another one.
I'm gonna answer that quick though.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for that because I was watching. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't like the fact that women and men and men and women, we separate because men needed to get right for women. We needed to get together to get right for you, because we were not right. We still not right.
Right.
But at least somebody went and made a call to call for us to just say get together. It wasn't no BS in that speech. The money they have, and what did they build? Something that LeBron and all your cold fake stars never built. He ain't built no fake these fake school that he got. The graduation rate is low. What about the schools? Nation Islam got schools all over the country. Nation Islam got supermarkets. Nation Islam got farms. He laid out a whole plan for us. Where's your plan? And let's talk about robbing. Let's go back to robbing. In 2017, they said the black church have accumulated $30 billion. Where you go? Let's talk facts now.
No, you're not talking facts. Because you started talking about the Nation of Islam. That wasn't called the Nation of Islam.
You know what? Hold up. Let me land. Hold up. Let me land. The reason why is because all churches' money go into one specific bank. It don't go to any bank, Chase, Bank of America, this, that. No, it goes into one bank. This is why they could accumulate it, because it's under government control. So all I'm saying to you, this is a fact. You can look it up. In 2017, they said in 30 years, black churches have collected $30 billion.
You're wrong.
Where the
All
money
blacks
at?
don't put their money in one bank. That's not how black churches work.
No,
now that is how
all your donations are supposed to be accumulated and counted by the government. No, you can't do that. You can't do that because the government
you
sanctions
making up
everything.
shit?
That's
You
why you got no
saying
taxes in
anything.
the church. Who? Hold up. The reason why you
making up things. I'm asking you.
No. Look it up, Queen.
Black
I'm
church.
not gonna say nothing.
If
Listen,
I have
I'm not gonna lie to make it seem like I'm right because I don't need to be right. I need to learn. I need to learn. I don't need to be right. I'm just saying.
I know,
need to
but you're
learn.
wrong though. Look,
okay,
you
I'm wrong.
just said that black churches, all their money go to a particular bank. That's what you said. Am I wrong or right? Because I thought that's what I heard you say, which is wrong, right? The only Catholic Church does though, right? Because the Pope, they control things. So the money that goes to the Catholic Church goes to the Pope, and then they disperse it out. And that's why, see, you don't even have to. You don't have to have a bank. I think the Catholic charities have their own bank, as a matter of fact. All that fucking money they get.
Because that's the Vatican. That's a separate part. That's like a sister corporation.
That's right.
There. You think
that's what you were speaking about, but you tried to lie and gaslight and
no, I ain't trying to lie and gas nothing.
Black churches don't do that.
All right, go ahead.
The black preacher gets all that
somebody
money,
can look and fact check
and
it.
he
I'm sure somebody can check
out
it like
the way he
that brother
wants
full
in
of
any
it. I'm
bank
sure,
in which
but it's
he
not a problem. I'm sure it's not a problem. But what I'm saying to you is, I know it's been over 30. You know why? You know why I know it's 30 billion?
Wait, first I need to know: Are you saying that all black churches put their money in the same bank? Didn't you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so did you misspeak or you believe that?
I misspoke. I didn't add in, but it all has to get transferred to one.
Are you talking about like the mega
total.
churches?
It goes under one bank. That
cross
on top of each church is that cross on top of each church ain't nothing but a flag. With this flag, Constitution said, with this flag we rule. Okay, so relax yourself.
What do you do? This dude is gaslighting. Listen,
I'm not gaslighting. That's a fact. I'm saying to you, the money. All I'm saying to you, this is a fact. This is a study that came out in 2017.
I asked you, did you say something? You said yeah. And
this is why I remember it. I'm telling you.
All black churches. If I am a preacher, minister, owner of this church, I could put that money in any bank that I want to, or no bank. It could really go under my mattress if I want to, right? So what you are saying is
who the real thieves?
I'm just you the one who claimed that they have one bank that these black churches or these churches are putting their money in. That is not true. That
what
is
I'm
true.
saying to you, there was an article that came out. I'm just telling you the article. That's why I remember the year, ma'am. This is what I'm saying. 2017, they said in 30 years, black churches accumulated $30 billion. That's all the article was talking about.
Yeah, but it didn't mention that it accumulated in the same bank. And what they're talking about, you know, they file taxes because they tax exempt, but they still got to file, mentioning how much money they get. So that figure comes from the government. It does not come from.
You got that point. I'm not going to argue that point.
Oh Lord, every point you argue is
fine. I lost the point, but at the end of the day, they still accumulate $30 billion. If you want to say that.
Okay. That's fine. All right. So again, now build off of that.
So what I'm saying to you, we only live in 10 places. We only 13%. What's going on?
We only live in 10 places. What that mean?
10. I'm saying roughly.
Roughly, we only live in 10.
Like huge publicity.
Roughly.
Roughly,
it don't matter. Whatever you like to say. All I'm trying to do is just
wait a minute, brother. You can't just say things and then when I'm trying to get clarification, then I don't know if you walking it back or are you saying that black people we are only in 10? I don't know if you mean states, cities, but if you say
states,
okay, are you? So you really think that's true? We're only in 10 states?
Yeah.
That
we got Los Angeles.
That's not a state.
Right.
California. I'm sorry. California. God damn it, y'all. New York.
That's not a state. I'm messing with you.
The Georgia, Mississippi.
All the southern states, so Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Texas, Alabama, Florida,
Arkansas, like Mississippi,
and the southern states as well, and then northern states as well. Ohio, Pennsylvania, DC, which doesn't count, isn't a state, but whatever. Virginia,
that's more than 10. Look,
Kentucky.
All right, 15. I'm all. But what I'm saying, all right. So,
okay. He was off by 10. It's okay. So 20 states out of the 50.
I didn't misspeak.
Hold on, I got you, Sean. Hold on. It's 20 out of the 50. All right. Ain't no black folks in Wyoming. Ain't no black folks in Kansas. I don't care where.
Well, actually, Wyoming also has black folk because Milwaukee. Or that's Wisconsin. That's Wisconsin. I'm sorry.
We all over this.
I don't care where
St.
Hank
Louis.
lives. I don't care that Hank
All right.
lives.
What the population?
Just because Hank
what
lives
about
in
the
Kansas
population? I'm
doesn't
saying
mean black
we're a
people
small
live there.
population.
Ain't no black folks
That's
there
all.
neither.
Where?
Kentucky, just because podcasts live in Kentucky don't mean there's any black people there. They ain't done there.
Yeah, that's what you said about Delaware, and you come through this mofo and we everywhere, right? So yeah, we're everywhere. And if anything, there might be 10 states where you could say we're not, but it's 50 states.
I don't want to. You're right. You know what?
But what he's saying is, what he meant
was
was that the bulk of us, we live in the outskirts of America, right? We live on the outer. We don't really live in the middle as much as the outskirts. The bulk of us is in, those major cities.
But that's true for everybody.
That's what he was referencing, really.
That's true for everybody, though, because those are the population centers. So most people are going to live on one. They're going to live near water. That's always any civilization. The biggest populations are near water, and the middle of America doesn't really have water. Like you have the Mississippi, but outside of the Mississippi, which goes to the Mississippi, Ohio, borders Kentucky, Tennessee, all that stuff. Then you have the East Coast, but like Nevada, Kansas, South Dakota, North Dakota. There are definitely, there's a lot of Somalians in the Dakotas and Minnesota, especially Minnesota. I don't know about how many Black Americans there are there, but California, like most white people live in these states as well. Most Hispanics are going to live in these states. Most Chinese, most Asians are going to live in these. So it's not anything special. That's not something a knock on Black Americans. That's just where most Americans live. If you look at the population centers, it's going to be LA, New York City, these big Miami, Chicago, Cleveland. Well, Cleveland's not that big anymore, but it used to be. Yeah, that's normal for anywhere.
Right, and they're gonna have more white people no matter where we go because it's more.
So you saying that is not a black thing? It's just a people thing.
Yeah, it's just the people. That's across. You can go to other countries and see that as well. Most China, India, like most of the population lives, or a big bulk of population lives in specific cities. And it's no different.
I wasn't trying to make a point. I think I misspoke or whatever, and I was wrong about. I was wrong about what I said. But I was just trying to say to the point about the church in 2017 about $30 billion. But I don't even want to talk about that because that's neither here nor there. Like I said, I don't want to talk about the same thing. All I was saying to you was basically 5 cents a day because we have robbers. Like you said, you want to say like the nation, they got robbers and those, but we also got robbers that's been in the church because there's no way in the world you say you love Jesus and our neighborhood still look the same, no matter what it is. You understand? But I don't want to point blame there. All I'm saying to you, let's make a plan so we can get some funding, so we can have the ideas that's buried in our DNA.
Okay, period. So let me throw a little stone, but I'm disagreeing with what you're saying, like it's your original idea. I'm saying that we tried it and it did not work. But what I will tell you though, I could go give that white church in my neighborhood that 5 cents. And when my electric bill is due and I can't afford it, I ain't got to go give them no great idea. Right? They gonna give me that money. Cause see, all money from churches are free money, right? Free money. They don't pay taxes on it. Right? They can actually get this money and save this money. If they want to play the stock market, they could do it. All kinds of things they could do with that money.
No, I don't think they can play the stock market.
No, I'm well, I'm talking about the ones who robbing and claiming that it's theirs in the black church. Okay. Okay. They put it in their own bank account. They can do what they want. But what I'm saying is Catholic charities is all around this nation. And I know that in most major city, if you need help, you ain't got to have no idea. You ain't even got to give them a nickel to go get help. So when we looking for help, we realize that we could go to other places who gonna actually, right? They may not even look like us, but they're gonna help us. You want me to give nickel to somebody who look like me, who possibly won't help me because my idea isn't what they consider great enough. And does that make sense, my brother?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, because look, I got help from AR, and we don't look alike, or at least half.
It depends on the day. It depends on the shade.
Exactly, but that's the micro though, Sharon. Yeah, AR, you funny, yo.
Oh man. But I think it is
okay, silent.
It's an interesting idea. It would take a lot for people. I think us as Black folks, we just have a disdain for getting, no matter what, when we trust our people, other people, we keep getting beat up, and it seems like we keep getting taken advantage of. So, and that's the reason why it's easier to deal with somebody that's lying to the people, because we just think that as normal. And then when somebody's telling the truth, we're like, hey, ain't no way. You ain't lying about nothing? Nah, ain't no way. We can't respect that. You tell the truth.
And that's bad, because it hasn't always been that way. But propaganda, like somebody mentioned earlier, propaganda has people switching it up to where you trust nobody unless they just want you to trust them. Like Trump is told us that the media is all bad, all lies. He's been pushing that for years, and now people literally believe it. But yes, I agree.
But before Trump, the media wasn't bad.
There we go. There was a time when the media would give you correct information, unless it's dealing with Black people, or they would spin it. They could spin it a little bit. They wasn't allowed to just outright lie, though.
Oh yes, they were.
Advertised.
No, they was not allowed to outright lie. Now they can. Now,
okay, let's mind it out. So, what did the media lie about? If you mean got an example, Sean.
That's to you, Sean.
Oh, that's me. No, what I'm saying throughout the years, the media always lie because they're not allowed to say unless the executive board's giving the order what to say. This is what I'm saying.
All right, so
can you give examples?
Yeah, give us if you can remember an example of when the media lied.
COVID.
What did they lie about?
That wasn't, first of all, that wasn't the media, that was the government.
Yeah, but then everybody had the same soundbite. Fauci's have it. Now he's being sued. Now he realized he was lying. He got caught in a lie about the whole situation.
That's not true.
I'm saying how they use it. What I'm saying all the things. I'm not going to about COVID. I'm just saying how they use it to put a narrative. Just like the narrative what Shador saying is, all that is you got a free Black man that don't need real money, and he doesn't need anything. And it rubs, what I'm saying to white people, like I said, it's a guilt thing. And a white person, it's hard for a white person to work for a Black man. This is what I'm saying to you. As the boss. What I'm saying is the nature because how things are. What I'm saying to you is these billion dollar men sending a message out. And it's all coming out. There's other things that's in the media that they don't talk about. But what I'm saying to you is a strong message. What did this boy do? There's not one teammate that talked about this boy ill. Each teammate talked about him, said he never showed favoritism. He got along with everybody. Okay, you can knock him for the flamboyancy and you don't like the change, but as character that I thought was needed at the quarterback position, accuracy that I thought was needed at the quarterback position. I grant you, he ain't have the strongest arm. He might have not the greatest athletic ability, but his smarts. I like Tom Brady, but to me, I'm an old school dude. Joe Montana I take Joe Montana over anybody in big time games. I don't care who it is against Tom Brady.
So now my question to AR: what is it about your other half that would not allow you to work for a Black man? AR.
I don't know. I'm not sure because I haven't had that experience. I've never seen that experience either. There's plenty of Black celebrities that have white people working for them, and there's no issue. I'm a little confused about if he is.
No, I wasn't bringing up race. I'm just saying what
you kind of did. But
that's all.
I was a little confused about whether you don't differentiate between CNN and ESPN because you started talking about sports entertainment media, bringing up drama and stuff as we were talking about the mainstream media, whether they lie to Americans for propaganda purposes or something else. So I'm confused a little bit.
Relative, though. It's all relative. Sports and
sports.
The sport. No, why? Because at the end of the day, whatever happens in the real world, they talk about.
So you don't differentiate between CNN and ESPN.
I do. Of course, when it comes to certain topics, real topics. Sports is sports. But
I'm just asking the question.
Yes, sir. I do. Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we're talking about the mainstream media, and you said COVID, and then you didn't want to talk about COVID, you started talking about ESPN.
I didn't want to go in depth to be like going to conspiracy theory all about COVID. What I'm saying was a lot of misinformation during the time of COVID, and that was the media that was used. That's what I was saying.
Do you recognize the difference between? Do you recognize the difference between information that may be wrong, but we think is true at the time, information that we cannot confirm, so we don't say it, or we go against that information until we can get more confirmation through studies, peer review research, etc., and outright lies or misinformation?
That's fair.
Correct. Understood. But what I'm saying to you, we've been programmed to say whatever they say because they got PhDs and they're the media and all this and that. Whatever they say is gospel. What I'm saying to you is I live in New York. I have people that work in the hospital, what they was doing to the bodies. The ventilator was killing people. Doctors had to sign off. People that was working in these hospitals all across. That's
the ventilator was killing people?
Yes, they were killing people. The ventilators were killing people.
How would a ventilator?
I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay,
man.
but
all I'm saying is I'm testifying to people that hold up. There was doctors all across. There were doctors and nurses all across the country.
I got you, Sean. So
that
this
was committed suicide. Hold up,
I got
they
you.
were committing suicide.
Hold on, Sean. I got you. So this is where the idea that the ventilators was is because when they took over the breathing for the human being, when they took them off the ventilator, the body could not breathe on its own.
So it wasn't the ventilator that was killing them, it's when they took them off the ventilator that killed them.
Right, because the body wasn't able to
breathe. Right.
Right.
Because the ventilator kept them alive, but he claiming that the ventilator killed people.
So, but technically it did, right? But technically it also allowed the body to say, hey, we could just not breathe on our own. And that's
so far as much as like chemotherapy kills someone that has cancer.
Right, I'm just saying that was how it happened.
Sean, do you realize that the people that were put on ventilators weren't?
So it's like if you don't walk for a certain amount of time, your legs will get weak, type of thing.
Yeah, the ventilator thing, from my understanding, is it wasn't just you have COVID, you're put on a ventilator. It was people with very low oxygen, so they were having trouble breathing, as it were. Yeah, and they were put on a ventilator to bring their body activity down to help support their life, which is why it became such a big thing, because it helped a lot of people live.
Like for instance,
but I understand what you're saying.
I had COVID and I could not breathe. Like the first time I had COVID was 2019, right? Before they even knew what COVID was. And I went to the emergency room twice in less than a 24-hour period because I couldn't breathe, and they put me on oxygen the first time. So I went back to get oxygen again. So, but let's say when I stop breathing and they put me on a ventilator, that means that's helping me to breathe, keeping me alive. But if they decide to take me off it and I die, the ventilator didn't kill me. Like I just couldn't breathe anymore. You in propaganda. You seem to be.
No, I'm not in propaganda, ma'am. What I'm saying to you, I don't know if you heard me the first time, ma'am. All I said was simply, I live in New York. I got people that work at the hospital in Long Island. Got people that work in the hospital in Harlem. I got all the people that work there. Besides these people that testified to what's going on, besides the orderlies that work there, getting paid $18.50 an hour. Okay. Besides them and all the other doctors were committing suicide. I'm saying the doctors
that's all they get in New York.
What I'm saying, I'm saying the pay rate because I know the pay rate because my people's work.
Okay, but what I'm saying,
never mind.
We get paid more in Delaware. You said we get paid more in Delaware. I get because you don't speak like you're older because you ramble, right? And you're all over the place. And then I ask, are you misspeaking, or do you really believe that? And then you might say you misspoke. But I'm starting to analyze some of you men like Sharon has taught me. Now he can't talk me because now
I'm not analyzing anything. I'm here just to spark an idea, and that's all I was doing. And I'm here to give respect to the channel and different opinions, and that's it.
It's all good, my brother.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, we all good. Get AR.
No, I just I think I get what you're saying that people that were working there were saying something different possibly than what people on the news were saying, government officials on the news were saying. COVID was a very it was a very new situation. Nobody in the world had went through that. So in hindsight is always going to be 20/20. We can see, this wasn't working and we should have known that because people were saying it. But when something is being tried and we're looking at what COVID looks compared to, like, what is the most, what resembles COVID the most, and that's other SARS or COVID things like the flu or like whatever else that we've dealt with. We're going to look at what was the solution for those. Okay, let's try those. And it takes a while for data to be collected and for studies to be done. So you can't just go, oh, well, doctors in New York told me, therefore we should just stop it. They could be wrong. There was a bunch of stuff and people don't, they just forget this. It goes to the wayside. There was a lot of stuff being said that wasn't true by these same doctors. But because it didn't stick, because we know it's not true, or because it was short-lived, we don't even remember that. There's 1,000 things being said during COVID, and we remember the one thing that was correct, that the government officials are wrong about, not the 999 other things that the government officials might have been right about. And then, although they lied to us, that's not how it works.
And that's why we got to be when we say things like the media lies, we got to be very like, hey, this is a good. Like sometimes we just don't have the reference in front of us. That's fine as well. Like, hey, I don't remember the reference. That's fine. But we got to be careful when we say that they propaganda and then we ourselves use propaganda.
Right.
Because but we don't have the proof behind the words that we're saying. Now it turns into propaganda. It's like the young kid deny facts when he was up here earlier. He was saying that, Sharon, you're an emotional person. I was like, where am I emotional? I don't know. I just feel that way. All right, so now you propaganda. So we just gotta be careful.
And I remember during COVID, the Black community seemed to fall more into that conspiracy theory. Oh, COVID is not real, blah blah blah, and oh, the shot does bad things and all this stuff. And guess who was impacted the most by COVID? The communities that had.
I don't remember.
I'm talking about I'm sorry, the Black community I was around.
Oh,
so
okay,
on my Facebook and stuff, the people that I was saying, I can't, speak for the whole country or whatever.
Yeah,
but
so so hold on, AR. So you saying just like your left arm was like?
Yeah, no, I wasn't with it. Yeah, I was in my body fought that inner fight. You know how like when you have an infection or something, like your body, the temperature rises and all that shit happened, and eventually I came out on top. Like I took a sleep for about 14 hours.
So the left side of you was like a little hot, but the right side
was like
was good. Yeah, because I was about to say, like the Black, it was all the communities messed up. I think, like you said, IAR, like we was in a time that we've never been in this world, right?
Right, the whole world.
Yeah. So the information that was given was just like you said, they flew light. So let's see.
And it was very rapid too, Bomb. It was very rapid, so it was changing
exactly
in front of us.
Fauci, whatever however it's pronounced. He's been in his field, and this is my thing. Oh well, they have a PhD, as if a PhD is something you just fucking happen to come across. The dude's been in his field for longer than most of us have been alive. He's old. He's been in his field. You're right. You're old. Respectfully, for longer than some of us, like myself, I think he's been in this field for 40 years. I'm not 40, so he's been in this field, peer-reviewed research in his field for longer than the time I've been alive. It's one thing to say, hey, are you sure about this? It's another thing to be like, oh, he got up there and lied. Maybe he's just given more information than you are privy to, and he's trying to connect the dots. He said it was more complex than HIV. It was the most complex thing he had ever seen, and this was specifically the first strains.
Take your time. Take your time and pronounce it.
Fauci. All right, cool. Appreciate y'all, yo.
And the president wouldn't even take his advice a lot of times, right?
Yeah,
he did. Bob. He did. He said,
inject bleach.
Yeah, just put some bleach in your veins and let it.
You want to talk about misinformation? We don't want to talk about that though. We want to talk about Fauci being wrong about something, not about the president going up there telling people to inject shit into their veins.
Okay, AR, that's COVID. That's COVID. Now we said about the media with COVID, right? Let's get off of COVID. What about?
Let's try to get off of it.
All right, Sharon. What about 9/11?
What about 9/11?
Well, you just trying to get his. Are you streaming right now? Yeah, he's just trying to hit all the hot button topics.
No, I'm just saying. Talk to me. I'm saying you said to the media.
You could have
said that. No, what he's saying is that's another topic that's like kind of like not. You shouldn't talk about COVID. You shouldn't talk about that.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah. We can talk about something. Let's talk about.
I already got demonetized. I want to get demonetized again.
Yeah. Then, all right, brother. Yo, when I get paid on Friday, I send you 20 just in case.
Okay, so let's go. All right. So how about January 6th? And illegal election or fraudulent election. That's a bad one or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, can you
Damn,
talk about
that is
that?
too. Can't talk about nothing around here.
Absolutely.
Tariffs. Are tariffs a lie? Are all the economics wrong about tariffs? How tariffs impact? Are they lying about that?
We can talk about I don't know.
Yo, AR, I want your opinion on the government and how the government was going, education system, all that, but all before Donald Trump, like 2012. How was the country? Was the country growing? Were we still more in debt? Was people feeling?
Well, we were less in debt. We had less debt.
Hey, Bob, you saw the show today?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think in 2012 was.
Oh man, we about to get in there. So what we talking about tomorrow? Let's continue. Some of your conversation be so hot that you need to continue them a little bit. You know, the next
did Kev ever come back on, or did he just say he was and then he never came?
Yeah, nah, he never came back.
Yeah, okay.
Who was it?
Kev Stutters.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
Yeah, he said for sure he was going to be back. After he said, fuck the Constitution, he kind of dipped out and then was like, I'll be back though, and then never came back.
You know, it's crazy. 2 Donald Trump supporters was kind of pretty much saying F the Constitution. That's
how many times do I got to say it?
Wow.
Like, this is not like a discrimination thing. It's just true. Like, these people do not care about the Constitution. They care about their own. Even when they were, let's say when you brought up the freedom of speech thing and you were like, or you brought up English as official language. I personally find it would be unconstitutional, debatable, I guess, whether it would be, whatever. You said, even if it is unconstitutional, do you think that we should still go through it? He was like, well, yeah, they should have to speak English. It does not matter about the Constitution. It doesn't, I'm a proud American. No, you're selfish. Because if you were a proud American, if you cared about the country, you put the country first, not yourself first. All your stories were about how you were doing Uber and someone didn't speak English, therefore they should have to speak. It was all personal. Right. Anecdotal and personal. It had nothing to do with the country at large. It had nothing to do with the Constitution. You're just selfish.
And that's the thing that Donald Trump has taught the most, and he taught it very well. Is that you can just care about yourself and not necessarily about what the country needs. You can talk about what you think is needed for the country, not what the country actually needs, with some kind of facts or some stats or some data where it backs up your ideology of what you see as good for your country. It is wild, and that's why they keep trying to. It's mind-boggling to me when I'm pointing out things that is factual, and I say, "Hey, look, this is what happened." They're like, "But that's just your opinion that happened." What?
Yeah.
That was crazy to me. He said, "No, that's just your opinion that Canada was bucking back." What?
Yeah. And then they come out here and tell you that the mainstream media is a lie, as they support a con man.
Right.
It's like, again, no integrity. They have no backbone. It's like they don't like the mainstream media for whatever reason. And even though the person that they support, the people that they support lie just as much, they're going to tell you, oh, the mainstream media lies, as if they don't support liars. It's like, what are you pointing out?
That is another.
Jerron, why do you think black men support Trump?
Black men don't support Trump. Then 80% not support him?
Yeah, about like 80.
86?
No, 80% of the voting, 80% of people that voted.
Oh, those are the ones that matter.
That's not 80% of black men. I think that's a stat that people get confused as well, right? Out of the 100% of black people that did vote, 80% of those black men voted for Kamala.
Oh, okay.
But we still got to remember that it was a lot of people that didn't vote. We had over.
That's what I meant. 19 million didn't even vote.
Right. So it's a lot of black men that did not vote. But we understand. Why do I think that is? I believe they didn't vote because they fell victim to this idea that your vote doesn't count.
I wonder who's peddling that idea.
Absolutely.
I wonder who's peddling that.
And so the reason why a lot of them support him publicly, at least, we understand that majority of the black conservatives, they are the ones that's running or the ones that's making money on this
facade
social media lifestyle, right? Mm-hmm. People that is against the Trump and all that are black, they ain't getting the love like how the other people are getting. Because the white folks can use, that's how we just seen with Jason Whitlock and the Nick Fuentes. He said, hey, you only allowed to do this thing because we can't say it. But now that we got our boy back in, we don't need your ass no more. We can say all the racist comments that we want to.
Right.
So that's what's going on. And they
Yo, let me
find out
let me tell you what some people around the way is starting to talk about. Basically, they said with Trump being in office and what's going on, they're saying what we're witnessing is basically the Aryan Brotherhood against the other people. I ain't gonna say it because it's your channel. Again, that's the war that's going on right now, and black people need to stand down.
Again, I wonder who's peddling. I wonder who's peddling the message that black people shouldn't get involved into politics.
Right.
I wonder who that benefits the most: black people or other individuals. For the black community, which is 13% of the population, a large voting bloc of Democrats, for example, to not be involved in politics. I wonder who that benefits. I can guarantee you it does not benefit the black community to not be involved in political discussions. You're muted, Sharon. Oh, you ain't talking to us.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree. Oh, you were saying something, Sharon. Go ahead.
No, I said right. You're right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, Sean, is it Sean?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How you doing, my brother? Yeah, like you were repeating a lot of the propaganda, even though you say the media is propaganda. The media isn't propaganda, right? There are pages and channels, like, the ones who are not media. Oh Lord, somebody got a background. They're not considered media. I'm not sure if you know that one that everybody seems to be watching over there. They are not a media station. They are entertainment station. That's why they can lie. They can purposely just say anything they want over there. They got sued for what? How many millions of dollars?
It was a lot.
It was a whole.
Who got sued?
FAUX News.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's not a news media channel. That's the entertainment. They had to make.
And then it's like Sonny on a View got sued too, because those statements she was saying.
I don't know anything about that. But if Sonny got sued, then that was an individual. But if she was saying it over there on the View, then she wouldn't have got sued. The network would have got sued. But he's suing everybody, anybody. He's suing YouTubers. In case y'all didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. TYT and their group of people. Oh, you saying something, Sharon? Oh, okay.
No, yeah. We got 5 minutes left. Go ahead, Bomb. You can start it off with your final thoughts.
Yeah. Final thoughts. I'm glad to have found you. The Bomb Squad, they had, because I was like, where's Sharon? He was on my TV, went away. And they were like, Bomb, you got to go over there and look in his post and you'll see. And I was like, oh, snap. So I subscribed. Now be very careful. Go clean up the other channel.
Yeah.
Go to apply. They still going to know it's you, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so make sure you clean everything up so you can be here for us every morning, okay?
All right.
We love you.
Man of many words. Love you more. What's your final thoughts?
Big girls need love too.
That was for me. Thank you, baby.
I got you, Ariel CH. I got you. I gotta do that this week as well. Sean, any final words?
No, final words is blessing meeting all y'all again. Once again, I'm humbled by the Most High. You know what I mean? So for the most part, thank you, sister, for your insight. And let's do a challenge next week. We talk about the same thing, but everybody gotta come with an idea. What can we do?
Okay.
What can we do?
I like that challenge.
Forget about my 5. Oh, don't forget my 5 cents. I'm gonna be corny and say my 5
I like the 5 cent challenge. I think
but
Sharon,
I like big girls too, but I'm
thank
good.
You, baby. Thank you, baby. Sharon, do not do the Discord. Okay? Don't do no Discord, baby. Don't do no. I'm telling you, it's the downfall of all the channels. Discord.
It get messy in there.
Oh man, do not do Discord. Okay, do not. Even if you're not in there, mess gonna pop off and they're gonna blame you because it's your Discord. Do not do Discord.
Go ahead, hey y'all. What's your final thoughts?
You know that's how ACT got caught up.
No, I did not. I didn't know that.
Wasn't that Discord?
I don't know.
The ACT situation, academics. I thought that was a Discord thing. But anyway,
what side are you gonna talk? Gonna give your final thoughts? The A or the R?
I'll flip a coin. Give me a second. I appreciate you having me. Sean, I'm sorry if we was bullying you. I don't really rock with.
Nah, brother, I appreciate
Trump
your point of view.
Trump supporter?
Huh?
Are you a Trump supporter?
No. I'm neither supporter, honestly.
Okay.
Because
so you are a Trump.
Eventually, you gotta take a stand.
Yeah,
right.
No.
If you are in the middle, you kind of Trump supporter too, according to how.
Man, go ahead. All right, take the knife out my back, real slow.
I appreciate the channel, appreciate the topic and all that. Probably be on tomorrow, depending on what the topic is, and everybody have a good and safe day. Enjoy the weather.
You, brother.
I don't know what the weather is where y'all at, but it's nice down here. I can tell you that right now.
It's nice in New York.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice and sunny right now.
Look, and I also want to say, hey, shout out to everybody that is showing love that we don't have to have strictly DNP conversations. We've been holding it down, building the channel. We got past 200. And we're gonna keep on grinding so this way we can have both channels rocking out. So salute to all of y'all for being involved and we changing the things that we are entertained by. We're not only entertained about screaming and yelling about who is the leader. We'll have that conversation maybe again down the week, but we don't always have to have a DNP who is disciplined, who is not, who's to blame, and all that. So I appreciate y'all for being able to get through, especially Canadian politics as well, because I know a lot of people is not even versed in American politics. I know for sure Canadian politics was new to them. I'm pretty sure some people didn't even know that they had their elections. So shout out to all of y'all for hanging out with us throughout this. So shout out to y'all.
No doubt, man. Salute.
Replay. See y'all later.
Peace, peace to the panel. Blessings.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.